but immediately my BA was whisked away. Suddenly, I was on board an airplane, a big international aircraft like planes my dad and I had taken a million times. Zia Rashid, Desjardins, and 2 other magicians were scrunched up in a middle row, surrounded by families with screaming children. Zia didn't seem to mind. She meditated calmly with her eyes closed, while Desjardins and the other 2 men looked so uncomfortable, I almost wanted to laugh. The plane rocked back and forth. Desjardins spilled wine all over his lap. The seatbelt light blinked on, and a voice crackled over the intercom, "This is the cap time. It like we'll be experiencing some minor turbulence as we make our descent into Dallas, so I am going to ask the flight attendants." Boom. A blast rattled the windows. Lightning followed immediately by thunder. Zia's eyes snapped open. The Red Lord. The passengers screamed as the plane plummeted several hundred feet. 11 commence. Desjardins shouted over the noise quickly. As the plane passengers shlieked and grabbed their seats, Desjardins got up and opened the overhead compartment. "Sir," a flight attendant yelled. "Sir, sit down." Desjardins ignored the attendant. He grabbed 4 familiar bags, magical kits, and threw them to his colleagues. Then things really went wrong. A horrible shudder passed through the cabin and the plane lurched sideways. Outside the right-hand windows, I saw the plane's wing get sheared off by a 500-mile-an-hour wind. The cabin devolved into chaos, drinks, books, and shoes flying everywhere, oxygen masks dropping and tangling, people screaming for their lives. "Protect the," Desjardins ordered. The plane began to shake and cracks appeared in the windows and walls. The passengers went silent, slumping into unconsciousness as the air pressure dropped. The 4 magicians raised their wands as the airplane broke to pieces. For a moment, the magicians floated in a maelstrom of storm clouds, chunks of assemblage, luggage, and spinning passengers still strapped to their seats. Then a white glow expanded around them, a bubble of power that slowed the breakup of the plane and kept the pieces swirling in a tight orbit. Desjardins reached out his hand and the edge of a cloud stretched toward him, a tendril of cottony white mist, like a safety line. The other magicians did likewise, and the stamel bent to their will. Vapor wrapped around them and began to send out more tendrils, like flannel clouds, which snatched pieces of the plane and pulled them back together. A child fell past Zia, but she pointed her staff and mumread a spell. A cloud enveloped the little girl and brought her back. Soon the 4 magicians were reassembling the plane around them, sealing the breaches with cloudy cobwebs until the entire cabin was encased in a glowing of vapor. Outside, the storm raged and thunder boomed, but the passengers slept soundly in their seats. "Zia!" Desjardins shouted. "We can't hold this for long." Zia ran past him up the aisle to the flight deck. Somehow the front aft plane had survived the breakup intact. The door was armored and locked, but Zia's staff flared, and the door melted like wax. She stepped through and found 3 unconscious pilots. The view through the window was enough to make me sick. Through the spiraling clouds, the ground was coming up fast, very fast. Zia slammed her wand against the controls. Red energy surged through the displays. Dials spun, meters blinked, and the altimeter leveled out. The plane's nose came up, its speed dropping. As it watched, Zia glided the plane toward a cow pasture and landed it without even a bump. Then her eyes rolled back in her head, and she collapsed. Desjardins found her and gathered her in his arms. Quickly, he told his colleagues, "The Monals will wake soon." They dragged Zia out of the cockpit, and my BA was swept away through a blur of images. I saw again, or at least some of the city. A massive red sandstone chummed across the valley, swallowing buildings and mountains. In the harsh, hot wind, I heard Seth laughing, reveling in his power. Then I saw Brooklyn, Amos's ruined house on the East River, and a winter storm raging overhead, howling wind slamming the city with sleet and hail. And then I saw a place I didn't recognize, a winding through a desert canyon. The sky was a blanket of pitch-black clouds, and the river's surface seemed to boil. Something was moving under the water, something huge, evil, and powerful, and I knew it was waiting for me. This is only the beginning, Homs whammed me. Set will destroy everyone you care about. Believe me, I know. The river became a marsh of tall reeds. The sun blazed overhead. Snakes and crocodiles slid through the Ivatar. At the water's edge sat a thatched hut. Outside it, a woman and a child of about 10 examining a battered sarcophagus. I could tell the coffin had once been a work of art, gold emsted with gems, but now it was dented and black with grime. The woman ran her hands over the coffin's lid. Finally. She had my mother's face, blue eyes and caramel-colored hair, but she glowed with magical radiance, and I knew I was looking at the goddess Isis. She turned to the boy. We HME searched so long, my son. Finally we have retrieved him. I will use my magic and give him life again. Papa. The boy gazed wide-eyed at the box. He's really inside. Yes, Horus. And now suddenly their hut erupted into flames. The god Set stepped from the infamo, a mighty red-skinned warrior with smoldering black eyes. He wore the double crown of Egypt and the robes of a pharaoh. In his hands, an iron staff smoldered. Found the coffin, did you? He said. Good for you. Isis reached toward the sky. She summoned lightning against the god of chaos, but Set's rod absorbed the attack and reflected it back at her. Arcs of electricity blasted the goddess and sent her sprawling. Mother. The boy drew a knife and charged Set. Kill you. Set bellowed with laughter. He easily sidestepped the boy and kicked him into the dirt. You have spirit, nephew, Set admitted. But you won't live long enough to challenge me. As for your father, I-11 just HME to dispose of him more imminently. Set slammed his iron staff against the coffin's lid. Isis screamed as the coffin shattered like ice. Make a wish. Set blew with all his might, and the shards of coffin flew into the sky, scattering in all directions. Osiris, he's gone to pieces, scattered all over Egypt now. And as for you, Sister Isis, MN. That's what you do best. Set lunged forward. Isis grabbed her son's hand and they turned into birds, flying for there. The scene faded, and I was back in the steamboat's wheelhouse. The sun rose in fast forward as towns and barges sped past and the banks of the Mississippi blurred into a play of light and shadow. He destroyed my father, Homs told me. I will do the same to yours. No, I said. Homs fixed me with those strange eyes, one blazing gold, one whole moon silver. My mother and Aunt Nephthys spent years searching for the pieces of the coffin and father's body. When they collected all 14, my cousin Anubis helped bind my father back together, mummy wrappings, but still mother's magic could not bring him back to life. Al11Y_ Osiris became an undead god, a half-living shadow of my father, fit to rule only in the Duat, but his loss gave me anger. Anger gave me the strength to defeat Set and take the throne for myself. You must do the same. I don't want a throne, Tu said. I want my dad. Don't yourself. Set is merely toying with you. He will bring you to despair, and your sorrow will make you weak. I have to save my dad. That is not your mission, Homs chided. The world is at stake. Now, wake. Sadie was shaking my arm. She and Bass stood over me, looking concerned. L% at. I asked. We're here, Sadie said nervously. She'd changed into a fresh linen outfit, black this time, which matched her combat boots. She'd even managed to re-dye her hair so the streaks were blue. I sat up and realized I felt rested for the first time in a week. My soul may have been traveling, but at least my body had gotten some sleep. I glanced out the stateroom window. It was pitch black outside. How long was I out? I demanded. We've sailed down most of the Mississippi and into the Duat, Bass said. Now we approach the first cataract. The first cataract? I asked. The entrance, to Bass said grimly, to the land of the dead. The Red Pyramid, Sadie. The Red Pyramid 27. A demon with free samples. One slept like the dead, one hoped wasn't a sign of things to come. I could tell Carter's soul had wandering through some frightening places, but he wouldn't talk about them. Did you see Zia? I asked. He looked so rattled I thought his face would fall off. Knew it? I said. We followed Bast up to the wheelhouse, where Bloodstained Blade was studying a map while Command Baboon the wheel. The baboon is driving, I noted. Should I be worried? Quiet, please, Lady Kane. Bloodstained Blade ran his fingers over a long stretch of papyrus map. This is delicate work. 2 degrees to starboard, Khufu. Ak. Quill said. The sky was already dark, but as we chugged along, the stars the river turned the col or of blood. Darkness swallowed the horizon, and along the riverbanks, the lights of towns changed to flickering fires, then winked out completely. Now our only lights were the multicolored servant fires and the glittering smoke that bloomed from the smokestacks, washing us all in a weird metallic glow. Should be just ahead, the captain announced. In the dim light, his red-flecked axe blade looked scarier than ever. That map? I asked. Spells of coming forth by day, he said. Don't worry, it's a good copy. I looked at Carter for a translation. Most people call it the Book of the Dead, he told me. Rich Egyptians were always buried with a copy, so they could have directions through the Duat to the land of the dead. It's like an idiot's guide to the afterlife. The captain hummed indignantly. I am no idiot, Lord Kane. No, I just meant. Carter's voice faltered. What is that? Ahead of us, crags of rock jutted from the river like fangs, turning the water into a boiling mass of rapids. The first cataract, Bloodstained Blade announced. Hold on. Khufu pushed the wheel to the left, and the steamboat skidded sideways, shooting between 2 spires with only centimeters to spare. I'm not much of a screamer, but I readily admit that I screamed my head off. And don't at me like that, Carter. You weren't much better. We dropped over a stretch of white water or red water and swerved to avoid a rock the size of Paddington Station. The steamboat made 2 more suicidal turns between boulders, did a 3/6 spin round a swirling vortex, launched over a 10-meter ivaterfall, and came crashing down so hard, my ears popped like a gunshot. We continued downstream as if nothing had happened, the roar of the rapids fading behind us. I don't like cataracts, I decided. Are there more? Not as large, thankfully, said Bast, who was also looking seasick. We've crossed over into the land of the dead, Carter finished. He pointed to the shore, which was shrouded in mist. Strange things lurked in the darkness, flickering ghost lights, giant faces made of fog, hulking shadows that seemed unconnected to anything physical. Along the riverbanks, old bones dragged themselves through the mud, linking with other bones. Random patterns. Guessing this isn't the Mississippi, I said. The river of night, Bloodstained Blade hummed. It is every river and no river. The shadow of the Mississippi, the Nile, the Thames. It flows throughout the Duat, with many branches and tributaries. Clears that right up, I muttered. The scenes got stranger. We saw ghosts from ancient times, little clusters of reed huts made of flickering smoke. We saw vast temples crumbling and reconstructing themselves over and over again like a looped video. And everywhere, ghosts turned their faces towards our boat as we passed. Smoky hands reached out. Shades silently called to us, then tumbled away in despair as we passed. The lost and confused, Bast said. Spirits who never found their way to the Hall of Judgment. Why are they so sad? I asked. Well, they're dead, Carter speculated. No, it's more than that, I said. It's like they expecting someone. R.A., Bast said. For eons, Ra's glorious sunboat would travel this route each night, fighting off the forces of Apophis. She looked round nervously as if remembering old ambushes. It was dangerous, every night, a fight for existence. But as he passed, Rah. would bring sunlight and warmth to the Duat, and these lost spirits would rejoice, remembering the world of the living. But that's a legend, Carter said. The earth revolves around the sun never actually descends under the earth. Have you learned nothing of Egypt? Bast asked. Conflicting stories can be equally TME_. The sun is a ball of fire m space, yes. But its image you see as it crosses the sky, the life-giving warmth and light it brings to the earth, that was embodied by Ra. The sun was his throne, his source of power, his very spirit. But now Ra has retreated into the heavens. He sleeps, and the sun is just the sum. Ra's boat no longer travels on its Sile through the Duat. He no longer lights the dark, and the dead feel his absence most keenly. Indeed, Bloodstained Blade said, though he didn't sound very upset about it, legend says the world will end when Ra gets too tired to continue living in his weakened state. Apophis will swallow the sum. Darkness will reign. Chaos will overcome Ma'at, and the serpent will reign forever. Part of me thought this was absurd. The planets would not simply stop spinning. The sun would not cease to rise. On the other hand, here I was riding a boat through the land of the dead, a demon and a god. If Apophis was real, I didn't fancy meeting him, and to be honest, I felt guilty. If the story Thoth told me was true, Isis had caused Ra to retreat into the heavens with that secret name business. Which meant, in a ridiculous, maddening way, the end of the world would be my fault. Bloody typical. I wanted to punch myself to get even with Isis, but I suspected it would hurt. Ra should wake up and smell the salab, I said. He should come back. Bast laughed without humor _ and the world should be young again, Sadie. I wish it could so. Kufa grunted and gestured ahead. He gave the captain back the wheel and ran out of the wheelhouse and down the stairs. The baboon is right, said Bloodstained Blade. You should get to the prow. A challenge will be coming _L% at sort of challenge. I asked. It's hard to tell, Bloodstained Blade said, and I thought I detected smug satisfaction in his. I wish you luck, Lady Kane. Jaime. I grumbled. Bast, Carter, and I stood at the prow of the boat, watching the river appear out of the darkness. Below us, the boat's painted eyes glowed faintly in the dark, sweeping beams of light across the red water. Cuft had climbed to the top aft gangplank, which stood straight up when retracted, and cupped his hand over his eyes like a sailor in a crow's nest. But all that vigilance didn't do much with the dark and the mist. Our visibility was nil. Moss, Sivrikes, broken pillars, and crumbling statues of pharaohs loomed out of nowhere, and Stained Blade yanked the wheel to avoid them, forking us to grab hold of the rails. Occasionally we see long slimy lines cutting through the surface of the water, like tentacles, or the backs of submerged creatures. I really didn't even to know mortal souls are always challenged, Bast told me. You must prove your worth to enter the land of the dead. Like it's such a big treat. I'm not sure how long I stared into the darkness, but after a good while a reddish smudge appeared in the distance, as if the sky were becoming lighter. Is that my imagination, or our destination? Bast said. Strange, we really should have been challenged by now. The boat shuddered, and the water to boil. A giant figure erupted from the river. I could see him only from the waist up, but he towered several meters over the boat. His body was humanoid, bare-chested and hairy with purplish skin. A rope belt was tied around his waist, leather pouches, severed demon heads, and other charming bits, and his head was a strange combination of lion and human, with gold eyes and a black mane done in dreadlocks. His blood-splattered mouth was feline, bristly whiskers and razor-sharp fangs. He roared, scaring Kufi _A right off the gangplank. The poor baboon did a flying leap into Kaner's arms, which nearked them both to the deck. You had to say something, I told Bast weakly. This of yours, I whore. Bast shook her head. L cannot help you with this, Sadie. You are the monals _ you must deal with the challenge. Oh, thanks for that. I aren't Shesmuo, the bloody lion man said. I wanted to say, yes, you certainly are. But I decided to keep my mouth shut. He turned his golden eyes on Carter and tilted his head. His nostrils quivered. I smell the of pharaohs. A tasty. Do you dare to narn me? And name Kaner sputtered, do you mean your secret name? The demon Lafekel. He grabbed a nearby spire of rock, which crumpled like old plaster in his fist. I looked desperately at Carter. You don't happen to have his secret name lying around somewhere? It may be in the of the dead, Carter said. I forgot to check. Well, one said. Keep him busy, Kaner replied, and scrambled off to the wheelhouse. Keep a demon busy, I thought. Right. Maybe he fancies a game of tiddlywinks. Do you give up? Shezmua bellowed. No. I yelled. No, we don't give up. We will name you. You're quite well muscled, aren't you? Do you work out? I glanced at Bast, who nodded approval. Shezmua rumbled with pride and flexed his mighty arms. Never fails with men, does it? Even if they're 20 meters tall and lion-headed. Iron Shezmua, he bellowed. Yes, you might have mentioned that already, I said. I'm wondering, what sort of titles you've earned over the years, Lord of these and that. Iron Osiris's royal executioner, he yelled, smashing a fist into the Ivatar and our boat. I am the Lord of Blood and Wine. Brilliant, I said, trying not to get sick. How are blood and wine connected, exactly? Grr. He leaned forward and bared his fangs, which were not any prettier up close. His mane was matted with nasty bits of dead fish and river moss. Lord Osiris lets me behead the wicked. I crush them in my wine press, and make wine for the dead. I made a mental note never to drink the urine of the dead. You're doing well. Isis's .73 Ice gave me a start. She'd been quiet so long, I'd almost forgotten her. Ask him about his other duties. And what are your other powerful wine demon guy? Iron Lord of _ He flexed his muscles for maximum effect. Perform. He grinned at me, apparently waiting for terror to set it. Oh, my. I said. That must make your enemies tremble. Has ha. Yes. Would you like to try a free sample? He ripped a slimy leather pouch off his belt, and brought out a clay pot filled with sweet-smelling yellow powder. I call lovely, I gagged. I glanced behind me, wondering where Carter had gone to, but there was no sign of him. Keep him talking, Isis urged. And, is part of your job. Got it, you squeeze it out of plants, like you squeeze wine. Or blood, Shezmua added. Well, naturally, I said. Vixes without saying, he said. Kufuya layered and covered his eyes. So you serve Osiris? I asked the demon. Yes. At least ____. He hesitated, snarling in doubt. I did. Osiris's throne is empty. But he will return. He will. Of course, I said. And so your friends call you Bloodseekins. I have no friends. But if I did, they would call me Slaughterer of Souls, Fierce of Face. But I don't have any friends, so my name is not in danger. Has ha. I looked at Bast, wondering if I'd just gotten as lucky as I thought. Bast beamed at me. Kaner came stumbling down the stairs, holding the book off dead. LVE got it? Somewhere here can tread this part, but name me or eaten. Shezmua bellowed. I narn you. I shouted back. Shezmua, Slaughterer of Souls, Fierce of Face. Gaya. He writhed in Pam. How do they always know? Let us pass. I commanded. Oh, and one more brother wants a free sample. I just had time to step away, and Kaner just had time to conf said before the demon blew yellow dust all over him. Then Shezmua sank under the waves. L% at a nice fellow, I said. Pa. Carter spit perfed me _ He looked like a piece of breaded fish. What was that for? You smell lovely, I assured him. What's next, then? I was feeling very pleased with myself until our boat rounded a bend in the river. Suddenly the red dish glow on the horizon became a blaze of light. Up in the wheelhouse, the captain rang the alarm ahead of us. The river was on fire, rushing through a steamed stretch of rapids towards what looked like a bubbling volcanic crater, the Lake of Fire, 2 Bast said. This is where it gets interesting, the Red Pyramid, Sadie, the Red Pyramid 28. I have a date with the god of toilet paper. Bast had an interesting definition of interesting, a boiling lake several miles that smelled like bumming petrol and rotten meat. Our steamboat stopped short where the river met the lake, a giant metal gate blocked our path. It was a bronze disc like a shield, easily as wide as our boat, half submerged in the. I wasn't sure how it avoided melting in the heat, but it made going forward impossible. On either bank of the river, facing the disc, was a giant bronze baboon with its arms raised. L% at is this? I asked. The gates of the west, Bast said. Ra's sunboat would pass through and be renewed in the fires of the lake, then pass through to the other side and rise through the gates of the east for a new day. Looking up at the huge baboons, I wondered if Khufu had some son of secret CKX1E that you'd get us in. But instead he barked at the statues and cowered heroically behind my legs. How do we get past? I wondered. Perhaps, a new voice said, you should ask me. The air shimmered. Kaner backed up quickly, and Bast hissed. In front of him appeared a glowing bird spirit, a BM. It had the usual combination of human head and killer turkey body, with its wings tucked back and its entire form glowing, but something about this BA was different. I realized I knew the spirit's face, an old bald man, brown, papery skin, milky eyes, and a kindly smile. Iskandar. I managed. Hello, my dear. The old magician's voice echoed as if from the bottom of a well. But I found myself tearing up. You're really dead, then? He chuckled. Last I checked. But why? I didn't make no, my dear. It wasn't your fault, it was simply the right time. It was horrible timing. My surprise and sadness abruptly turned to anger. You left us before we got trained or anything, and now Desjardins is after us and dash. My dear, look how far you've come. Look how well you have done. You didn't need me, nor you'd more training have helped. My brethren would have found out the TMTH about you enough. They are excellent at sniffing out godlings, I fear, and they would not have you. Knew, didn't you? You knew we were possessed by gods. Hosts of the gods. El Percentateur. You knew after our second meeting, yes. My only regret is that I did not realize it sooner. I could not protect you and your brother as much as who? Iskandar's eyes became sad and distant. I made choices, Sadie. Some seemed wise at the time. Some, in retrospect, your decision to forbid the gods. My mum convinced you it was a bad idea, didn't she? His spectral wings fluttered. You must understand, Sadie. Egypt fell to the Romans, my spear, it was crushed. Thousands of years of Egyptian power and tradition toppled by that foolish Queen Cleopatra, who thought she could host a G-Cycledus. The blood of the pharaohs seemed weak and diluted, lost forever. At the time I blamed everyone, the Gokhals who used men to act out their petty quarrels, the Ptolemaic rulers who had driven Egypt into the ground, my own brethren in the house for become weak and greedy and corrupt. I communed with Thoth, and we agreed, the gods must be put away, Ban el-Shekel, the magicians must find their way them. The new rules kept the house of life intact for another 2,000 years. At the time, it was the right choice. And now? I asked. Iskandar's glow dimmed. Your mother foresaw a great imbalance. She foresaw the day very soon when Mazat would be destroyed, and chaos would reclaim all of creation. She insisted that only the gods and the house together could prevail. The old way, the path of the gods, would have to be re-established. I was an old man. I knew in my heart she was right, but I refused to be. Your parents took it upon themselves to act. They sacrificed themselves trying to put things right. I was too to change. For that, I am truly sorry. As much as I tried, I found it hard to stay angry at the old turkey. It's a rare thing when an adult admits they are wrong to a child, especially a wise, 2,000-year-old adult. You rather have to cherish those moments. I forgive you, Iskandar, I said. Honestly. But Set is about to destroy North America with a giant red pyramid. What do I do about it? That, my dear, I can't answer. Your choice _____. He tilted his head back toward the lake, as if hearing a voice. Our time is at an end. I must do my job as gatekeeper, and decide whether or not to grant you access to the Lake of Fire. But I've got more questions. And I wish we had more time, Iskandar said. You have a strong spirit, Sadie Kane. Someday, you will make an excellent guardian. Thanks, I muttered. Can't wait to be poultry for where. I can only tell you this, your choice approaches. Don't let your feelings blind you to Ivy Hat is best, as I did. L% at choice? Best for whom? That's the key, isn't it? Your father, your family, the gods, the world. Ma'at and Isfet, order and chaos, are about to collide more violently than they have in eons. You and your brother will be instrumental in balancing those forces, or destroying everything. That, also, your mother foresaw. Hang on. What do you two until we meet again, Sadie? Perhaps someday, we will have a chance to talk further. But for now, pass through. My job is to assess your courage, and you have that in abundance. I wanted to argue that no, in fact, I didn't. I wanted Iskandar to stay and tell me exactly what my mother had foreseen in my future. But his spirit faded, leaving the deck quiet and still. Only then did I realize that no one else on had said a thing. I turned to face Carter. Leave everything to me, Et. He was staring into space, not even blinking. Kufi_A still clung to my legs, absolutely retrified. Base's face was frozen in mid-hiss_Earn, guys. I snapped my fingers, and they all unfroze. Bast hissed. Then she looked around and scowled. Wait, I thought I just I wondered how powerful a magician had to be to stop time, to freeze even a goddess. Someday, Iskandar was going to teach me that trick, dead or no. Yeah, I said I reckon there was a Ba_gone. Now the baboon statues began to rumble and grind as their arms lowered. The bronze sun disk in the middle of the river sank below the surface, clearing the way into the lake. The boat shot forward, straight into the flames and the boiling red waves. Through the shimmering heat, I could just make out an island in the middle of the lake. On it rose a glittering black temple that looked not at all friendly. The Hall of Judgment, 2 guessed. Bast nodded. Times like this, I'm glad I don't have a mortal soul. As we docked at the island, Buckleston Blade came down to say goodbye. I hope to see you again, Lord and Lady Kane, he hummed. Your room's Ival waiting. The Egyptian queen. Unless, of course, you see fit to release me from service. Behind his back, Bast shook her head adamantly. Earn, we'll keep you around, I told the captain. Thanks for everything. As you wish, the captain said. If Axes could frown, I am sure he would have stay sharp, Carter told him, and with Bast and Khufu, we walked down the gangplank. Instead of pulling away, the ship simply sank into the boiling lava and disappeared. I scowled at Carter. Stay sharp. I thought it was Fimney _ you're hopeless. We walked up the steps off Black Temple. A forest of stone pillars held up the ceiling. Every surface was carved with hieroglyphs and images, but there was no color, just black on black. Haze from the lake drifted through the temple, and despite reed torches that bummed on each pillar, it was impossible to see very far through the gloom. Stay alert, Bast warned, sniffing the air. He's close. Who? One asked. The dog, Bast said with disdain. There was a snarling noise, and a huge black shape leaped out of the mist. It tackled Bast, who rolled over and wailed in feline outrage, then raced off, leaving us alone with the beast. I suppose she had warned us that she wasn't Bra. The new animal was sleek and black, like the set animal we'd seen in Washington, D.C. But more obviously canine, graceful, and rather cute, actually a jackal, I realized, with a golden collar around its neck. Then it morphed into a young man, and my heart almost stopped. He was the boy from my dreams, quite literally the guy in black I'd seen twice before in my BA visions. In PER Son, If possible, Anubis was even more drop-dead gorgeous. I didn't catch the pun, but thank you, Kaner. God off dead, drop-dead gorgeous. Yes, hilarious. Now, may I continue? He had a pale complexion, tousled black hair, and rich brune eyes like melted chocolate. He was dressed in black jeans, combat boots, like mine, a ripped t-shirt, and a black leather jacket that suited him quite nicely. He was long and lean like a jackal. His ears, like a jackal's, stuck out a bit, which I found cute, and he wore a gold chain around his neck. Now, please understand, I am not boy crazy. I'm not. I'd spent most of the school 10 making fun of Liz and Emma, who were, and I was very glad they weren't with me just then, because they teased me to no end. The boy in black stood and blushed off his jacket. I'm not a dog, he grumbled. No, I agreed. Your underscore, no doubt I would have said delicious or something equally embarrassing, but Kaner saved me. You're Anubis, he asked. We've come for the feather of truth. Anubis frowned. He locked his very nice eyes with mine. You're not dead. No, I said. Though we're trying awfully hard. I don't deal with the living, he said firmly. Then he looked at Kofi _ A and Carter. How you trawl with a baboon. That shows good taste. I won't kill you until you've had a chance to explain. Did Bast bring you here? Actually, Carter said, Thoth sent us. Kaner started to tell him the story, but Clow broke in impatiently. Ak. Baboon Sarak must have been quite efficient, because Anubis as if he'd just gotten the whole tale. I see. He scowled at Kaner. So you re Horus. And you're. His finger drifted towards me. I stammered. Quite unlike me to be tongue-tied, I'll admit, but looking at Anubis, I felt as if I'd just gotten a large shot of Nan from the dentist. Carter looked at me as if I'd gone daft. TM, not Isis, I managed. I mean, Isis is milling inside, but I'm not her. She's Anubis tilted his head. And the two of you intend to challenge Set. That's the general idea, Carter agreed. Will you help? Anubis glowered. I remembered Thoth saying Anubis was only in a good RNCNXL once an eon or so. I had the feeling this was not one of those days. No, he said flatly. 1 foot 11 inches show you why. He turned into a jackal and sped back the way he'd come. Carter and I exchanged looks. Not knowing what else to do, we ran after Anubis, deeper into the gloom. In the center of the temple was a large circular chamber that seemed to be two places at once. On the one hand, it was a great hall with blazing braziers and an empty throne at the far end. The center of the was dominated by a set of scales of black iron T with ropes linked to 2 golden dishes, each big enough to hold a person, but the scales were broken. One of the golden dishes was bent into a V, as if something very heavy had jumped up and down on it. The other dish was hanging by a single rope. Curled at the base of the scales, fast asleep, was the oddest monster I'd seen yet. It had the head of crocodile with a lion's mane. The front half of its body was lion, but the back end was sleek, brown, and fat. A hippo, I decided. The ickle bit was, the animal was tiny. I mean, no larger than an average poodle, which I suppose made him a hippodoodle _ so that was the hall, at least one layer of it. But at the same time, I seemed to be standing in a ghostly graveyard, like a three-dimensional projection on the room. In some places, the marble floor gave way to patches of mud and moss-covered paving stones. Lines of above-ground tombs like miniature row houses radiated from the center of the chamber in a wheel-spokes pattern. Many of the tombs had cracked open. Some were bricked up, others ringed with iron fences. Around the edges of the black pillars shifted form, sometimes changing into ancient cypress trees. I felt as if I were stepping between two different worlds, and I couldn't tell which one was real. Kufa lured straight over to the broken scales and climbed to the top, Making himself right at home, he paid no attention to the Hippodoodle_. The jackal trotted to the steps of the throne and changed back into Anubis. "Welcome," he said, "to the last room you will ever see." Canor looked around in awe. The Hall of Judgment. He on the Hippodoodle and frowned. "Is that Amit the Devourer?" Anubis said. "Look upon him and tremble." Amit apparently heard his name in his sleep. He made a yipping sound and turned on his back. His lion and hippo legs twitched. I wondered if netherworld monsters dreamed of chasing rabbits. I always pictured him bigger, Carter admitted. Anubis gave Carter a harsh look. Amit only has to be big enough to eat the hearts of the wicked. Trust me, he does his job well. Did it well, anyway. Up on the scales, Kuhu gruntekel. He almost lost his balance on the central beam, and the dented saucer clanged against the W. High are the scales broken? I asked. Anubis frowned. Mazet is weakening. I've tried to fix them, but he spread his hands helplessly. I pointed to the ghostly rows of tombs. Is that why the graveyard is butting in? Canor looked at me strangely. What graveyard? The tombs, I said. The trees. L% are you talking about? He can't see them, Anubis said. But you, perceptive. What do you hear? At first I didn't know what he meant. All I heard was the blood rushing through my ears, and the distant lumble and crackle of the lake of fire. And Khufu scratching himself and grunting, but that was nothing new. Then I closed my eyes, and I heard another distant sound, music that triggered my earliest MEM orals, my father smiling as he danced me round our house in Los Angeles. Jazz, I said. I opened my eyes, and the Hall of Judgment was gone. Or not gone, but faded. I could still see the broken scales and the empty throne. But no black columns, no roar of fire. Even Canor, Khufu_A, and Amit had disappeared. The cemetery was very real. Cracked paving stones wobbled under my feet. The humid night air smelled of spices and fish stew and old mildewed places. I might have back in England, a churchyard in some corner of London, perhaps, but the writing on the graves was in French, and the air was much mild for an English winter. The trees hung low and lush, covered with Spanish moss. And there was music. Just outside the cemetery's fence, a jazz band paraded down the street in somber black suits and brightly colored party hats. Saxophonists bobbed up and down. Comets and clarinets veiled. Drummers grinned and swayed, their sticks flashing. And behind them, carrying flowers and torches, a crowd of revelers in aerial clothes danced round an old-fashioned black hearse as it drove along. L% are we? I said, marveling. Anubis jumped from the top of a tomb and landed next to me. He breathed in the graveyard air, and his features relaxed. I found myself studying his mouth, the curve of his lower lip. New Orleans, he said. Sorry. The drowned city, he said. In the French Quarter, on the west side of the river, the shore of the dead. I love it here. That's why the Hall of Judgment often connects to this part of the mortal. The jazz procession made its way down the street, drawing more onlookers into the party. L% are they celebrating? Anubis said. They've just put the deceased in his tomb. Now they're cutting the loose. The mourners celebrate the dead one's life with song and dance as they escort the empty hearse away from the cemetery. Very Egyptian, this ritual. How do you know so much? TM the god of funerals. I know every death custom in the world, how to die properly, how to prepare the body and soul for the afterlife. I for death. You must be fun at parties, I said. Why have you brought me here? To talk. He spread his hands, and the nearest tomb rumbled. A long white ribbon shot out of a crack in the wall. The ribbon just kept coming, weaving itself into some kind of shape next to Anubis, and my first thought was, my God, he's got a magic roll of toilet paper. Then I realized it was cloth, a length of white linen wrappings. Mummy wrappings. The cloth twisted itself into the form of a bench, and Anubis sat down. I don't like Horus. He gestured for me to join him. He's loud and arrogant and thinks he's better than me _ but Isis always treated me like a son. I crossed my arms. You're not my son. And I told you I'm not Isis. Anubis tilted his head. No. You don't act like a godling _ you remind me of your mother. That hit me like a bucket of cold ivater, and sadly, I knew exactly what that felt like. Thanks to Zia, you've met my mother. Anubis blinked, as if realizing he'd done something wrong _ I know all the dead, but each spirit's path is secret. I should not have spoken. You can't just say something like that and then clam up. Is she in the Egyptian afterlife? Did she pass your little hall of judgment? Anubis glanced uneasily at the golden scales, which shimmered like a mirage in the graveyard. It is not my hall. I merely oversee it until Lord Osiris returns. I'm sorry if I'll upset you, but I can't say anything more. I don't know why I said anything at all. It's just _ your soul has a similar glow. A strong glow. How flattering, I grumbled. My soul glows. Sorry, he said again. Please, sit. I had no interest in letting the matter drop, or sitting with him on a bunch of mummy wrappings, but my direct approach to information gathering didn't seem to be working. I plopped down on the bench and tried to look as annoyed as possible. So? I gave him a sulky glare. What's that form, then? Are you a godling? He frowoned and put his hand to his chest. You mean, am I inhabiting a human? No, I can inhabit any graveyard, any place of death or mourning. This is my natural appearance _ Pan of me had hoped there was an actual boy sitting next to me, someone who just happened to be hosting a god. But I should have knew, and that was GoKX1 to be true. I felt disappointed. Then I felt angry with myself for feeling disappointed. It's not like there was any potential, Sadie, I chided myself. He's the bloody god of funerals. He's like 5,000 years old. So, I said, if you can't tell me anything Yusuf'tl, at least help me. We need a feather of TMTH _ he shook his head. You don't know what you're asking. The feather of truth is too dangerous. Giving it to a mortal would be against the rules of Osiris, but Osiris isn't here. I pointed at the empty throne. That's his seat, isn't it? Do you see Osiris? Anubis eyed the throne. He ran his fingers along his gold chain as if it were getting tighter. It's true that I've waited here for ages, keeping my station. I was not imprisoned like the rest. I don't know why. _ but I did the best I could. When I heard the 5 had been released, I hoped Lord Osiris would return, but... He shook his head dejectedly. Why would he neglect his duties? Probably because he's trapped inside my dad. Anubis stared at me. The baboon did not explain this. Well, I can't explain as well as a baboon. But basically my dad wanted to release some gods for reasons I don't quite, maybe he thought, I-11 just pop down to the British Museum and blow up the Rosetta Stone. And he released Osiris, but he also got Set and the rest of that lot. So Set imprisoned your father while he was hosting Osiris, Anubis said, which means Osiris has also been trapped by my 2. He stopped himself. By Set. Interesting, I thought you understand, then, I said. You've got to help us. Anubis hesitated, then shook his head. I can't. I'll get in trouble. I just stared at him and laughed. I couldn't help it, he sounded so ridiculous. You'll get in trouble? How old are you? 16. You're a god. It was hard to tell in the dark, but I could. He blushed. You don't understand. The feather cannot abide the smallest lie. If I gave it to you, and you spoke a single untruth while you carried it, or acted in a way that was not TMTHFTL, you would burn to ashes. You're assuming I'm a liar. He blinked. No, I simply too. You've never told a lie. What were you about to say just now about Set? He's your father, I'm guessing. Is that it? Anubis closed his mouth, then C-sharp netted Agime. He looked as if he wanted to get angry but couldn't quite remember. How are you always this infuriating? Usually more, I admitted. Why hasn't your family married you off to someone far, far away? He asked as if it were an honest question, and now it was my turn to flabbergasted. Excuse me, Death Boy. But I'm 12. Well, almost 13, and a very mature almost 13, but that's not the point. We don't marry off girls in my family, and you may know everything about Airals, but apparently you aren't very up to speed on courtship rituals. Anubis looked mystified. Apparently not. Right? Wait, what were we talking about? Oh, thought you could distract me, I remember. Set's your father, yes. Tell the TMTH_. Anubis gazed across the graveyard. The sound of the jazz funeral was fading into the streets of the French Quarter. Yes, he said, at least, that's what the legends say. I've never met him. My mother, Nephthys, gave me to Osiris when I was a child. You away. She said she didn't want me to know my father. But in truth, I'm not sure she knew what to do with me. I wasn't like my cousin Horus. I wasn't a warrior. I was a different child. He sounded so bitter, I didn't know what to say. I mean, I'd asked for the truth, but usually you don't actually get it, especially from guys. I also knew something about being the different child and feeling like my parents had given me away. Maybe your mom was trying to protect you, I said. Your dad Lord of Evil, and all. Maybe, he said half-heartedly. Osiris took me under his wing. He made me the Lord of Funerals, the Kirar of the Ways of Death. It's a good job, but you asked how old I am. The TMTH is I don't know. Years don't pass in the land of Diakel. I still feel quite young, but the world has gotten old around me. And Osiris has been gone, so the only family I had. Looking at Anubis in the dim light of the graveyard, I saw a lonely teenage guy. I tried to remind myself that he was a god, thousands of years old, probably able to control vast powers well beyond magic toilet paper, but I still felt sorry for him. Help us rescue my dad, I said. We'll send Set back to the Duat and Osiris will be free. We'll all be happy. Anubis shook his head again. I told you to. Your scales are broken, I noticed. That's because Osiris isn't here, I'm guessing. What happens to all the souls that come for judgment? I knew I'd hit a nerve. Anubis shifted uncomfortably on the bench. It increases chaos. The souls become conozed. Some cannot go to the afterlife. Some manage, but they must find other ways. I try to help, but the Hall of Judgment is also called the Hall of Ma'at. It is meant to be the center of order, a stable foundation. Without Osiris, it is falling into disrepair, crumbling. Then what are you waiting for? Give us the feather unless you're afraid your dad will ground. His eyes flashed with temptation. For a moment I thought he was planning my emerald, but he simply sighed in exasperation. I do a ceremony called the opening of the mouth. It lets the soul of the dead person come. For you, Sadie Kane, I would invent a new ceremony. The closing of the mouth. Are you going to give me the feather or not? He opened his hand. There was a burst of light, and a glowing feather floated above his palm, a snowy plume like a writing quill. For Osiris's sake, but I will insist on several conditions. First, only you may handle it well, of course. You don't think I'd let Carter also? You must listen to my mother, Nephthys. Khufu told me you were looking for her. If you manage to find her, listen to her. Easy, I said, though the request did leave me strangely uncomfortable. Ivhyuld Anubis ask something like that? And before you go, Anubis continued, you must answer 3 questions for me as you hold the feather off, to prove that you are honest. My mouth suddenly felt dry. Sort of questions. Any that I want. And remember, the slightest lie will destroy you. Give me the bloody feather. As he handed it to me, the feather stopped glowing, but it felt warmer and heavier than a feather should. It's the tail feather from a Bennu, Anubis explained, what you'd call a phoenix. It weighs exactly the same as a human soul. Are you ready? No, I said, which must have been truthful, as I didn't burn up. That count as one question. Anubis actually smiled, which was quite dazzling. I suppose it does. You bargain like a Phoenician sea trader, Sadie Kane. Second question, then, would you give your life for your brother? Yes, I said immediately. I know it surprised me too. But holding the feather forced me to be TMTHFTL_. Obviously it didn't make me any wiser. Anubis apparently not surprised. Final question. If it means saving the world, are you prepared to lose your father? That's not a fair question. Answer it honestly. How could I answer something like that? It wasn't a simple yes/no. Of course I knew the right answer. The heroine is supposed to refuse to sacrifice her father. Then she boldly goes off and saves her dad and the world, right? But what if it really was one or the other? The whole world was an awfully large place. Gran and Gramps, Kaner, Uncle Amos, Bast, Kulas and Emma, everyone I ever knew. What would my dad say if I chose him instead? There really was no other way, I said, no other way at all. Oh, come off, it's a ridiculous question. The feather to glow. All right, I relented. If I had to, then I suppose I'd save the world. Horrible guilt shed down on me. 4/hat kind of daughter was I? I clutched the Tayat amulet on my necklace, my one remembrance of dad. I know some of you lot I will be thinking, you hardly ever saw your dad. You barely knew him. Why would you care so much? But that didn't make him any less my dad, did it? Or the thought of losing him were any less horrible. And the thought of failing him, of willingly choosing to let him die even to save the world. What sort of a will person was I? I could barely meet Anubis's eyes, but when I did, his expression softened. I believe you, Sadie. Oh, really? I'm holding the bloody feather of truth, and you believe me? Well, thanks. The truth is harsh, Anubis said. Spirits come to the Hall of Judgment all the time, and they cannot let go of their lies. They deny their faults, their true feelings, their mistakes, right up until AMMIT devours their souls for eternity. It takes strength and courage to admit the truth. Yeah, I feel so strong and courageous. Thanks. Anubis stood. I should leave you now. You're running out of time. In just over 24 hours, the sun will Lisa on Set's birthday, and I will complete his pyramid unless you stop him. Perhaps when next we meet you'll just as annoying. I guessed he fixed me with those warm brown eyes. Or perhaps you could bring me up to SRRED on modem courtship rituals. I sat there stunned until he gave me a glimpse of a smile, just enough to let me know he was teasing. Then he disappeared. Oh, very funny. I yelled. The scales and the throne vanished. The linen bench unraveled and dumped me in the middle of graveyard. Carter and Kuhu appeared next to me, but I just kept yelling at the spot where Anubis had, calling him some choice names. Going on? Kaner demanded. Where are we? He's horrible. I growled. Self-important, sarcastic, incredibly hot, insufferable ek. Quill complained. Yeah, Carter agreed. Did you get the feather or not? I held out my hand, and there it was, a glowing white plume floating above my fingers. I closed my fist and it disappeared again. OA, Carter said. But what about Anubis? How did you? Let's find Bast and get out of here, I interrupted. We've got work to do. And I marched out of the graveyard before he could ask me more questions, because I was in no mood to tell the TMTH_ the Red Pyramid. Carter, the Red Pyramid 29. Zia sets a rendezvous. Yeah, thanks a lot, Sadie. You get to tell the part about the land of the dead. I get to describe Interstate 10 through Texas. Long story short, it forever and was totally boring, unless your idea of fun is watching Coors graze. We left New Orleans 1 a.m. on December 28th, the day before Set planned to destroy the world. Bast had borrowed an RV of FEMA from Hurricane Katrina. At first Bast suggested taking a plane, but after I told her about my dream of magicians on the exploding flight, we agreed planes might not be a good idea. The Sky Goddess Nut had promised us safe air travel as far as Memphis, but I didn't want to press our luck the closer we got to Set. Set is not our only problem. Bast SAICL FIO Eurovision is correct, the magicians are closing in on us. And not just any magicians, Desjardins himself. And Zia, Sadie put in, just to annoy me. In the end, we decided it was safer to chive, even though it was slower. With luck, we'd make Phoenix just in time to challenge Set. As for the House of Life, all we could do was hope to avoid them while we did our job. Maybe once we dealt with Set, the magicians would decide we were maybe. I kept thinking Desjardins, wondering if he really could be a host for Set. A day ago, it had made perfect sense. Desjardins wanted to see MSH the Kane family. He'd hated our dad, and he hated us. He'd probably been waiting for decades, even centuries, for Iskandar to die, so he could become chief lector. Power, anger, arrogance, ambition, Desjardins had it all. If Set was looking for a soulmate, literally, he couldn't do much better. And if Set could start a war between the gods and Magikians by controlling the chief lector, the only winner would be the forces of chaos. Besides, Desjardins was an easy guy to hate. Someone you had sabotaged Amos's house and alerted Set that Amos was _, but the way Desjardins saved all those people on the plane, that just didn't seem like something the Lord of Evil would do. Bast and Kofi_L took turns driving while Sadie and I dozed off and on. I didn't know baboons could drive recreational vehicles, but Cloud did okay. When I woke up around dawn, he was navigating through early morning rush hour in Houston, baring his fangs and barking a lot, and none of the other drivers seemed to notice anything out of the ordinary. For breakfast, Sadie, Bast and I sat in the RV's kitchen while the cabinets banged open and the dishes clinked and miles of nothing went by outside. Bast had snagged us some snacks and drinks, and Friskies, of course, from a New Orleans all-night convenience store before we left, but nobody seemed very hungry. I could tell Bast was anxious. She'd already shredded most of RV's upholstery, and was now using the kitchen table as a scratching post. As for Sadie, she kept opening and closing her hand, Starm get the feather of truth, as if it were a phone she wished would ring. Ever since her disappearance in the Hall of Judgment, she'd been acting all distant and quiet. Not that I'm complaining, but it wasn't like her. L% had happened with Anubis. I asked her for the millionth time. She glared at me, ready to bite my head off. Then she apparently decided I wasn't worth the effort. She fixed her eyes on the glowing feather that hovered over her palm. We talked, she said carefully _ he asked me some questions. L% at kind of questions. Carter, don't ask. Please. Please. Okay, that really wasn't like Sadie. I looked at Bast, but she wasn't any help. She was slowly gouging the formica to bits with her claws. Wrong. I asked her. She kept her eyes on the table. In the land of the dead, I abandoned you. Again. Anubis startled you, I said. It's no big deal. Bast gave me the big yellow eyes, and I got the feeling I'd only made things worse. I made a promise to your father, Carter. In exchange for my freedom, he gave me a job even more important than fighting the serpent, protecting Sadie, and if it ever became necessary, protecting both of you _ Sadie flushed. Bast mean, thank you and all, but we're hardly more important than fighting _ you know, him. You don't understand, Bast said. The two of you are not just blood of the pharaohs. You're the most royal children to be born in centuries. You're the only chance we have of reconciling the gods and the house of life, of relearning the old ways. It's too late. If I could learn the path of the gods, you could find others with royal blood and teach them. You could revitalize the house of life. What your parents did, everything they did, was to prepare the way for you. Sadie and I were silent. I mean, what do you say to something like that? I guessed always felt like my parents loved me, but willing to die for me. Believing it was necessary so Sadie and I could do some amazing world-saving stuff. I didn't ask for that. They didn't want to leave you alone, Bast said, reading my expression. They didn't plan on it, but they knew releasing the gods would be dangerous. Believe me, they understood how special you are. At first I was protecting you too because I promised. Now even if I hadn't promised, I would. You two are like kittens to me. I won't fail you again. I'll admit I got a lump in my throat. I'd never called someone's kitten. Sadie sniffled. She brushed something from under her eye. You're not going to wash us, are you? It was good to see Bast smile again. 1 foot 11 inches. Try to resist. And by the way, Sadie, I'm proud of you. Dealing with Anubis on your own, those death gods can be nasty customers. Sadie shrugged. She seemed strangely uncomfortable. Well, I wouldn't call him nasty. I mean, he looked hardly more than a teenager. %, are you talking about? I said he had the head of a jackal. No, when he tummed humam. Sadie. I was starting to get worried about her now. When Anubis turned human he still had the head of a jackal. He was huge and terrifying and, yeah, pretty nasty. Why, what did he look like to you? Her cheeks reddened. He a mortal guy. Probably a glamour, Bast said. No, Sadie insisted. It couldn't have been. Well, it's not important, I said. We got the feather. Sadie fidgeted, as if it was very important. But then she closed her fist, and the feather of truth disappeared. It won't do us any good without the secret name of Set. 2TM working on that. Bast's gaze shifted around the room. She seemed afraid of being overheard. Get a plan. But it's dangerous. I sat phone Vard. What is it? We'll have to make a stop. I'd rather not jinx us until we get closer, but it's on our way. Shouldn't cause much of a delay. I tried to calculate. This is the moment of the second demon day. Bast nodded. The day Horus was born. And Set's birthday is tomorrow, the third demon day. That means we HME about 24 hours until he destroys Nana Marasi, and if he gets his hands on us, Sadie added, he'll ramp up his power even more. It'll be enough time, Bast said. It's roughly 24 hours driving from New Orleans to Phoenix, and we've already been on the road over 5 hours. If we don't have any more nasty surparelses like the kind we have every day. Yes, Bast admitted. Like those. I took a shaky breath. 24 hours and it would be over, one way or the other. We'd save Dad and stop Set, or everything would be been for nothing. Not just what Sadie and I had done, but all our parents' sacrifices too. Suddenly I felt like I was underground again, in one of those tunnels in the first gnome, with a million tons of rock over my head. One little shift in the ground, and everything would come crashing down. Well, I said. If you need me, I'll outside, playing with sharp objects. I grabbed my sword and headed for the back of the RV. I'd never seen a mobile home with a before. The sign on the back door warned me not to use it while the vehicle was in motion, but I did anyway. It wasn't the best place to practice swordplay. It was too small, and 2 chairs up most of the space. The cold wind whipped around me, and every bump in the road threw me off balance. But it was the only place I could go to be alone. I needed to clear my thoughts. I practiced summoning my sword from the duat and putting it back. I could do it almost every time, as long as I kept my focus. Then I practiced some moves, blocks, jabs, and strikes until Horus couldn't resist offering his advice. Lift the blade higher, he coached. More of an arc, Carter, the blade is designed to hook an enemy's weapon. Shut up, I grumbled. Where were you when I needed help on the basketball court? But I tried holding the sword his way and found he was right. The highway wound through long stretches of empty scrubland. Once in a while we'd pass a ranch ERS truck or a family SUV, and the driver would get wide-eyed when he saw me, a black kid swinging a sword on the back of an RV. I'd just smile and Kufu's driving soon left them in the dust. After an hour of practice, my shirt was stuck to my chest with cold sweat. My breathing was heavy. I decided to sit and take a break. It approaches, Homs told me. His voice sounded more substantial, no longer in my head. I looked next to me and saw him shimmering in a golden aura, sitting back in the other deck chair in his leather armor with his sandaled feet up on the railing. His sword, a ghostly copy of my sword, was propped next to him. Approaching. I asked the fight with Set. That, of course, Horus said, but there is another challenge before that, Carter. Be prepared. Great. As if I didn't have enough challenges already. Hamza's silver and gold eyes glittered. When I was growing up, Set tried to kill me many times. My mother and I fled from place to place, hiding from him until I was old enough to face him. The Red Lord will send the same forces against you. The next will come at a river, I guessed, my last soul trip. Something bad is going to happen at a river. But what's the challenge? You must Horus's image to fade, and the god frowned. What's this? Someone is trying to a different force. He was replaced by the glowing image of Zia Rashid. Zia. I stood up, suddenly conscious of the fact that I was sweaty and gross and looked like I'd just been dragged through the land of the dead. Carter. Her image flickered. She was clutching her staff and wore a gray coat wrapped over her as if she were standing somewhere cold. Her short black hair danced around her face. Thank thought I found you. How did you get here? No time. Listem, we're coming after you. Dejarda, me, and 2 others. We don't know exactly where you are. Dejarda tracking spells are having trouble finding you, but he knows we're getting close. And he knows where you're going. Phoenix _ my mind staffed racing. So he finally believes Set is free? You're coming to help us? Zia shook her head. He's coming to stop you. Stop us? Zia, Set's to blow up the continent. My dad, my voice cracked. I hated how scared and powerless I sounded. My dad's in trouble. Zia reached out a shimmering hand, but it was just an image our fingers couldn't touch. Carter, I'm sorry. You have to see Dejarda, point of view. The House of Life has been trying to keep the gods locked up for centuries to prevent something like this from happening. Now that you've unleashed them too, it wasn't my idea. I know, but you're trying to fight Set with divine magic. Gods can't be controlled. You could end up doing even more damage if you let the House of Life handle this too. Set is too strong, I said. And I can control Homs. I can do this. Zia shook her head. It will get harder as you get closer to Set. You have no idea. And you do. Zia glanced nervously to her left. Her image tummed FTZZY, like a bad television signal. We don't have much time. Mel will be out of the restroom. You've got a magician named Mel. Just listen. Dejarda is splitting us into 2 teams. The plan is for us to cut you off on either side and intercept you. If my team reaches you first, I think I can keep Mel from attacking long enough for us all to talk. Then maybe we can figure out how to approach Dejarda, to convince him we have to cooperate. Don't take this the wrong way, but why should I TMST you? She pursed her lips, looking genuinely hurt. Part of me felt guilty, while part of me worried this was some kind of trick. Have something to tell you. Something that might help, but it has to be said in person. Tell me now. Thathasbeak. You are impossibly stubborn. Yeah, it's a gift. We eyes. Her image was fading, but I didn't want her to go. I wanted to talk longer. "If you won't trust me, I'll have to trust you," Zia said. "I will arrange to in Las Cruces, New Mexico, tonight. If I choose to meet me, perhaps we can convince Mel. Then together, we'll convince Desjardins. Will you come?" I wanted to promise, just to see her, but I imagined myself trying to convince Sadie or Bast that this was a good idea. "I don't know, Zia. Just think about it," she pleaded, "and Kaner, don't trust Amos. If you see him." Her eyes widened. "Mel's here," she whispered. Red_Zia slashed her staff in front of her, and her image vanished. The Red Pyramid. Carter. The Red Pyramid 30. Bast keeps a promise. Hours later, one woke up on the RV's couch with Bast shaking my arm. "We're here," she announced. I had no idea how long I'd been asleep. At some point, the flat landscape and complete had zonked me out, and I started having bad dreams about tiny magicians flying around in my hair, trying to shave me bald. Somewhere in there, I had a nightmare about Amos, but it was FTZZY_. I still didn't understand why Zia would mention him. I blinked the sleep out of my eyes and realized my head was in Khufu's lap. The baboon was foragging my scalp for munchies_dude. I sat up groggily. "Not, but he gave you a lovely hairdo," Sadie said. Ak. Khufu_L agreed. Bast opened the trailer. "Come on," she said. "We'll have to walk from here /hen." I got to the door. I almost had a heart attack. We were parked on a mountain road so narrow, the RV would have toppled over if I'd sneezed wrong. For a second, I was afraid we were already in Phoenix, because the landscape looked similar. The sun was just setting on the horizon. Rugged mountain ranges stretched out on either side, and the desert floor them seemed to go on forever. In a valley to our left lay a colorless city, hardly any trees or grass, just sand, gravel, and buildings. The city was much smaller than Phoenix, though, and a large river traced its southern edge, glinting red in the fading light. The river curved around the base of the mountains below us before snacking off to the north. "We're on the moon," Sadie murmured. "El Paso, Texas," Bast corrected. "And that's the Rio Grande." She took a big breath of the cool dry air. "A river civilization in the desert. Very much like Egypt, actually. Except for the fact that Mexico is next door. I think this is the best spot to summon Nephthys." "You really think she'll tell us Set's secret name?" Sadie asked. Bast considered. "Nephthys is unpredictable, but she has sided against her husband before. We can hope." That didn't sound very promising. I stared at the river. "Far? Why did you park us on the mountain? Why not closer?" Bast shrugged, as if this hadn't occurred to her. "Cats like to get as high up as possible. In case we have to pounce on something." "Great," I said. "So if we have to pounce, we're all set." "It's not so bad," Bast said. "We just climb our way down to the river through a few miles of sand, cacti, and rattlesnakes, looking out for the border patrol, human traffickers, magicians, and demons, and summon Nephthys_." Sadie whistled. "Well, I'm excited." "Ak," Khufu agreed miserably. He sniffed the air and snarled. "He smells trouble," Bast translated. "Something bad is about to happen." "Even I could smell that," I grumbled, and we followed Bast down the mountain. "Yes," Horace said. "I remember this place. It's El Paso," I told him. "Unless you went out for Mexican food, you've never been here." "I remember it well," he insisted. "The marsh, the desert." I stopped and looked around. Suddenly this place, about 50 yards in front of us, the river spread out into a swampy area, a web of slow-moving tributaries cutting a shallow depression through the desert. Marsh grass grew tall along the banks. There'd been some kind of surveillance, it's being an international border and all, but I couldn't spot any. I'd been here in BA form. I could picture a hut right there in the marsh, Isis and young Homs hiding from Set, and just where I'd sensed something dark moving under the water, waiting for me. I caught Base's arm when she was a few steps from the bank. Stay away from the water. She frowned. Carter, I'm a cat, I'm not going for a swim. But if you want to summon a river goddess, you really need to do it at the riverbank. She made it sound so logical that I felt stupid, but I couldn't help it. Something bad was about to happen. _4 / is it? I asked Holmes. What's the challenge? But my ride-along god was unnervingly silent, as if waiting. Sadie tossed a rock into the murky brown water. It sank with a loud kerplunk. Seems quite safe to me, she said, and trudged down to the banks. Kufa followed hesitantly. When he reached the water, he sniffed at it and snarled. See? I said. Even Kufi _LDKRSNT like it? It's probably ancestral memory, Bast said. The river was a dangerous place in Egypt. Snakes, hippos, all kinds of problems. Hipparchus _ don't take it lightly, Bast warned. Hippos can be deadly. Was that Ivy had attacked Horus? I asked. I mean in the old days, when Set was looking for him. Haven't heard that story, Bast said. Usually you hear that Set used scorpions first. Then later, Crirodals _ I said, and a chill went down my back. Is that it? I asked Holmes. But again he didn't answer. Bast, does the Rio Grande have crocodiles? I very much doubt it. She knelt by the water. Now, Sadie, if you'd do the honors. How? Just ask for Nephthys to appear. She was Isis's sister. If she's anywhere on this side of the Duat, she should hear your voice. Sadie looked doubtful, but she knelt next to Bast and touched the water. Her fingertips caused ripples that seemed much too large, rings of force emanating all the way across the river. Hello, Nephthys, she said. Anyone home? I heard a splash downriver, and turned to see a family of immigrants crossing midstream. I'd heard stories about how thousands of cross the border from Mexico illegally each year, looking for work and a better life, but it was startling to actually see them in front of me, a man and a woman hurrying along, carrying a little girl between them. They were dressed in ragged clothes and poorer than the poorest Egyptian peasants I'd ever seen. I stared at them for a few seconds, but they didn't appear to be any kind of supernatural threat. The man gave me a wary look and we seemed to come to a silent understanding. We both had enough problems without bothering each other. Meanwhile Bast and Sadie stayed on the water, watching the ripples spread out from Sadie's fingers. Bast tilted her head, listening intently. What's she saying? I can't make it out, Sadie whispered, very faint. You can actually hear something? I asked. SHHH, they both said at once. Caged _ Sadie said. No, what is that word in English? Sheltered, Bast suggested. She is sheltered far away. A sleeping host. What is that supposed to mean? I didn't know what they were talking about. I couldn't hear a thing. Kufa tugged at my hand and pointed down. River _ak_ the immigrant family had it seemed impossible they could cross the river so quickly. I scanned both banks, no sign of them, but the water was more turbulent where they'd been standing, as if someone had stirred it with a giant spoon. My throat tightened. Bast Carter, we can barely hear Nephthys, she said. Please. I gritted my teeth. Tyne. Quill and I are going to check something. SHH. Sadie said again. INKX1DED to Quill, and we started down the riverbank. Kufa hid behind my legs and growled at the river. I looked back, but Bast and Sadie seemed fine. They were still staring at the water as if it were some amazing internet video _ Finally we got to the place where I'd seen the family, but the water had calmed. Quao slapped the ground and did a handstand, which meant he was either break dancing or really nervous. L% at is it? I asked, my heart pounding. Ak, he complained. That was probably an entire lecture in baboon, but I had no idea what he was saying. Well, I don't see any other way, I said. If that family got pulled into the water or have to find them, I'm going in. Ack. He backed away from the water. Quill, those people had a little girl. If they need help, I can't just walk away. Stay here and watch my back. Kufa grunted and slapped his own face in protest as I stepped into the water. It was colder and swifter than I'd imagined. I concentrated, and summoned my sword and wand out of the duat. Maybe it was my imagination, but that seemed to make the river run even faster. I was midstream when Kufi_A barked urgently. He was jumping around on the riverbank, pointing frantically at a nearby clump of reeds. The family was huddled inside, trembling with fear, their eyes wide. My first thought, why are they hiding from me? I won't hurt you, I promised. They stared at me blankly, and I wished I could speak Spanish. Then the water chummed around me, and I realized they weren't scared of me. My next thought, man, I'm stupid. Hamzas yelled, jump. I sprang out of the water as if shot from a cannon 20, 30 feet into the air. No way I should have been able to do that, but it was a good thing, because a monster erupted from the river beneath me. At first all I saw were hundreds of teeth, a pink maw 3 times as big as me. Somehow I managed to flip and land on my feet in the shallows. I was facing a crocodile as long as our RV, and that was just the half sticking out of the Ivatar. Its gray-green skin was ridged with thick plates like a camouflage suit of armor, and its eyes were the color of moldy milk. The family screamed and staffed scrambling up the banks. That caught the Crixwanile's attention. He instinctively turned toward the louder, more interesting prey. I'd always thought of crocodiles as slow animals, but when it charged the immigrants, I'd never seen anything move so fast. Use the distraction, Hams urged. Get it and strike. Instead I yelled, Sadie, Bast, help, and I threw my wand. Bad throw. The wand hit the river right in front of Croc, then skippered off the water like a stone, smacked the Croc between the eyes, and shot back into my hand. I doubt I did any damage, but the Croc glanced over at me, annoyed. Or you can smack it with a stick, Horace muttered. I charged forward, yelling to keep the Cray's attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see the family scrambling to safety. Kufi_A ran along behind them, waving his arms and barking to herd them out of harm's way. I wasn't sure if they were running from the crew or the crazy monkey, but as long as they kept running, I didn't care. I couldn't see what was happening with Bast and Sadie. I heard shouting and splashing me, but before I could look, the crocodile lunged. I ducked to the left, slashing with my sword. The blade just bounced off the Croc's hide. The monster thrashed sideways, and its snout would bashed my head in, but I instinctively raised my wand and the Croc slammed into a wall of force, bouncing off as if I were protected by a giant invisible energy bubble. I tried to summon the Falcon Warrior, but it was too hard to concentrate with a 6-ton reptile trying to bite me in half. Then I heard Bast scream, no, and I knew immediately, without even looking, that something was wrong with Sadie. Desperation and rage turned my nerves to steel. I thrust out my Ivankle and the wall of energy surged outward, slamming into the so hard, it went flying through the air, tumbling out of the river and onto the Mexican shore. While it was on its back, flailing and off balance, I leaped, raising my sword, which was now glowing in my hands, and drove the blade into the monster's belly. I held on while the crocodile thrashed, slowly disintegrating from its snout to the tip of its tail, until I stood in the middle of a giant pile of wet sand. I turned and saw Bast battling a crocodile just as big as mine. The Crix lunged, and Bast dropped beneath it, raking her knives across its throat. The crew melted into the river until it was only a smoky cloud of sand, but the damage had been done. Sadie lay in a crumpled heap on the river. By the time I got there, Kufi_A and Bast were already at her side. Blood trickled from Sadie's scalp. Her face was a nasty shade of yellow. L% had happened? I asked. It came out of nowhere, Bast said miserably. Its tail hit Sadie and sent her flying. She never had a chance is she underscore. Kufa put his hand on Sadie's forehead and made popping noises with his mouth. Bast sighed with relief. Kufi underscore L says she'll live, but we have to get her out of here. Those crocodiles could mean. Her voice trailed off. In the middle of the river, the water was boiling. Rising from it was a figure so horrible, I knew we were could mean that, Bast said grimly. To start the guy was 20 feet tall, and I don't mean with a glowing avatar. He was all flesh and blood. His chest and arms were human, but he had light green skin, and his vest was wrapped in a green armored kilt-like reptile hide. He had the head of a crocodile, a massive mouth filled with white crooked teeth, and eyes that glistened with green mucus. Yeah, I know, real attractive. His black hair hung in plaits down to his shoulders, and bulbous hams curved from his head. If that wasn't weird enough, he appeared to be sweating at an unbelievable rate. Oily water poured off him in torrents and pooled in the river. He raised his staff a length of green as big as a telephone pole. Bast yelled, "Move," and pulled me back as the CRI-1E man smashed a 5-foot deep trench in the riverbank where I'd been standing. He bellowed, "Horus." The last thing I wanted to do was say, "Here." But Horus spoke urgently. My mind, face him down. Sobek only understands strength. Do not let him grasp you, or he will pull you down and drown. I swallowed my fear and yelled, "Sobek. You, weakling. How the heck are ya?" Sobek bared his teeth. Maybe it was his version of a friendly smile. Probably not. "That form does not serve you, falcon god," he said. I will snap you in half." Next to me, Bast slipped her knives from her sleeves. "Don't let him grasp you," she warned. "Already got the memo," I told her. I was conscious of Khufu off to my right, slowly lugging Sadie uphill. I had to keep this green guy distracted, at least until they were safe. Sobek, God-guessing CRI-rodals. "Leave us in peace or we'll destroy you." "Good," Horus said. "Destroy is good." Sobek roared with laughter. "Your sense of humor has improved, Horus. You and your kitty will destroy me." He tummed his mucus-filmed eyes on Bast. "What brings you to my realm, Cat GKX1 des? I thought you didn't like the Ivatar." On the last word, he aimed his staff and shot forth a torrent of green water. Bast was too quick. She jumped and came down. Sobek with her avatar Ollie formed a massive, glowing cat-headed warrior. "Traitor!" Bast yelled. Why do you side with chaos? Your duty is to the king." L% at king, roared. Ra is gone. Osiris is dead again, the weakling. And this boy child cannot restore the empire. There was a time I supported Horus, yes. But he has no strength in this form. He has no followers. Set offers power. Set offers fresh meat. I think I will start with godling flesh." He turned on me and swung his staff. I rolled away from his strike, but his free hand shot out and grabbed me around the waist. I wasn't quick enough. Bast tensed, preparing to launch herself at the enemy, but before she could, Sobek dropped his staff, me with both massive hands, and dragged me into the water. The next thing I knew I was drowning in the cold green murk. I couldn't see or breathe. I sank into the depths as Sobek's hands crushed the air out of my lungs. "Now or never," Hams said. "Let me take control." "No," I replied. "I'll die first." I found the thought strangely calming. If I was already dead, there was no point in being afraid. I might as well go down fighting. I focused my power and felt strength coursing through my body. I flexed my arms and felt Sobek's grip weaken. I summoned the avatar of the hawk Ivory and was instantly encased in a glowing golden form as large as Sobek. I could just see him in the dark water, his slimy eyes wide with surprise. I broke his grip and head-butted him, breaking off a few of his teeth. Then I shot out of the water and landed on the riverbank next to Bast, who was so startled, she almost slashed me. "Thank Ra," she exclaimed. "Yeah, I'm alive." "No, I almost jumped in after you. I hate the water. Then Sobek exploded out of the river, roaring in rage. Green blood oozed from one of his nostrils. You cannot defeat me. He held out his arms, which were raining perspiration. I am Lord of the water. My sweat creates the rivers of the world. I decided not to swim in rivers anymore. I glanced back, looking for Quill and Sadie, but they were nowhere in sight. Hopefully Quill had gotten Sadie to safety, or at least found a good place to hide. Sobek charged, and he brought the river with him. A massive wave smashed into me, toppling me to the ground, but Bast jumped and came down on Sobek's back in full avatar form. The weight hardly seemed to bother him. He tried to grab her. Any luck? She slashed repeatedly at his arms, back and neck, but his green skin seemed to heal as quickly as she could cut him. I struggled to my feet, which in avatar form is like trying to get up with a mattress strap rode to your chest. Sobek finally managed to grab Bast and throw her off. She tumbled to a stop without getting hurt, but her blue aura was flickering. She was losing power. We played tag team with the crocodile god, stabbing and slashing, but the more we wounded him, the more enraged and powerful he seemed to get. More minions, he shouted. Come to me. That couldn't be another round of giant crocs and we'd be dead. Don't we get minions? I complained to Horus, but he didn't answer. I could feel him struggling to channel his power through me, trying to keep up our combat magic. Sobek's fist smashed into Bast, and she went flying again. This time when she hit the ground, her avatar flickered off completely. I charged, trying to draw attention. Unfortunately, it worked. Sobek tummed and blasted me with water. While I was blind, he slapped me so hard I flew across the riverbank, tumbling through the reeds. My avatar collapsed. I sat up groggily and found Khufu and Sadie right next to me, Sadie still passed out and bleeding, Clow desperately murmuring in and stroking her forehead. Sobek stepped out of the water and grinned at me. Far downstream in the dim evening light, about a quarter of a mile away, I could see two wake lines in the coming toward us fast. Sobek's reinforcements from the river. Bast yelled, Carter, hurry. Get Sadie out of here. Her face went pale with strain, and her cat warrior avatar appeared around her one more time. It was weak, though barely substantial. Don't. I called. You'll die. I tried to summon the falcon warrior, but the effort made my insides burn with pain. I was out of power, and Horus's spirit was slumbering, completely srrnt_go. Bast yelled. And tell your father I kept my promise. She leaped at Sobek. The two grappled. Bast slashed murelessly across his face while Sobek howled in pain. The two gods toppled into the Ivatar, and down they went. I ran to the riverbank. The river bubbled and frothed. Then a green explosion lit the entire length of the Rio Grande, and a small black and gold creature shot out of the river as if it had been tossed. It landed on the grass at my feet, a wet, unconscious, half-dead cat. Bast. I picked up the cat gingerly. It wore Base's collar, but as I watched, the talisman of the goddess crumbled to dust. It wasn't Bast anymore, only Muffin. Tears stung my eyes. Sobek had been defeated, forced back to the Duat or something, but there were still two wake lines coming toward us in the river, close enough now that I could see the monster's green backs and beady eyes. I cradled the cat against my chest and tummed toward Khufu. Come on, we have to too. I froze, because standing right Khufu and my sister, glaring at me, was a different one that was pure white. We're dead, I thought. And then, white crocodile. It opened its mouth and lunged straight over me. I turned and saw it slam into the two other Cryodols, the giant green ones that had been about to kill me. Philip. I said in amazement, as the thrashed and fought. Yes, said a man's voice. I tummed again and saw the impossible. Uncle Amos was kneeling next to Sadie, frowning as he examined her head wound. He up at me urgently. Philip will keep Sobek's minions busy, but not for long. Follow me now, and we a slim chance of surviving. The Red Pyramid Sadie The Red Pyramid 31. I deliver a love note FM glad Carter told that last bit part 1 why because one was unconscious when it happened partly because I can't talk about what Bass did without going to places _a_ but more on that later. I woke feeling as if someone had overinflated my head. My eyes weren't seeing the same things. Out my left, I saw a bums out my right, my long lost Uncle Amos. Naturally, I decided to FO cause on the right he laid a cool cloth on my forehead. Rest, child. You had quite a concussion. That at least I could believe as my eyes began to focus. I saw we were outside under a starry night sky. I was lying on a blanket on what felt like soft sand. Cuffed next to me, his colorful side a bit too close to my face. He was stirring over a small fire, and whatever he was cooking smelled like bum tar. Kaner sat nearby at the top of a sand dune, looking despondent and holding _ was that muffin in his lap. Amos appeared much as he had when we last saw him, ages ago. He wore his blue suit with matching coat and fedora. His long hair was neatly braided, and his round glasses glinted in the sun. He fresh and rested, not like someone who'd been the prisoner of Set. How did you get away from Set? His expression darkened. I was a fool to go looking for him, Sadie. I had no idea how powerful his spirit is tied to the Red Pyramid. Have a human host. Amos shook his head. He doesn't need one as long as he has the pyramid. As it gets closer to completion, he gets stronger and stronger. I sneaked into his lair under the mountain and walked right into a trap. I'm ashamed to say he TK'd me without a fight. He gestured at his suit, showing off how perfectly fine he was not a scratch. Just bam. I was frozen like a statue. Set me outside his pyramid like a trophy and let his demons laugh and none came me as they passed by. Did you see Dad? I asked. His shoulders slumped. I heard the demons talking. The coffin is inside the pyramid. They're planning to use Osiris's power to augment the Stamel _ when Set unleashes it at Sunfis, and it will be quite an explosion. Osiris and your father will obliterated. Osiris will be exiled so deep into the Duat he may never rise again. My head began to throb. I couldn't believe we had so little time, and if Amos couldn't save Dad, how could Kaner and I? But you got away, I said, grasping for any good news. So there must weaknesses in his defenses or two. The magic that froze me eventually began to weaken. I concentrated my energy and worked my way out of the binding. It took many hours, but finally I broke free. I sneaked out at midday, when the demons were sleeping. It was much easy. It doesn't sound easy, I said. Amos shook his head, obviously troubled. Set allowed me to escape. I don't know why, but I shouldn't be alive. It's a trick of some sort. I'm afraid. Whatever he was going to say, he changed his mind. At any rate, my first thought was to find you, so I summoned my boat. He gestured behind him. I managed to lift my head and saw we were in a strange desert of white dunes that stretched as far as I could see in the starlight. The sand under my fingers was so fine and white, it might have been sugar. Amos's boat, the same one that had carried us from the Thames to Brooklyn, was at the top of a nearby dune, canted at a precarious angle as if it had been thrown there. There's a supply aboard, Amos offered, if do like fresh clothes? But Ivy, here are we. White Sands, Carter told me. In New Mexico. It's a government range for testing missiles. Amos said no one would for us here, so we gave you some time to heal. It's about 7 m the evening, still the 28th. 12 hours or so until no. But. Too many questions swam round in my mind. The last thing I remembered, I'd been at the river talking to Nephthys. Her voice had seemed to come from the other side of the world. She, spoken faintly through the current, so hard to understand, yet quite insistent. She told me she was sheltered far away in a sleeping host, which I couldn't make sense of. She said she could not appear in person, but that she would send a message. Then the water had stalled to boil. We were attacked. Carter stroked Muffin's head, and I finally noticed that the amulet, Bast's amulet, was missing. "Sadie, I've got some bad news." He told me what had happened, and I closed my eyes. I started to weep. Embarrassing, yes, but I couldn't help it. Over the last few days, I'd lost everything: my home, my ordinary life, my father. I'd been almost killed half a dozen times. My mother's death, which I'd never gotten over to begin with, hung like a reopened wound. And now Bast was gone. / Anubis had questioned me in the underworld. He wanted to know what I would sacrifice to save the world. _4 / haven't I sacrificed already? I wanted to scream. What have I got left? Kaner came over and gave me Muffin, who purred in my arms, but it wasn't the same. It wasn't Bast. She'll come back, won't she? I looked at Amos imploringly. I mean, she's immortal, isn't she? Amos tugged at the rim of his hat. Just don't know. It seems she sacrificed herself to defeat Sobek. Bast forced him back to the duet at the expense of her own life force. She even spared Muffin, her host, probably the last shred of her power. If that's true, it would be very difficult for Bast to come back. Perhaps someday, in a few hundred years. No, not a few hundred years. I can't. My voice broke. Kaner put his hand on my shoulder, and I knew we couldn't lose anyone else. We just couldn't. Rest now, too, Amos said. We can spare another hour, but then we'll to get moving. Khufu offered me a bowl of his concoction, the chunky liquid-like soup that had died long ago. I glanced at Amos, hoping he'd give me a pass, but he nodded encouragingly. Just my luck. On top of everything else, I had to take baboon medicine. I sipped the brew, which tasted almost as bad as it smelled, and immediately my eyelids felt heavy. I closed my eyes and slept. And just when I thought I had this soul leaving the body business sorted, my soul decided to break the rules. Well, it is my soul after all, so I suppose that makes sense. As my BA left my body, it kept its human form, which was better than the winged poultry, but it kept growing and growing until I towered above White Sands. I'd been told many times that I have a lot of spirit, usually not as a compliment, but this was absurd. My BA was as tall as the Washington Monument to the south. Past miles and miles of decent steam rose from the Rio Grande, the battle site where Bast and Sobek had perished. Even as tall as I was, I shouldn't have been able to see all the way to Texas, especially at night, but somehow I calc-el to the non, even farther away, I saw a distant red glow and I knew it was the aura of Set. His power was growing as his pyramid neared completion. I looked down. Next to my foot was a tiny cluster of SRRCKSR camp. Miniature Carter, Amos, and Quill sat talking round the cooking fire. Amos's boat was no larger than my little toe. My own sleeping foamy lay curled in a blanket, so small I could have shed myself with one misstep. I was enormous, and the world was small. That's how God see things, a voice told me. I looked around but saw nothing, just the vast expanse of rolling white dunes. Then, in front of me, the dunes shifted. I thought it was the wind, until an entire dune rolled sideways like a wave. Another mode, and another. I realized I was looking at a human phone, an enormous man lying in the fetal position. He got up, shaking white sand everywhere. I knelt down and cupped my hands over my companions to keep them from getting buried. Oddly, they didn't seem to notice, as if the disruption were no more than a sprinkle of rain. The man rose to his full height, at least a head taller than my own giant form. His body was made of sand that contained off his arms and chest like waterfalls of sugar. The sand shifted across his face until he formed a vague symbol. Sadie Kane, he said. Been waiting for Geb. Don't ask me how, but I knew instantly that this was the god of the earth. Maybe the sand body was a giveaway. I have something for you. It didn't make sense that my BA would have the envelope, but I reached into my shimmering ghostly and pulled out the note from Nut. "Your wife misses you," I said. Geb took the note gingerly. He held it to his face and seemed to sniff it. Then he opened the envelope. Instead of a letter, fireworks burst out. A new constellation blazed in the night sky above us, the face of Nuts formed by 1,000 stars. The wind rose quickly and ripped the image apart, but Geb sighed contentedly. He closed the envelope and tucked it inside his sandy chest as if there were a right where his heart should. "I owe you thanks, Sadie Kane," Geb said. "It has been many millennia since I saw the face of my beloved. Ask me a favor that the earth can grant, and it shall be yours." "Save my father," I said immediately. Geb's face rippled surprise. What a loyal daughter. Isis could learn a thing from you." "Alas, I cannot. Your father's path is twined that of Osiris, and matters between the GKXLS cannot be solved by the earth." "Then I don't suppose you could collapse Set's mountain and destroy his pyramid?" I asked. Geb's laughter was like the world's largest sand shaker. "I cannot intervene so directly between my children. Set is my son too." I almost stammered my foot in frustration. Then I remembered I was giant and might smash the whole camp. Could a BA do that? Better not to find out. "Well, you aren't very useful, then." Geb shrugged, sloughing off a few tons of sand from his shoulders. "Perhaps some advice to help you achieve what you desire. Go to the place of the crosses." "And where is that?" "Close," he promised. "And, Sadie Kane, you are right. You have lost too much. Your family has suffered. I know what that is like. Just a parent would do anything to save his children. I gave up my happiness, my wife on the curse of Ra so that my children could." He looked up at the sky. "Whistle 11Y, and while I miss my beloved more each millennium, I know neither of us would change our choles. I have 5 children whom I love." "Even Set?" I asked incredulously. "He's about to destroy millions of people." "Set is more than he appears," Geb said. "He is our flesh and blood. Not mine." "No." Geb shifted, lowering himself. I thought he was crouching, until I realized he was melting into the dunes. "Think on it, Sadie Kane, and proceed with care. Danger awaits you at the place of crosses, but you will also find what you need most. Could you a little more vague?" I grumbled, but Geb was gone, leaving only a taller than nonmal dune in the sands, and my BA sank back into my body. "The Red Pyramid, Sadie, the Red Pyramid 32. The place of crosses." One woke with Muffin snuggled on my head, purring and chewing my hair. For a moment, one thought I was home. I used to wake with Muffin on my head all the time. Then I remembered I had no home, and Bast was gone. My eyes started tearing up again. "No, Isis's .73," I chided. "We must stay focused." For once, the goddess was right. I sat up and blushed the white sand off my face. Muffin meowed in protest, then waddled 2 steps and decided she could settle for my warm place on the blanket. "Good, you re-up," Amos said. "We were about to wake you." It was still dark. Carter stood on the deck of the pulling on a new linen coat from Amos's supply locker. Cuff loped over to me and made a purring sound at the cat. To my surprise, Muffin leaped into his arms. "Ask Clow to take the cat back to Brooklyn," Amos said. "This is no place for her." Kufa grunted, clearly unhappy with his assignment. "I know, my old friend," Amos said. His voice had a hard edge. He seemed to be asserting himself as the alpha baboon. "It is for the Ak," Kufa said, not meeting Amos's eyes. Unease crept over me. I remembered Ivy had Amos said, that his release might have been a trick of Set's. And Kano's vision, Set was hoping that Amos would lead us to the mountain so we could captured. What if Set was influencing Amos somehow? I didn't like the idea of sending Kufu away. On the other hand, I didn't see much choice but to accept Amos's help. And seemed Kufu there, holding Muffin, I couldn't bear the idea of putting either of them in danger. Maybe Amos had a can he trial safely? I asked. Out here all by himself? Oh, yes, Amos promised. Khufu and all baboons have their own brand of magic. He'll be fine. And just in case. He brought out a wax figurine of a crocodile _ this will help if the need arises. I coughed. A crocodile? After what we just it's Philip of Macedonia, Amos explained. Philip is wax. Of course, Amos said. Real crocodiles are much too difficult to keep. And I did tell you he's mag C_. Amos tossed the figurine to Khufu, who sniffed it, then stuffed it into a pouch with his cooking supplies. Klau gave me one last nervous look, glanced fearfully at Amos, then ambled over the dune with his bag in one arm and muffin in the other. I didn't see how they would survive out here, magic or no. I waited for Khufu to appear on the crest of the next dune, but he never did. He simply vanished. Now, then, Amos said. From what Kaner has told me, Set means to unleash his destruction tomorrow at sunrise. That gives us very little time. What Kaner and would not explain is how you plan to destroy Set. I glanced at Kaner and saw warning in his eyes. I understood immediately, and felt a flush of gratitude. Perhaps the boy wasn't completely thick. He shared my concerns about Amos. It's best we keep that to ourselves, I told Amos flatly. You said so yourself. Ill had if Set attached a magic listening device to you or something. Amos's jaw tightened. You're right, he said grudgingly. I can't trust myself. It's Fustrat MG. He sounded truly anguished, which made me feel guilty. I was tempted to change my mind and tell him our plan, but one look at Carter and I kept my resolve. We should head to, I said. Perhaps along the way. I slipped my hand into my pocket_nuts. Letter was gone. I wanted to tell Kaner about my talk with the Earth God, Geb, but I didn't know if it was safe in front of Amos. Kaner and I had a team for so many days now. I realized that I resented Amos's presence a little. I didn't want to confide in anyone else. God, I can't believe I just said that. Kaner spoke up. We should stop in Las Campsas _ I'm not sure Yuho was more surprised, Amos or me. That's near here, too, Amos said slowly. But. He picked up a handle of sand, murmured a spell, and threw the sand into the air. Instead of scattering, the grains floated and formed a wavering arrow, pointing southwest toward a line of rugged mountains that made a dark silhouette against the horizon. As I thought, too, Amos said, and the sand fell to the earth. Las Cruces is out of our way by 40 miles over those mountains. Phoenix is northwest 40 miles. Isn't so bad, I said. Las Cruces. The name seemed strangely familiar to me, but couldn't decide why. Carter, why there? I just ___. He looked so uncomfortable. I knew it must have something to do with Zia. I had a vision of loveliness. I ventured. He looked like he was trying to swallow a golf ball, which confirmed my suspicions. I just think we should go there, he said. We might find something important. Too risky, Amos said. I can't allow it at the House of Life on your trail. We should stay in the wilderness, away from cities. Then suddenly, click. My brain had one of those amazing moments when it actually works. Correct. No, Kaner's right, too said. We have to go there. It was my brother's tum to surprised. I am. We do. Yes. I the plunge and told them about my talk with Geb _ Amos brushed some sand off his jacket. That's interesting, Sadie. But I don't see how Las Cruces comes into play because it's Spanish, isn't it? I said. Las Campsas _ the crosses. Just as Geb told me. Amos hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Get in the boat. A bit short on water for a boat ride, aren't we? I asked. But I followed him on board. Amos off his coat and uttered a magic word. Instantly, the coat came to life, drifted to the stem and grasped the tiller. Amos smiled at me, and some of that old twinkle came back into his eyes. Who needs water? The boat shuddered and lifted into the sky. If Amos ever got tired of being a magician, he could have gotten a job as a sky boat tour operator. The vista coming over the mountains was quite stunning at first. The Deccan had seemed barren and ugly to me compared to the lush greens of England, but I was starting to appreciate that the desert had its own stark beauty, especially at night. The mountains rose like dark islands in a sea of lights. I'd never seen so many stars above us, and the dry wind smelled of sage and pine. Las Cruces spread out in the valley below, a glowing patchwork of streets and neighborhoods. As we got closer, I saw that most of the town was nothing very remarkable. It might have been Manchester or Swindon or any place, really, but Amos aimed our ship toward the south of the city, to an area that was obviously much older with adobe buildings and tree-lined streets. As we descended, I to get nervous. "Won't they notice us in a flying boat?" I asked Elmine. "I know magic is hard to see, but this is New Mexico." Amos said, "They see IJTOs here all the time." And with that, we landed on the of a small church. It was like dropping back in time, or onto a Wild West film set. The town square was lined with stucco buildings like an Indian pueblo. The streets were brightly lit and crowded. It looked like a festival, with stall vendors selling strings of red peppers, Indian blankets, and other curios. An old stagecoach was parked next to a clump of cacti. In the plaza's bandstand, men with large guitars and loud voices played mariachi music. "This is the historic area," Amos said. "I believe they call it Mesilla. Have a lot of Egyptian stuff here, do they?" I asked dubiously. "Oh, the ancient cultures of Mexico have a lot in common with Egypt," Amos said, retrieving his coat from the tiller. "But that's a talk for another day." "Thank God," I muttered. Then I sniffed the air and smelled something strange but wonderful, like baking bread and melting butter, only spicier. Yumi. It didn't take long, walking the plaza, to discover handmade tortillas. They were good. I suppose London has Mexican restaurants. We've got everything else. But I'd never been to one, and I doubt the tortillas would have tasted this heavenly. A large woman in a white dress rolled out balls of dough in her flour-caked hands, flattened and baked the tortillas on a hot skillet, and handed them to us on paper napkins. They didn't need butter or jam or anything. They were so delicate, they just melted in my mouth. I made Amos pay for about a dozen, just for me. Kaner was enjoying himself until he tried the red chili tamales at another booth. I thought his face would explode. "Hot," he announced. "Drink." "Eat more tortilla," Amos advised, trying not to laugh. "Bread cuts the heat better than water." I tried the tamales myself and found they were excellent, not nearly as hot as a good curry, so Kaner was just being a wimp as usual. Soon we'd eaten our fill and began wandering the streets, looking for well, I wasn't sure, exactly. Time was wasting. The sun was going do TL, and I knew this you'll be the last night for all of us unless we stoppered set, but I had no idea why Geb had sent me here. "You will also find what you need most." Did that mean? I scanned the crowds and caught a glimpse of a tall young guy with dark hair. A thrill went up my spine. Anubis? What if he was following me, making sure I was safe? If he was what I needed most? Wonderful thought, except it wasn't Anubis. I scolded myself for thinking I could HME luck that go CL. Besides, Kaner had seen Anubis as a jackal-headed monster. Perhaps Anubis's appearance with me was just a trick to befuddle my brain, a trick that worked quite well. I was daydreaming about that, and about whether or not they had tortillas in the land off dead, when I ilked eyes with a girl across the plaza. "Carter." I grabbed his arm and nodded in the direction of Zia Rashid. "Someone's here to see you." Zia was ready for battle in her black linen clothes, staff, and wand in hand. Her dark choppy hair was blown to one side like she'd flown here on a strong wind. Her ember eyes about as friendly as a jaguar's. Behind her was a vendor's table FFLL of tourist souvenirs, and a poster that read, New Mexico _Land of Enchantment. I doubted the vendor knew just how much enchantment was standing right in front of his merchandise. You came, Zia said, which seemed a bit on the obvious side. Was it my imagination, or was she looking at Amos with apprehension, even fear? Yeah, Carter said nervously. You, remember Sadie, and this is Amos, Zia said uneasily. Amos bowed. Zia Rashid, it's been several years. I see Iskandar sent his best. Zia looked as if he'd smacked her in the face, and I realized Amos hadn't heard the news. Amos, I said. Iskandar is dead. He stared at us in disbelief as we told him the story. I see, he said at last. Then the new chief lector is Desjardins, I said. Bad news. Zia frowned. Instead of addressing Amos, she tummed to me. Do not dismiss Desjardins. He's you'll need his help, our help to challenge Set. Has it ever occurred to you, I said, that Desjardins might be helping Set? Zia glared at me. Never. Others might, but not Desjardins. Clearly she meant Amos. I suppose that should have made me even more suspicious of him, but instead I got angry. You're blind, I told Zia. Desjardins' first order as chief lector was to have us killed. He's trying to stop us, even though he knows Set is about to destroy the continent. And Desjardins was there that night at the Bleedish Museum. If Set needed a body, the top of Zia's staff burst into flame. Kaner quickly moved between us. Of you, just calm down. We're here to talk. I aren't talking, Zia said. You need the House of Life on your side. You have to convince Desjardins you're not a threat. By surrendering. I asked. No, thank you. I'd rather not. Tummed into a bug and squashed. Amos cleared his throat. I'm afraid Sadie is right. Unless Desjardins has changed since I last saw him, he is not a man who I will listen to reason. Zia fumed. Carter, could we speak private? He shifted from foot to foot. Zia, I agree we need to work together. But if you're going to try to convince me to surrender to the house too, there's something I must tell you, she insisted. Something you need to know. The way she said that made the hairs stand up on the back of my neck. Could this be what Geb meant? Was it possible that Zia held the key to defeating Set? Suddenly Amos tensed. He pulled his staff out of thin air and said, "It's a trap." Zia looked stunned. What? No. Then we all saw what Amos had sensed. Marching towards us from the east end of the plaza was Desjardins himself. He wore cream-colored robes with the chief lector's leopard skin cape tied across his shoulders. His staff glowed purple. Tourists and pedestrians veered out of his way, confused and nervous, as if they weren't sure Ivy had was going on, but they knew enough to clear off other way. I urged. I tummed and saw two more magicians in black marching in from the west. I pulled my wand and pointed it at Zim. You set us up. No. I swear. Her face fell. Mel must have told him. Right, I grumbled. Blame Mel. No time for explanations, Amos said, and he blasted Zia with a bolt of lightning. She crashed into the souvenir table. Hey! Carter protested. She's the enemy, Amos said. And we have enough enemies. Kaner rushed to Zia's side, naturally, while more pedestrians panicked and scattered for the edges of the square. Sadie, Kaner, Amos said, if things go bad, get to the boat and flee. Amos, we're not leaving you, I said. You're more important, he insisted. I can hold off Desjardins for out. Amos spun his staff towards the two magicians in black. They'd mutter spells, but Amos's gust of wind swept them off their feet, sending them swirling out of control. At the center of a dust devil they chummed along the street, picking up trash, leaves, and tamales, until the miniature tornado tossed the screaming magicians over the top of a building and out of sight. On the other side of the plaza, Desjardins roared in anger, Cane. The chief lector slammed his staff into the ground. A crack opened in the pavement and began snacking towards us. As the crevice grew mid-air, the buildings trembled. Stucco flaked off the Ivals the fisher would Q swallowed us, but Isis's voice spoke in my mind, telling me the word I need. I raised my wand. Quiet. Hieroglyphs blazed to life in front of us, the fisher stopper just shone of my feet. The earthquake died. Amos sucked in a breath. Sadie, how did divine words, Cain? Desjardins stepped forward, his face livid. The child dares Surah_K the divine words. She is corrupted by Isis, and you are guilty of assisting the gods. Step off Michelle, Amos warned. Part of me found it amusing that Desjardins' first name was Michelle, but I was scared to enjoy the moment. Amos held out his wand, ready to defend us. We must stop said. If you're wise I would what? Desjardins said. Join you. Collaborate. The gods bring nothing but destruction. No. Zia's voice. With Kaner's help, she somehow managed to struggle to her feet. Master, we can't fight each other. That's not what Iskandar wanted. Iskandar is dead. Desjardins bellowed. Now, step away from them, Zia, or be destroyed with them. Zia looked at Carter, then she set her jaw and faced Desjardins. No. We must work together. I regarded Zia with a new respect. You really didn't lead him here. I do not lie, she said. Desjardins raised his staff, and huge cracks appeared in the buildings all around him. Chunks of cement and adobe brick flew at us, but Amos summoned the wind and deflected them. Children, get out of here. Amos yelled. The other magicians won't stay gone forever. For once, he's right, Zia warned. But we can't make a IXTTA1. We've got a flying boat, Kaner offered. Zia and KX1DED appreciatively. Where? We pointed towards the church, but unfortunately Desjardins was between it and us. Desjardins hurled another volley of stones. Amos deflected them with wind and lightning storm magic. Desjardins sneered. Since when is Amos Cain an X-Rite in the powers of chaos? Do you see this, children? How can he be your protector? Shut up, Amos growled, and at the sweep of his staff he raised a sandstorm so huge that it blanketed the entire square. Now, Zia said. We made a wide arc around Desjardins, then ran blindly towards the church. The sandstorm bit my skin and stung my eyes, but we found the stairs and climbed to the roof. The wind subsided, and across the plaza I could see Desjardins and Amos still facing each other, encased in shields of force. Amos was staggering, the effort was clearly taking too much out of him. I have to help, Zia said reluctantly, or Desjardins will kill Amos. I thought you didn't oust Amos, Carter said. I don't, she agreed. But if Desjardins wins this duel, we're all dead. We'll never escape. She clenched her teeth as if she were preparing for something really painful. She held out her staff and murmured an incantation. The air became warm. The staff glowed. She released it and it burst into flame, growing into a column of fire a full meter thick and 4 meters high. Desjardins, she intoned. Immediately, the fiery column floated off and began moving slowly but deliberately towards the chief lector. Zia crumpled. Carter and I had to grab her arms to keep her from falling on her face. Desjardins looked up. When he saw the fire, his eyes widened with fear. Zia, he cursed. You dare attack me? The column descended, passing through the branches of a tree and burning a hole straight through them. It landed in the street, hovering just a few centimeters above the pavement. The heat was so intense that it scorched the concrete curb and melted the tarmac. The fire came to a parked car, and instead of going round, it burned its way straight through the metal chassis, sawing the in two. Good. Amos yelled from the street. Well done, Zia. In desperation, Desjardins staggered to his left. The column adjusted course. He blasted it with W8 but the liquid evaporated into steam. He summoned boulders, but they just passed through the fire and dropped into melted, smoking lumps on the opposite side. L% is that thing? I asked. Zia was unconscious, and Carter shook his head in wonder. But Isis spoke in my mind. A pillar of fire, she said admiration. It is the most a master of fire can summon. It is impossible to defeat, impossible to escape. It can be used to lead the summoner toward a goal. Or it can be used to pursue any enemy, forcing him to none. If Desjardins tries to fuse on anything else, it will overtake him and consume him. It will not leave him alone until it dissipates. How long? I asked. Depends on the strength of the caster. Between 6 and 12 hours. I laughed aloud. Brilliant. Of course Zia had passed out creating it, but it was still brilliant. Such a SRRLL has depleted her energy, Isis said. She will not be able to work any magic until the pillar is gone. In order to help you, she has left herself completely. She'll be alright, I told Kaner. Then I shouted down to the plaza, Amos, come on. We've got to. Desjardins kept backing up. I could tell he was scared off fire, but he wasn't quite done with us. You will be sorry for this. You to play gods. Then you leave me no choice out of the do it. He pulled a cluster of sticks. No, they were 7 of them. Amos looked at the arrows in horror. You wouldn't. No chief lector would ever. I summon Sekhmet. Desjardins. He threw the arrows into the air and they began to twirl, orbiting Amos. Desjardins allowed himself a satisfied smile. He looked straight at me. You choose to place your faith in the gods, he called. Then die by the hands of a god. He turned and rammed the pillar of fire, picked up speed and followed. Children, get out of here. Amos yelled, encircled by the arrows. 1 foot 11 inches UY to distract her. 1% 0. I demanded. I knew I'd heard the name Sekhmet before, but I'd heard a lot of Egyptian names. Which one is Sekhmet? Kaner turned to me, and even with all we'd been through over the last week, I had never seen him look so scared. We need to leave, he said. Now. The Red Pyramid. Carter. The Red Pyramid. 33. We go into the salsa business. You're forgetting something, Homs told me. A little busy here. I thought back. You might think it's easy. Steermga magic boat through the sky. You'd be wrong. I didn't have Amos's animated coat, so I stood in the back trying to shift the tiller myself, which was like stirring cement. I couldn't see where we were going. We kept tilting back and forth while Sadie tried her best to keep an unconscious Zla from flopping over the side. It's my birthday, Homs insisted. Wish me happy birthday. Happy birthday. I yelled. Now, shut up. Carter, what are you on about? Sadie screamed, grabbing the railing with one hand and Zia with the other as the tipped sideways. Have you lost your mind? No, I was talking to Oh, forget it. I glanced behind us. Something was approaching, a blazing figure that lit up the night. Vaguely humanoid, definitely bad news. I urged the to go faster. Did you get me anything? Homs urged. Will you please do something, hell Paul? I demanded. That thing following us, is that what I think it? Oh. Horus sounded bored. That's Sekhmet, the Eye of Raz, destroyer of the wicked, the great huntress, lady of flame, etc. Great, I thought. And she's following us because the chief lector has the power to summon her once during his lifetime, Homs explained. It's an old gift, goes back to the days when Ra first blessed man with magic. Once during his lifetime, I thought. And Desjardins now? He never. I was very good at being patient. I thought that the magicians don't like gods. They don't, Horus agreed. Just shows you what a hypocrite he is. But I suppose killing you was more important than standing on principle. I can appreciate that. I looked back again. The figure was definitely getting closer, a giant golden woman in glowing red armor, with a bow in one hand and a quiver of arrows slung across her back, and she was hurtling toward us like a rocket. How do we beat her? I asked. You pretty much don't, Horus said. She is the incarnation of the sun's wrath. Back in the days when Ra was active, she would have been much more impressive, but S unstoppable. A bomb killer. A slaying machine. Okay, I get it, I yelled. L% at? Sadie demanded, so loud that Zia stirred. Her eyes fluttered open. Nothing, I shouted. We're being followed by a slaying machine. Go back to sleep. Zia sat up woozily. A slaying machine? You don't mean to, Carter, veer right. Sadie yelled. I did, and a flamk arrow the size of a Predator drone grazed our port side. It exploded above us, setting the roof of our boathouse on fire. I steered the into a dive, and Seacomet shot past but then pirouetted in the air with irritating agility and dove after us. We're bumming, Sadie 1Z inted out. Help V_noticed. I yelled back. I scanned the landscape below us, but there was nowhere safe to land, just subdivisions and office parks. Die, enemies of RA. Seacomet yelled. Perish in agony. She's almost as annoying as you, I told Horace. Impossible, Holmes said. No one bests Horace. I took another evasive turn, and Zia yelled, there. She pointed toward a well-lit factory complex with trucks, warehouses, and silos. A giant chili pepper was painted on the side of the biggest warehouse, and a floodlit sign read, Magic Salsa, Inc_O, please, Sadie said. It's not really magic. That's just a name. No, Zia insisted. I've got an idea. Those 7 I guessed. The ones you used on circuit. Zia shook her head. They can only be summoned once a year. But my plan to another arrow blazed past us, only inches from our side. Hang on. I yanked at the tiller and spun the boat upside down just before the arrow exploded. The hull shielded us from the brunt of the blast, but the entire aft ship was now on fire, and we were going down. With my last bit of control, I aimed the boat toward the warehouse, and we crashed through, slarnk into a huge mound. Crunchy. I clawed my way clear of the boat and sat up in a daze. Fortunately, the stuff we crashed into was soft. Unfortunately, it was a 20-foot pile of dried chili peppers, and the had set them on fire. My eyes began to sting, but I knew better than to rub them, because my hands were now covered in chili oil. Sadie. I called. Zia. Help. Sadie yelled. She was on the other side of the boat, dragging Zia out from under the flaming hull. We managed to pull her free and slide down the pile onto the warehouse. Seemed to be a massive facility for drying peppers, with 30 or 40 mountains of chilies and rows of wooden drying racks. The wreckage of our boat filled the air with spicy smoke, and through the hole we made in the roof, I could see the blazing figure of Seacomet descending. We ran, plowing through another pile of peppers. No, I didn't pick a peck of them, Sadie just shut up. We hid behind a DRYMG rack, where shelves of peppers made the air bum like hydraluric acid. Seacomet landed, and the ivory house floor shuddered. Up close, she eyed us even more. Her skin glowed like liquid gold, and her chest armor and skirt seemed to be woven of tiles made from molten lava. Her hair was like a thick lion's merle. Her eyes were feline, but they didn't sparkle like bases or betray any kindness or humor. Seacomet's eyes blazed like her arrows, designed only to seek and destroy. She was beautiful the way an atomic explosion is beautiful. I smell blood, she roared. I will feast on enemies of RA until my belly is full. Charming, Sadie whispered. So plan. Zia didn't look so well. She was shivering and pale, and seemed to have trouble focusing on us. When he first called Seacomet to punish humans because they were rebelling against got out of hand. Hard to imagine, too, whispered, as Seacomet ripped through the bumming wreckage of R. She started killing everyone, Zia said, not just the wicked. None of the other goggles could stop her. She'll just kill all day until she was gorged on blood. Then she'd leave until the next day. So the people, the magicians, to come up with a plan, and you dare hide. Flames roared as Seacomet's arrows destroyed pile after pile of dried peppers. L will roast you alive. Run now, I decided. Talk later. Sadie and I dragged Zia between us. We managed to get out of the warehouse just before the whole place imploded from the heat, billowing a spicy hot mushroom cloud into the sky. We ran through a parking lot filled with semi-trailers and hid behind a 16-wheeler. I irked out, to see Sekhmet walk through the flames of the warehouse. Instead, she leaped out in the form of a giant lion. Her eyes blazed, and floating over her head was a disc of fire like a miniature sun. The symbol of Raz. Zia whispered. Sekhmet roared. Where are you, my tasty morsels? She opened her maw and breathed a blast of hot air across the parking lot. Wherever her breath touched, the asphalt melted, cars disintegrated into sand, and the parking lot turned into barren desert. How did she do that? Sadie hissed. Her breath creates the deserts, Zia said. That is the legend. Better and fear was closing up my throat, but I knew we couldn't hide much longer. I summoned my sword. I'll distract her. You two none to know, Zia insisted. There is another way. She pointed at a row of silos on the other side of the lot. Each one was 3 stories tall and maybe 20 feet in diameter, with a giant chili pepper painted on the side. Petrol tanks? Sadie asked. No, I said. Must be salsa, right? Sadie stared at me blankly. Isn't that a type of music? It's a hot sauce, I said. That's what they make here. Sekhmet breathed in our direction, and the 3 trailers next to us melted into sand. We scuttled sideways and jumped behind a cinder block wall. Listen, Zia gasped, her face beating with suah. When they needed to stop Sekhmet, they got huge vats of beer and colored them bright red with juice. Yeah, I remember now, I interrupted. They told Sekhmet it was BLOU, and she drank until she passed out. Then Ra was able to recall her into the heavens. They transformed her into something gentler, a cow goddess or something. Hathor, Zia said. That is Sekhmet's other form. The flip side of her personality. Sadie shook her head in disbelief. So you're saying we offer to buy Sekhmet a few pints, and she'll turn into a cow? Not exactly, Zia said. But salsa is red, is it not? We skilled the factory grounds as Sekhmet chewed up trucks and blasted huge swathes of the parking lot to sand. I hate this plan, Sadie grumbled. Just keep her occupied for a few seconds, I said. And don't die yet, that's the hard bit, isn't it? 1. I counted. Sadie burst into the open and used her favorite spell, Hada. The glyphs blazed over Sekhmet's head, and everything around her exploded. Trucks burst to pieces. The air shimmered with energy. The ground heaved upward, creating a crater 50 feet deep into which the lioness tumbled. It was pretty impressive, but I didn't have time to admire Sadie's work. I turned into a falcon and launched myself toward the salsa tanks. Ray-ar! Sekhmet leaped out of the crater and breathed desert wind in Sadie's direction, but Sadie was long gone. She ran sideways, ducking behind trailers and releasing a few lengths of mag-ical rope as she fled. The ropes whirled through the air and tried to tie themselves around the Leonis's mouth. They failed, of course, but they did annoy the destroyers. Show yourself low, Sekhmet, I will feast on your flesh. Perched on a silo, I concentrated all my power and tumbled straight from falcon to avatar. My glowing form was so heavy, its feet sank into the top of the tank. Sekhmet! I yelled. The lioness whirled and snarled, trying to locate my up here, kitty. I called. She spotted me and her ears went back. Horus. Unless you know another guy with a falcon head. She padded back and forth uncertainly, then roared in challenge. Why do you speak to me when I am in my raging form? You know I must destroy everything in my path, you. You must, I said. But first, you might like to feast on the blood of your enemies. I drove my sword into the tank and salsa gushed out in a chunky red avatarfall. I leaped to the next tank and sliced it open. And again, until 6 siloftals of enlogic salsa were swirling into the parking lot as hot. Sikamet loved it. She leered into the red sauce torrent, rolling in it, lapping it up. Lovely blood. Yeah, apparently lions aren't bright, or their taste buds aren't very developed, because Sikamet didn't stop until her belly was bulging and her mouth literally began to smoke. Tangy, she said, stumbling and blinking. But my eyes hurt. What kind of blood is this? Nubian. Persian. Jalapeno, I said. Try some more, it gets better. Her ears were smoking now as she tried to drink more. Her eyes watered, and she to stag _steam curled from her mouth. Mouth milk is good for that, I suggested. Maybe if you were a cow. Trick, Sikamet groaned. Tricked. But her eyes were too heavy. She tummed in a circle and collapsed, curling into a ball. Her form twitched and shimmered as her red armor melted into spots on her golden skin, until I was looking down at an enormous sleeping cow. I dropped off the silo and stepped carefully around the sleeping goddess. She was making cow-snurring sounds, like I waved my hand in front of her face, and when I was convinced she was out cold, I dispelled my avatar. Sadie and Zia emerged from a trailer. Well, said Sadie, that was different. I will never eat salsa again, I decided. You both did _LLY, Zia said. But your boat is burned, how do we get to Phoenix? Sadie said, I don't recall inviting you. Zia's face turned salsa red. Surely you don't still think I led you into a trap? I don't know, Sadie said. Did you? I couldn't believe I was hearing this. Sadie. My voice sounded dangerously angry, even to myself. Lay off, Zia summoned that pillar of fire thing. She sacrificed her magic to save us. And she told us how to beat the lioness. We need. Sadie stared at me. She glanced back and forth between Zia and me, probably trying to judge how far she could push things. Fine. She crossed her arms and pouted. But we need to find Amos first. No. Zia said. That would be a very bad idea. Oh, so we can trust you, but not Amos. Zia hesitated. I got the feeling that was exactly what she meant, but she decided to try a different approach. Amos would not want you to wait. He said to keep going, didn't he? If he survived Sikamet, he will find us on the road. If not. Sadie huffed. So how do we get to Phoenix? Walk. I gazed across the parking lot, where one 16-wheeler was still intact. Maybe we don't have to. I offed the linen coat I'd borrowed from Amos's supply locker. Zia, Amos had a way of animating his coat so it could steer his boat. Do you know the? She nodded. It's fairly simple with the right ingredients. I could do it if I had my magic. Can you teach me? She pursed her lips. The hardest part is the figurine. The first time you enchant the piece of clothing, you need to smash a shabti into the fabric and speak a binding charm to meld them together. It would require a clay or wax figure that has already imbued with a spirit. Sadie and I looked at each other, and simultaneously said, Doughboy. The Red Pyramid. Carter, the Red Pyramid 34. Doughboy gives us a ride. One summoned Dad's magic toolkit out of the do-it and grabbed our little legless friend. Doughboy, we need to talk. Doughboy opened his wax eyes. Finally. You realize how stuffy it is in there? At last you've remembered that you need my brilliant guidance. Actually, we need you to become a coat. Just for a while. His tiny mouth fell open. Do I look like an article of clothing? I am the Lord of all knowledge. I smashed him into my jacket, wadded it up, threw it on the pavement and on it. Zia, what's that spell? She told me the words, and I repeated the chant. The coat inflated and hovered in front of me. It brushed itself off and ruffled its collar. If coats can look indignant, this one did. Sadie eyed it suspiciously. Can it drive a lorry with no feet for the pedals? Shouldn't be a problem, Zla said. It's a nice long coat. I sighed with relief. For a moment, imagined myself having to animate my pants, too. That could get awkward. Drive us to, I told the coat. The coat made a rude gesture at me, or at least, it would have been rude if the coat had hands. Then it floated into the driver's seat. The cab was bigger than I'd thought. Behind the seat was a curtained area with a full-size bed, which Sadie claimed immediately. T11, let you and Zia have some quality time, she told me. Just the two of you and your coat. She ducked the curtains before I could smack her. The coat drove us west on 1 to 10 as a bank of dark clouds so allowed the stars. The air smelled like after a long time. Zia cleared her throat. Kaner, I'm sorry mean, I wish the circumstances were better. Yeah, I said, I'll guess you'll get in a lot of trouble with the house. I will be shunned, she said. My staff broken. My name blotted from the books. I'll cast into exile, assuming they don't kill me. I thought Zia's little shrine in the first gnome, all those pictures of her village and her family that she didn't remember. As she talked about getting exiled, she had the same expression on her face that she had WOM then, not regret or sadness, more like confusion, as if she herself couldn't figure out why she was rebelling, or what the first gnome had meant to her. She said Iskandar was like her only family now. She had no one. You could come with us, I said. She glanced over. We were sitting close together, and I was very aware of her shoulder pressing against mine. Even with the reek of bummed peppers on both of us, I could smell her Egyptian perfume. She had a dry chili stuck in her hair, and somehow that made her look even cuter. Sadie says my brain was just addled. Seriously, Sadie, I don't interrupt this much when you're telling the story. Anyway, Zia looked at me sadly. Where would we go, Kaner? Even if you defeat Set and save this continent, what will you do? The house will hunt you down. The gods will make your life miserable. We'll figure it out, I promised. I'm used to traveling. I'm good at improvising, and Sadie's not all bad. I heard that. Sadie's mummed voice came through the curtain. And with you, I continued, Elmine, you know, with your magic, things you'll be easier. Zia squeezed my hand, which sent a tingle up my arm. You're kind, Carter. But you don't know me. Not really. I suppose Iskandar saw this coming. L% at do you mean? Zia took her hand away, which kind of bummed me out. When Desjardins and I came back from the British Museum, Iskandar spoke to me privately. He said I was in danger. He said he would take me somewhere safe and ____. Her eyebrows knit together. That's I don't. A cold feeling started gnawing at me. Wait, did he take you somewhere safe? Think so? She her head. No, he couldn't have, obviously I'm still here. Perhaps he didn't have time. He sent me to find you in New York almost immediately. Outside, a light rain began to fall. The coat hummed on our windshield wipers. I didn't understand what Zia had told me. Perhaps Iskandar had sensed a change in Desjardins, and he was trying to protect his favorite student. But something else about the story, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. Zia stared into the rain as if she saw bad things out there in the night. We're running out of time, she said. He's coming back. O's coming back. She looked at me urgently. The thing I needed to tell you, the thing you need. It's Set secret. The storm surged. Thunder crackled and the TMCK shuddered in the wind. Hold on, I stammered. How could you know Set's name? How did you even know we needed you? Stole Desjardins. Book Desjardins told us about it. He said it didn't matter. He said you could not use the spell without Set's secret name, which is impossible to get. So how do you know it? Thoth said it could only come from Set himself, or from the person ____. My voice trailed off as a horrible thought occurred to me. Or from the person closest to him. Zia shut her eyes as if in pain. I can't explain it, Carter. This voice telling me the fifth goddess. I said, Nephthys. You were there too at the British Museum. Zia looked completely stunned. No. That's impossible. Iskandar said you were in danger. He wanted to take you somewhere safe, that's what he meant. You're a godling, she her head stubbornly. But he didn't take me away. I am right here. If I were hosting a god, the other magicians of the house Ualdve figured it out days ago. They know me well. They Ualdve noticed the changes in my magic. Dejarda Ualdve destroyed me. She had a point, but then another terrible thought occurred to me. Unless Set is controlling him, I said. Carter, are you really so blind? Dejarda is not Set because you think it's Amos, I said. Amos, who risked his life to save us, who told us to keep going without him. Besides, Set doesn't need a human form. He's using the pyramid. Which you know because underscore. I hesitated. Amos told us. This is getting us nowhere, Zia said. I know Set's secret name, and I can tell you. But you must promise you will not tell Amos. Oh, come on. Besides, if you know the name, why can't you just use it yourself? She her head, looking almost as frustrated as I felt. I don't know, just know it's not my role to play. It must be you or Sadie, blood of the pharaohs. If you don't, the truck slowed abruptly. Out the front windshield, about 20 yards ahead, a man in a blue coat was standing in our headlights. It was Amos. His clothes were tattered like he'd been sprayed a shotgun, but otherwise he looked okay. Before the truck had even stopped completely, I jumped out of the cab and ran to meet him. Amos! I cried. What happened? I distracted Sikamet, he said, putting a finger through one of the holes in his coat. For about 11 seconds. I'm glad to see you survived. There was a salsa factory, I staffed to explain, but Amos held up his hand. Time for explanations later, he said. Right now we have to get going. He pointed non-west, and I saw what he meant. The storm was worse up ahead. A lot worse. A wall of black blotted out the night sky, the mountains, the highway, as if it would so allow the whole set. Storm is gathering, Amos said with a twinkle in his eyes. Shall we drive into it? The Red Pyramid, Sadie, the Red Pyramid 35. Men ask for directions, and other signs of the. One don't know how one managed it with Kaner and Zia yammering, but one got some sleep in the back of the truck even after the excitement of seeing Amos. As soon as we got going Agam, I was back in the bunk and drifting off. I suppose a good hot spell can really take it out of you naturally, my ba this as an opportunity to trial _ heaven forbid I get some peaceful rest. I found myself back in Indon _ on the banks of the Thames. Cleopatra's Needle rose up in front of me. It was a grey day, cool and calm, and even the smell of the low-tide muck made me feel homesick. Isis stood next to me in a cloud-white dress, her dark hair braided with diamonds. Her multicolored wings faded in and out behind her like the northern lights. Your parents had the right idea, she said. Bast was failing. She was my friend, I said. Yes. A good and loyal servant _ but chaos cannot be kept down forever. It grows. It seeps into the cracks of civilization, breaks down the edges. It cannot be kept in balance, that is simply its na. The obelisk rumbled, glowing faintly. Today it is the American continent, Isis mused. But unless the gods are rallied, unless we achieve our FTLL strength, chaos I will soon destroy the entire human world _ we're doing our best, I insisted. We'll beat Set. Isis looked at me sadly. You know that's not what I mean. Set is only the beginning. The image changed, and I saw London in mints _ I'd seen some horrific photos of the Blitz in World War XI, but that was nothing compared to this. The city was leveled, nubble and dust for miles, the Thames choked with flotsam. The only thing standing was the obelisk, and as I watched, it began to crack open, all four sides peeling away like some ghastly flower unfolding. Don't show me this, I pleaded. It will happen enough, Isis said, as your mother foresaw. But if you cannot face it? The scene changed again. We stood in the throne room of a palace, the same one I'd seen before, where Set had entombed Osiris. The gods were gathering, materializing as streams of light that shot through the throne room, curled round the pillars, and on human form. One became Thoth, his stained lab coat, his wire-rimmed glasses, and his hair standing out all over his head. Another became Hams, the proud young warrior with silver and gold eyes. Sobek, the crocodile god, gripped his watery staff and snarled at me. A mass of scorpions scuttled behind a column and emerged on the other side as Serket, the arachnid goddess. Then my heart leaped, because I noticed a boy in black standing in the shadows the throne, Anubis, his dark eyes studying me with regret. He pointed at the throne, and I saw it was empty. The palace was missing its heart, the room was cold and dark, and it was impossible to believe this had once a place of celebrations. Isis tummed to me _ we need a ruler. Horus must become pharaoh. He must unite the gods and the house of life. Itis the only way. You can't mean Carter, I said. My mess of a brother pharaoh? Are you joking? We have to help him. You and I. The idea was so ridiculous I would have laughed had the gods not been staring at me so gravely. Help him? I said, why doesn't he help me become pharaoh? There have been strong women pharaohs, Isis admitted. Hatshepsut ruled well for many years. Nefertiti's power was equal to her husband's. But you have a different path, Seti. Your power will not come from sitting on a throne. I think you know this. I looked at the throne, and I realized Isis had a point. The idea of sitting there with a crown on my head, trying to MLE this lot of bad-tempered gods, did not appeal to me in the slightest. Still _ Kaner. You've grown strong, Seti, Isis said. I don't think you realize how strong. Soon, we will face the test together. We will prevail, if you maintain your courage and faith. Courage and faith, I said. Not my two strong suits. Your moment comes, Isis said. We depend on you. The gods gathered round, staring at me exultantly _ they began to crowd in, pressing so close I couldn't breathe, grabbing my arms, shaking me. I woke to find Zia poking my shoulder. Seti, we've stopped. I instinctively reached for my wand. What? Where? Zia pushed aside the curtains of the sleeping Ben and leaned over me from the front seat, unnervingly like a vulture. Amos and Kaner are in the gas station. You need to be prepared to move. Hi. I sat up and looked out the windshield, straight into a raging sandstorm. The sky was black, so it was impossible to tell if it was day or night through the gale of wind and sand. I could see we were parked in front of a lighted air-troll station. We're in, Zia said, but most of the city is shut down. People are evacuating. Time. 4:30 in the morning, Zia said. Magic isn't working very well. The closer we get to the mountain, the worse it is. And the truck's GPS system is down. Amos and Kaner went inside to ask directions. That didn't sound promising. If two male magicians were desperate enough to stop for directions, we were in dire straits. The truck's cab shook in the howling wind. After all we'd been through, I felt silly being scared of a storm, but I climbed over the seat so I could sit next to Zia and have some company. How long have they been in there? I asked. Not long, Zia said. I wanted to talk to you before they come back. I raised an eyebrow. About Kaner? Well, if I were wondering Ivy hit her, he likes you, the way he stammers might be an indication. Zia frowned. No, I'm too asking if I mind. Very considerate. I must say at first I had my doubts, what with you threatening to kill us and all, but I've decided you're not a bad son and Carter's mad about you, so too it's not about Carter. I wrinkled my nose. Oops _ could you just forget what I said, then? It's about Set, God, I sighed. Not this again. Still suspicious of Amos. You're blind not to see it, Zia said. Set loves deception and traps. It is his favorite way to kill. Part of me knew she had a point. No doubt you'll think I was not to listen. But have you ever sat by while someone talks badly about a member of your family? Even if it's not your favorite, the natural reaction is to defend them. At least it was for me, possibly because I didn't have that much family to begin with. Look, Zia, I can't believe Amos wouldn't, Zia agreed. But Set can bend the mind and control the body. I'm not a specialist on possession, but it was a very common problem in ancient times. Minor demons are difficult enough to dislodge. A major god, he's not possessed. He can't. I winced. A sharp pain was bumming in my palm, in the spot where I'd last held the feather off _, but I wasn't telling a lie. I did. Amos was in. Zia studied my expression. You need Amos to be alright, he is your uncle. You've lost too many members of your family. I understand that. I wanted to snap back that she didn't understand anything, but her tone made me suspect she had known grief, possibly even more than we've got no choice, I said. There's 3 hours till sunrise. Amos knows the way into the mountain. Trap or no, we HME to go there and TTY to stop Set. I could almost see the gears spinning in her head as she searched for some way, any way to convince me all right, she said at last. I wanted to tell Carter something, but I never got the opportunity. I'll tell you instead. The last thing you need to stop Set. You couldn't possibly know his secret name. Zia held my gaze. Maybe it was the feather of truth, but I was certain she wasn't bluffing. She did have the name of Set, or at least, she did. And honestly, I'd overheard bits of her conversation with Carter while I was in the back of the cab. I hadn't meant to eavesdrop, but it was hard not to. I looked at Zia, and tried to. She was hosting Nephthys, but it didn't make any sense. I'd spoken with Nephthys. She'd told me she was far away in some sort of sleeping host. And Zia was right here in front of me. It will work, Zia insisted. But I can't do it. It must be you. Why not use it yourself? I demanded. Because you spent all your magic. She waved away the question. Just promise me you will use it now, on Amos, before we reach the mountain. It may be your only chance. And if you're Tong, we waste the only chance we have. The book disappears once it's used, right? Grudgingly, Zia nodded. Once read, the book will dissolve and appear somewhere else in the world _, but if you wait any longer, we're doomed. If Set lures you into his base of power, you'll never have the strength to confront him. Sadie, please tell me the name, I said. I promise I'll use it at the right time. Now is the right time. I hesitated, hoping Isis would drop some words of wisdom, but the goddess was silent. I don't know if I would have relented. Perhaps things would have turned out differently if I'd agreed to Zia's plan. But before I could make that choice, the trucks opened, and Amos and Carter climbed in with a gust of sand. We're close. Amos smiled as if this were good news. Very, very close. The Red Pyramid. Sadie, the Red Pyramid 36. Our family is vaporized less than a mile from Camelback Mountain. We broke through into a circle of perfect calm. Eye of the storm, Carter guessed. It was eerie. All around the mountain swirled a cylinder of black clouds. Traces of smoke drifted back and forth from Camelback's peak to the edges of the maelstrom like the spokes of a wheel, but directly above us, the sky was clear and starry, beginning to turn gray _ sunrise wasn't far off. The streets were empty. Mansions and hotels clustered round the mountain's base, completely dark, but the mountain itself glowed. Ever hold your hand over a torch, sorry, a flashlight for you Americans, and I've watched the way your skin glows red. That's the way the mountain looked. Something very bright and hot was trying to burn through the rock. Nothing's moving on the streets, Zia said. If we to drive up to the mountain we'll be seen, I said. L% at about that spell. Carter looked at Zia. You used in the first gnome. L% at spell? I asked. Zia shook her head. Carter is referring to an invisibility spell. But I have no magic. And unless you have the proper components, it can't be done on a whim. Amos? I asked. He pondered the question. No invisibility, I'm afraid. But another idea. I thought turning into a bird was bad, until Amos turned us into storm clouds. He explained what he was going to do in advance, but it didn't make me any less nervous. No one will notice a few wisps of black cloud in the midst of a storm, he reasoned. But this is impossible. Zia said this is storm magic, chaos magic. We should not too. Amos raised his wand, and Zia disintegrated. No. Kaner yelled, but then he too was gone, replaced by a swirl of black dust. Amos tummed to me. Oh, no, I said. Thanks, but... Poof _ I was a storm cloud now. That may sound amazing to you, but imagine your hands and feet disappearing, turning into wisps of wind. Imagine your body replaced by dust and vapor, and having a tingly feeling your stomach even having a stomach. Imagine having to concentrate just to keep yourself from dispersing to nothing. I got so angry, a flash of lightning crackled inside me. Don't that way, Amos chided. It's only for a few minutes. Follow me. He melted into a heavier, darker bit of storm and raced towards the mountain. Following wasn't easy. At first I could only float. Every wind threatened to take some part of me away. I tried swirling and found it helped keep my particles together. Then I imagined myself filling with helium, and suddenly I was off. I couldn't be sure if Kaner and Zia were following or not. /hen You're a storm, your vision isn't human. I could vaguely sense what was around me, but what I saw was scattered and fuzzy, as if through heavy static. I headed towards the mountain. Ulik was an almost irresistible beacon to my storm self. It glowed with heat, pressure, and turbulence, everything a little dust devil like me could want. I followed Amos to a ridge on the side of the mountain, but I returned to human form a little. I tumbled out of the sky and knocked Kaner to the ground. Ouch, he groaned. Sorry, I offered, though mostly I was concentrating on not getting sick. My stomach still felt like it was mostly storm. Zia and Amos stood next to us, peeping into a crevice. Two large sandstone boulders. Red light seeped from within and made their faces look devilish. Zia tummed to us. Judging from her expression, what she'd seen wasn't good. Only the Pyramidion left. The what? I looked through the crevice, and the view was almost as disorienting as being a storm cloud. The entire mountain was hollowed out, just as Carter had described. The cavern floor was about 600 meters us. Fires blazed everywhere, bathing the rock walls in blood. Cold light. A giant Msan pyramid dominated the cave, and at its base, masses of demons milled about like a rock concert crowd waiting for the show to begin. High above them, eye level to us, two magic barges manned by crews of demons floated slowly, ceremoniously towards the pyramid. In a mesh of ropes between the boats was the only piece of the pyramid not yet installed, a golden capstone to top off the structure. They know they've won, Carter guessed. They're making a show of it. Yes, Amos said. Well, let's blow up the boats or something, I said. Amos looked at me. Is that your strategy, honestly? His tone made me feel completely stupid. Looking down on the demon army, the enormous pyramid. I thinking? I couldn't battle this. I was a bloody 12-year-old. We have to try, Carter said. Dad's in there. That shook me out of my self-pity. If we were going to die, at least we would do it trying to rescue my father. Oh, and non-America, I suppose. Right, I said. We fly to those boats. We stop them from placing the capstone. Pyramidion, Zia corrected. L% a tour _ then we fly into the pyramid and find Dad. And when Set tries to stop you? Amos asked. I glanced at Zia, who was silently warning me not to say more. First things first, I said. How do we fly to the boats? As a storm, Amos suggested. No, the rest of us said. I will not be part of more chaos magic, Zia insisted. It is not natural. Amos waved at the spectacle below us. Tell me this is natural. You have another plan. Birds, I said, hating myself for even considering it. I 11 become a kite. Carter can do a falcon. Sadie, Carter warned, what if I have to try? I looked away before I could lose my resolve. Zia, it's been almost 10 hours since your pillar of fire, hasn't it? Still no magic. Zia held out her hand and concentrated. At first, nothing happened. Then red light flickered along her fingers, and her staff appeared in her grip, still smoking. Good timing, Carter said. Also bad timing, Amos observed. It means Desjardins is no longer pursued by the pillar of fire. He'll be here soon, and I'm sure he'll bring backup. More enemies for us. My magic will still weak, too, Zia warned. I won't be much help in a fight, but I can perhaps manage to summon a ride. She brought out the vulture pendant she'd used at Luxor. Which leaves me, Amos said, no worries there. Let's meet on the left boat, we'll take that one out, then deal with the right, and let's hope for surprise. I wasn't in the mood to let Amos set our plans, but I couldn't find any fault with his logic. Right, we'll have to finish the boats off quickly, then head into the pyramid itself. Perhaps we can seal off the entrance or something. Kaner nodded. Ready. At first, the plan seemed to go well. Turning into a kite was no problem, and to my surprise, once I reached the prow of the ship, I managed to tumble back into a human on the first try, with my staff and wand ready. The only person more surprised was the demon right in front of me, whose switchblade head poppered straight up in alarm. Before he could slice me or even cry out, I summoned wind from my staff and blew him off the side of the boat. Two of his brethren charged forward, but Kaner appeared behind them, sword drawn, and sliced them into piles of sand. Unfortunately, Zia was a bit less stealthy. A giant eye ulcer with a girl hanging from its feet tends to attract attention. As she flew towards the boat, demons below one Zia-inted and yelled. Some threw spears that fell short of their mark. Zia's grand entrance did manage to distract the remaining two demons on our boat, however, which allowed Amos to appear behind them. He'd taken the form of a fruit bat, which brought back bad memories, but he quickly returned to human form and body slammed the demons, sending them tumbling into the air. Hold on, he told us. Zia landed just in time to grab the tiller. Carter and I grabbed the sides of the boat. I had no idea what Amos was planning, but after my last flying boat ride, I wasn't taking chances. Amos began to chant, pointing his staff towards the other where the demons were just beginning to shout and point at us. Point one of them was tall and very thin, with black eyes and a disgusting face, like muscle with the skin away. That sets Lieutenant Carter warned. Face of horror. You, the demon screamed. Get them. Amos finished his spell. Smoke, he intoned. Instantly, the second boat evaporated into grey mist. The demons fell screaming. The golden capstone plummeted until the lines attached to it from our side yanked taut, and our boat nearly flipped over. Canted sideways, we began to sink towards the cave floor. Carter, cut the lines. I screamed. He sliced them with his sword, and the boat lulled out, rising several meters in an instant and leaving my stomach behind. The pyramidion crashed to the cavern floor with much crunching and squishing. I had the feeling we just made a nice stack of demon griddle cakes. So far so good, Carter noted, but as usual, he'd spoken soon. Zia pointed us. Enough underscore all those demons who had wings, a small percentage, but still a good 40 or 50 had launched themselves towards us, filling the air like a swarm of angry wasps. Fly to the pyramid, Amos said. Distract the demons. The pyramid's entrance, a simple doorway between two columns at the base of the structure, was not far from us. It was guarded by a few demons, but most of Set's forces were running towards our boat, screaming and throwing rocks, which tended to fall back down and hit them, but no one says demons are bright. They're many, I argued. Amos, they'll kill you. Don't worry about me, he said grimly. Seal the entrance, you. He pushed me over the side, giving me no choice but to tum into a kite. Kaner in Falcon Foamy was already spiraling towards the entrance, and I could hear Zia's vulture flapping its great wings behind. I heard Amos yell, "For Brooklyn!" It was an odd battle cry. I glanced back and the boat burst into flames. It drifting away from the pyramid and down towards the army of monsters. Fireballs shot from the boat in all directions as pieces of the hull crumbled away. I didn't have time to marvel at Amos's magic, or worry what had happened to him. He distracted many of the demons with his pyrotechnics, but some noticed us. Kaner and I landed just inside the pyramid's entrance and returned to human phone _ Zia tumbled in next to us and tummed her vulture back into an amulet. The demons were only a few steps behind a dozen massive blokes with the heads of insects, dragons, and assorted Swiss Army knife attached. Kaner thrust out his hand. A giant shimmering fist appeared and mimicked his move, pushing right between Zia and me and slamming the doors shut. Carter closed his eyes in concentration, and a bumped golden symbol etched itself across the doors like a seal. The Eye of Homs. The lines glowed faintly as demons hammered against the barner, trying to get in. It on T hold them long, Kaner Sald _ I was duly impressed, though of course I didn't say that at the sealed doors. All I could think about was Amos, out there on a burning boat, surrounded by an evil army. Amos knew what he was doing, Carter said, though he didn't sound very convinced. He's probably fine. Come on, Zia prodded us. No time for second guessing. The tunnel was narrow, red, and humid, so I felt like I was crawling through an artery of some enormous beast. We made our way down single file, as the tunnel sloped at about 40 degrees, which ULVE made a lovely waterslide, but I wasn't so good for stepping carefully. The walls were decorated with intricate KMGs, like most Egyptian walls we'd seen, but Carter obviously didn't like them. He kept stopping, scowling at the pictures. %, at? I demanded, after the fifth or sixth time. These aren't normal tomb drawings, he said. No afterlife pictures, no pictures of the gods. Zia NKX1DED _ this pyramid is not a tomb. It is a platform, a body to contain the power of Set. All these pictures are to increase chaos, and make it rain forever. As we kept walking, I paid more attention to the carvings, and I saw what Zia meant. The pictures showed horrible monsters, scenes of war, cities such as Paris and London in flames, hall-color portraits of Set and the Set animal turned into modern army scenes so gruesome, no Egyptian old ever commit them to stone. The fanner we went, the weirder and more vivid the pictures became, and the queasier I felt. Finally we reached the heart of the pyramid _4 / here the burial chamber should have been in a regular pyramid. Set had designed a throne room for himself. It was about the size of a tennis court, but around the edges, the floor dropped off into a deep trench like a moat. Far, far below, red liquid bubbled. Blood. Lava. Evil ketchup. None of the were good. The trench easy enough to jump, but I wasn't anxious to do so because inside the room, the entire was carved with red hieroglyphs, all spells invoking the power of Isfet, chaos. Far above in the center of the ceiling, a single square hole let in blood-red light. Otherwise, there seemed to be no exits. Along either aisle crouched 4 obsidian statues of the Set animal, their faces turned towards us with pearl teeth bared and emerald eyes glittering. But the worst part was the throne itself. It was a horrid misshapen thing, like a red stalagmite that had grown haphazardly from centuries of dripping sediment. And it had formed itself around a gold coffin, Dad's coffin, which was buried in the throne's base, with just enough of it sticking out to form a kind of "how do we get him out?" I said, my voice trembling. Next to me, Kaner caught his breath. Amos. I followed his gaze up to the glowing red vent in the middle of the ceiling. A pair of legs dangled from the opening. Then Amos dropped down, opening his cloak like a parachute so that he floated to the floor. His clothes were still smoking, his hair dusted with ash. He pointed his staff towards the ceiling and spoke a command. The shaft come through rumbled, spilling dust and rubble, and the light was abruptly cut off. Amos dusted off his clothes and smiled at us. "That should hold them for a while. How did you do that?" I asked. He gestured for us to join him in the cane or jumped the trench without hesitation. I didn't like it, but I wasn't going to let him go without me, so I hoppered the trench too. Immediately I felt even queasier than before, as if the were tilting, throwing my senses off balance. Zia came over last, eyeing Amos carefully. "You should not alive," she said. Amos chuckled. "Oh, I've heard that before. Now, let's get to business." "Yes." I stared at the throne. "How do we get the coffin out?" "Cut it." Carter drew his sword, but Amos held up his hand. "No, children. That's not the business I mean. I've made sure no one will interrupt us. Now it's time we talked." A cold tingle started up my spine. Talked. Suddenly Amos fell to his knees and began to convulse. I ran towards him, but he looked up at me, his face racked with pain, his eyes were molten red. "Run," he groaned. He collapsed, and red steam issued from his body. "We have to go." Zia grabbed my arm. "Now." But I watched, frozen in horror, as the steam rose from Amos's unconscious foamy and drifted towards the throne, slowly taking the shape of a seated man, a red warfire in fiery armor, with an iron staff in his hand and the head of a canine monster. "Oh, dear," Set laughed. "I suppose Zia gets to say I told you so." The Red Pyramid. Carter. The Red Pyramid. 37. Leroy gets his revenge. I'm a slow learner, okay. Because it wasn't until that moment, facing the god Set in the middle of his throne room, in the heart of an evil pyramid, with an army of demons outside and the world to explode, that I thought, coming here was a really bad idea. Set rose from his throne. He was red-skinned and muscular, with fiery armor and a black iron staff. His head shifted from bestial to human. One moment he had the hungry stare and slavering jaws of my old friend Leroy, the monster from the DC airport. The next he had sandy hair and a handsome but harsh face, with intelligent eyes that sparkled with humor and a cruel smile. He kicked our uncle out of the way and Amos groaned, which at least meant he was alive. I was clenching my circle so tight, the blade trembled. "Zia was right," I said. "You possessed Amos." Set spread his hands, trying to modest. "Well, you know _____LT wasn't a full possession. Can exist many places at once, Kaner. Horus could tell you that if he was being honest. I'm sure Horus has been looking for a nice war monument to occupy, or a military academy somewhere, anything but that scrawny little form of yours. Most of my being has now transferred to this magnificent structure _ He swept his arm proudly around the throne room. But a sliver of my soul was quite enough to control Amos Kane _ He held out his pinky, and a wisp of red smoke snaked toward Amos, sinking into his clothes. Amos arched his back like he'd been hit by lightning. "Stop it!" I yelled. I ran toward Amos, but the red mist had already dissipated. Our uncle's body went slack. Set dropped his hand as if bored with the attack. "Not much left, I'm afraid." Amos fought well. He was very entertaining, demanding much more of my energy than I had anticipated. "That chaos mag, I see that was his item. He tried his to warn you, to make it obvious I was controlling him. The funny thing is, I forced him to use his OUTL magic reserves to pull off those spells. He almost burned out his soul trying to send you those warning flares. Turn you into a storm? Please. Who does that anymore? You're a beast." Sadie shouted. Set gasped in mock surprise. "Really? Me?" Then he roared with laughter as Sadie tried to drag Amos out of harm's way. "Amos was in London that night," I said, hoping to keep his attention on me. "He must have followed us to the British Museum, and we've been controlling him ever since. Desjardins, I was never your host." "Oh, that commoner?" Please, 2 Set sneered. We always prefer blood of the pharaohs, as I'm sure you've heard. But I did love fooling you. I thought the swar was an especially nice touch. You knew my BA was there, watching. You forced Amos to sabotage his OUTL house so your monsters could get him. You made him walk into ATL ambush. Why didn't you just have him kidnap us? Set spread his hands. As I said, Amos put up a good fight. There were certain things I could not make him do without destroying him completely, and I didn't want to min my new plaything quite so soon. Anger bummed inside me. Amos's behavior finally made sense. Yes, he had been controlled by Set, but he'd fighting it all the way. The conflict I'd felt in him had been his attempts to warn us. He'd almost destroyed himself trying to save us, and Set had thrown him aside like a broken toy. Give me control, Homs urged. We will avenge him. I've got this, I said. No. Homs said. You must let me. You are not ready. Set laughed as if he could sense our struggle. Oh, poor Homs. Your host needs training wheels. You seriously expect to challenge me with that? For the first time, Homs and I had the same feeling at exactly the same moment, rage. Without thinking, we raised our hand, extending our energy toward Set. A glowing fist slammed into him, and the red flew backward with such force, he cracked a column, which tumbled down on top of him. For the only sound was the trickle of dust and debris. Then out of the rubble came a deep howl of laughter. Set rose from the mince, tossing aside a huge chunk of stone. Nice, he roared. Completely ineffective, but nice. It will be a pleasure chopping you to bits, Horus, as I did your father. I will entomb you all in this to increase my storm, all 4 of my precious siblings, and the stun will large enough to envelop the world. I blinked, momentarily losing my focus. 4. Oh, yes. 2 Set's eyes drifted to Zia, who had quietly retreated to one side of the I haven't forgotten you, my dear. Zia glanced at me in desperation. Carter, don't worry about me. He's trying to distract you. Lovely goddess, Set purred. The form CLKRS not do you justice, but your choices were limited, weren't they? Set mowed toward her, his staff beginning to glow. No. I shouted. I advanced, but Set was just as good at magical shoving as I was. He pointed at me, and I slammed against the wall, pinned as if an entire football team were holding me down. Carter. Sadie cried. She's Nephthys. She can take care of herself. No. All my instincts told me Zla couldn't be Nephthys. At first I'd thought so, but the more I considered, the more it seemed wrong. I felt no divine magic from her, and something told me I would have if she were really hosting a goddess. Set would crush her unless I helped. But if Set was trying to distract me, it was working. As he stalked toward Zia, I struggled against his magic, but I couldn't free myself. The more I tried to combine my power with Homs', the way I'd done before, the more my fear and panic got in the you must yield to me. Horus insisted, and the 2 of us wrestled for control of my mind, which gave me a splitting headache. Set took another step toward Zia. Ah, Nephthys, he crooned. At the of time, you were my treacherous sister. In another incarnation, in another age, you were my treacherous wife. Now, I think you'll make a nice appetizer. True, you're the weakest of us all, but you're still one of the 5, and there is power in collecting the complete set. He paused, then grinned. The complete set. That's funny. Now let's consume your energy and entomb your soul, shall we? Zia thmst out her wand. A red sphere of energy glowed around her, but even I could tell it was weak. Set shot a blast of sand from his staff and the sphere collapsed. Zia stumbled backward, the sand ripping at her hair and clothes. I struggled to move, but Zia yelled, Kaner, I'm not impotent. Stay fast. Don't resist. She raised her staff and shouted, the House of Life. She launched a bolt of fire at Set, an attack that must have cost all of her remaining energy. Set batted the flames aside, straight at Sadie, who had to raise her wand quickly to protect herself and Amos from getting fried. Set tugged at the air as if pulling an invisible rope, and Zia flew toward him like a rag doll, straight into his hand. Don't resist. How could Zia say that? I resisted like crazy, but it didn't do me any good. All I could do was stare helplessly as Set lured his face to Zia's and examined her. At first Set seemed triumphant, gleeful_al, but his expression quickly turned to confusion. He scowled, his eyes flaring. %, at trick is this, he growled. Where have you hidden her? You will not possess her, Zia managed, her breath choked off by his grip. %, air is she? He threw Zia aside. She slammed against the wall and would have slid into the moat, but Sadie yelled wind, and a gust of air lifted Zia's body just enough for her to tumble onto the floor. Sadie ran over and dragged her away from the glowing trench. Set roared, is this your trickery, Isis? He sent another blast of sandstorm against them, but Sadie held up her wand. The storm met a shield of force that deflected the wind around it. The sand pitted the wall Sadie, making a halo-shaped scar in the rock. I didn't understand what Set was so angry about, but I couldn't allow him to hunt Sadie. Seeing her alone, protecting Zia from the wrath of a GCD, something inside me clicked, like an engine shifting into higher gear. My thinking suddenly became faster and clearer. The anger and fear didn't go away, but I realized they weren't important. They weren't going to help me save my sister. Don't resist, Zia had told me. She didn't mean resisting Set. She meant Homs. The Falcon God and I had been wrestling with each other for days as he tried to take control of my body, but neither of us could be in control. That was the answer. We had to act in unison, trust each other completely, or we were both dead. Yes, Horus thought, and he pushing. I stopped resisting, letting our thoughts flow together. I understood his power, his memories, and his fears. I saw every host he had ever been over 1,000 lifetimes. And he saw my mind, everything, even the stuff I wasn't proud of. It's hard to describe the feeling. And I knew from Hamza's memory that this kind of union was very rare, like the one time when the coin doesn't land heads or tails, but stands on its edge, perfectly balanced. He did not control me. I did not use him for power. We acted as one. Our voices spoke in harmony, now. And the magic bonds that held us shattered. My combat avatar flared around me, lifting me off the floor and encasing me with golden energy. I stepped forward and raised my sword. The Falcon warrior mimicked the Mcneement, perfectly attuned to my wishes. Set tummed and regarded me with cold eyes. So, Homs, he said. You managed to find the pedals of our little bike, eh? That does not mean you can ride. I aren't Cain, I said. Blood of the pharaohs, eye of Horus. And now, Set brother, uncle, traitor, I'm going to crush you like a gnat. The Red Pyramid, Carter. The Red Pyramid 38. The house is in the house was a fight to the death, and one felt great. Every move was perfect. Every strike was so much fun I wanted to laugh out loud. Set grew in size until he was larger than me, and his iron staff the size of a boat's mast. His face would flicker, sometimes human, sometimes the feral maw of the Set animal. We clashed sword against staff and sparks flew. He pushed me off balance, and I smashed into one of his animal statues, which toppled to the floor and broke. I regained my balance and charged, my blade biting into a chink of Set's shoulder guard. He howled as black blood seeped from the wound. He swung his staff and I rolled before the strike could split my head. His staff cracked the floor instead. We fought back and forth, smashing pillars and walls, with chunks off ceiling falling around us, until I realized Sadie was yelling to get my attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her trying to shield Zia and Amos from the destruction. She'd drawn a hasty protective circle on the floor, and her shields were deflecting the falling debris, but why she was worried, much more of this, and the entire throne would collapse, crushing all of us. I doubted it would hurt Set much. He was probably counting on that. He wanted to entomb us here. I had to get him into the open. Maybe if I gave Sadie time, she could free Dad's coffin from that. Then I remembered how Bast had desk-fibbed her fight with grappling with the enemy for eternity. Yes, Horus agreed. I raised my fist and channeled a burst of energy toward the air vent above us, blasting it open until red light once again poured through. Then I dropped my sword and launched myself at Set. I grabbed his shoulders with my bare hands, trying to get him in a wrestler's hold. He attempted to pummel me, but his staff was useless at close range. He growled and dropped the weapon, then grabbed my arms. He was much stronger than I was, but Hams knew some good moves. I twisted and got behind Set, my forearm slipping under his arm and grabbing his neck in a vice. We stumbled forward, almost stepping on Sadie's protective shields. Now we've got him, I thought. What do we do with him? Ironically, it was Amos who gave me the answer. I remembered how he turned me into a storm, overcoming my sense of self by sheer mental force. Our minds had had a brief battle, but he had imposed his will with absolute confidence, imagining me as a storm cloud, and that's what I be. You're a fruit bat, I told Set. No. His mind yelled, but I had surprised him. I could feel his conf cyan, and I used it against him. It was easy to imagine him as a bat, since I seen Amos one when he was possessed by Set. I pictured my enemy shrinking, growing leathery WMGs and an even uglier face. I shrank too, until I was a falcon with a fruit bat in my claws. No time to invest, I shot toward the air vent, wrestling with the bat as we spun in circles up the shaft, slashing and biting. Finally we burst into the open, reverting to our warrior forms on the side of the red pyramid. I stood uneasily on the slope. My avatar shimmered with damage along the right arm, and my own arm was cut and bleeding in the same spot. Set rose, wiping black blood from his mouth. He grinned at me, and his face flickered with the snarl of a predator. You can die knowing you made a good effort, Hams. But it's much too late. Look gazed out over the cavern, and my heart crawled into my throat. The army of demons had engaged a new enemy in battle. Magicians, dozens of them, had appeared in a loose circle around the pyramid and were fighting their way forward. The House of Life must have gathered all its available forces, but they were pathetically few against Set's legions. Each magician inside a moving protective circle, like a spotlight beam, wading through the enemy with staff and ivand glowing. Flames, lightning, and tornadoes ripped through the demon host. All kinds of summoned beasts, lions, serpents, sphinxes, and even some charging through the enemy like tanks. Here and there, hieroglyphs glowed in the air, causing explosions and earthquakes that destroyed Set's forces. But more demons just kept coming, surrounding the magicians in deeper and deeper ranks. I watched as one magician was completely overwhelmed, his circle broken in a flash of green light, and he went down under the enemy wave. This is the end of the house, Set said with satisfaction. They cannot prevail as long as my pyramid stands. The magicians seemed to know this. As they got closer, they sent fiery comets and bolts of lightning toward the pyramid, but each blast dissipated harmlessly against its stone slopes, consumed in the red haze of Set's power. Then I spotted the golden capstone. 4 snake-headed giants had retrieved it and were carrying it slowly but steadily through the melee. Set's lieutenant, Face of Horror, shouted orders to them, lashing them with a whip to keep them moving. They pressed forward until they reached the pyramid's base and began to climb. I charged toward them, but Set intervened in an instant, placing himself in my path. I don't think so, Hams, he laughed. You want to ruin this party? We both summoned our weapons to our hands and fought with renewed ferocity, slicing and dodging. I brought my sword down in a deadly arc, but Set ducked aside and my blade hit stone, sending a wave through my whole body. Before I could recover, Set spoke a word, HWI. Strike! The hieroglyphs exploded in my face and sent me tumbling down the side of the pyramid. /hen my vision cleared, I saw face of horror and the snake-headed giants far me, lugging their golden load up the side of the monument, only a few steps from the top. No, I muttered. I tried to rise, but my avatar form was sluggish. Then out of nowhere a magician catapulted into the midst of the demons and unleashed a gale of wind. Demons went flying, dropping the capstone, and the magician stmck it with his staff, stopping it from sliding. The magician Ivas Desjardins. His forked beard and leopard skin cape were singed with fire, and his eyes were full of rage. He pressed his staff against the capstone, and its golden shape began to glow, but before Desjardins could destroy it, Set rose up behind him and swung his iron rod like a baseball bat. Desjardins tumbled, broken and unconscious, all the way down the pyramid, disappearing into the mob of demons. My heart twisted. I'd never liked Desjardins, but no one deserved a fate like that. Annoying, Set said. But not effective. We underscore this is what the House of Life has reduced itself to, Homs. I charged up the slope, and again our weapons clanged together. We fought back and forth as grey light began to seep through the cracks in the mountain above us. Hamza's keen senses told me we had about minutes until sunrise, maybe less. Hamza's energy kept surging through me. My avatar was only mildly damaged, my attacks still swift and strong. But it wasn't enough to defeat Set, and Set knew it. He was in no hurry. With every minute, another magician went down on the battlefield, and chaos got closer to winning. Patience, Hams urged. We fought him for 7 years the first time. But I knew we didn't 7 minutes, much less so in years. I wished Sadie were here, but I could only hope she, managed to free Dad and keep Zia and Amos safe. That thought distracted me. Set swept his staff at my feet, and instead of jumping, I tried to back up. The blow cracked against my right ankle, knocking me off balance and sending me somersaulting down the pyramid's side. Set laughed. Have a nice trip. Then he picked up the capstone. I rose, groaning, but my feet were like lead. I staggered up the slope, but before I'd closed even half the distance, Set placed the capstone and completed the structure. Red light flowed down the sides of the pyramid with a sound like the world's largest bass guitar, shaking the entire mountain and making my whole body go numb. 30 seconds to sunrise. Set yelled with glee. And this land will be mine forever. You can't stop me alone, Horus Esrakieli, not in the Deason, the source of my strength. You're right, too, said a nearby voice. I glanced over and saw Sadie rising from the air vent, radiant with multicolored light, her staff and wand glowing. Except Horus is not alone, she said, and we're not going to fight you in the desert. She stmck her staff against the pyramid and shouted a name, the last words I'd ever expect her to utter as a battle cry. The Red Pyramid. Sadie, the Red Pyramid. 39. Zia tells me a secret. Cheers, Carter, for making me look dramatic and all that. The truth was a bit less glamorous. Back up, shall we? When my brother, the crazy chicken warrior, turned into a falcon and went up the pyramid's chimney with his new mend, the fruit bat, he left me playing nurse to 2 very wounded people, which I didn't appreciate, and which I wasn't particularly good at. Poor Amos's wounds seemed more magical than physical. He didn't a mark on him, but his eyes were rolled up in his head, and he was barely breathing. Steam curled from his skin when I touched his forehead, so I decided I'd best leave him for the moment. Zia was another story. Her face was deathly pale, and she was bleeding from several nasty cuts on her leg. One of her arms was twisted at a bad angle. Her breath rattled with a sound like wet sand. Hold still. I reprowed some cloth from the hem of my pants and tried to bind her leg. Maybe there's some healing magic or Sadie. She gripped my wrist feebly. No time. Listen. If we can stop the bleeding, his name. You need his name. But you're not Nephthys. Set said so. She her head. Speak with her voice. The name Evie. One day. Set was born, and it was an evil day. True enough, I thought, but could that really Set's secret name? Hatzia was talking about, not being Nephthys but speaking with her voice. It made no sense. Then I remembered the voice at the river. Nephthys had said she would send a message. And Anubis had made me promise I would list 10 to Nephthys. I shifted uncomfortably. Look, Zia too. Then the truth hit me in face. Some things Iskandar had said, some things Thoth had said, they all clicked together. Iskandar had wanted to protect Zim. He told me if he realized Carter and I were godlings, he could have protected us as well as Zia. Now I understood how he tried to protect her. Oh, God. I stared at her. That's it, isn't it? She seemed to understand, and she nodded. Her face contorted with pain, but her eyes remained as fierce and insistent as ever. Use the name. Ben said, to your will. Make him help. Help? He just tried to kill you, Zia. He's not the helping type. To go. She tried to push me away. Flames sputtered weakly from her fingers. Kaner needs you. That was the one thing she might have said to spur me on. Kaner was in trouble. To be back, then, I promised. Go anywhere. I stood and stared at the hole in the ceiling, dreading the idea of turning into a kite. Then my eyes fixed on Dad's coffin, buried in the red throne. The sarcophagus was glowing like something radioactive, heading for meltdown. If I could only break the throne. Set must be dealt with first, Isis whammed. But if I can free Dad, I'll step towards the throne. No, Isis warned. What you might see is dangerous. 4/hat are you talking about? I thought irritably. I put my hand on the golden coffin. Instantly I was ripped from the throne room and into a vision. I was back in the land of the dead, in the Hall of Judgment. The crumbling monuments of a New Orleans graveyard shimmered around me. Spirits of dead stiffed restlessly in the mist. At the base of the broken scales, a tiny monster slept. Amit the Devourer. He opened one glowing yellow eye to study me, then went back to sleep. Anubis stepped out of the shadows. He was dressed in a black silk suit with his tie uncotted, like he'd just come back from a funeral or Isisib 1ya convention for really gorgeous undertakers. Sadie, you shouldn't be here. Tell me about it, I said, but I was so glad to see him, I wanted to sob with relief. He took my hand and led me towards the empty black throne. We have lost all balance. The throne cannot be empty. The restoration of Ma'at must here, in this hall. He sounded sad, as if he were asking me to accept something terrible. I didn't understand, but a profound sense of loss crept over me. It's not fair, I said. No, it's not. He squeezed my hand. I'll be here, waiting. I'm sorry, Sadie. I truly am. He started to fade. Wait. I tried to hold onto his hand, but he melted into mist along with the graveyard. I found myself back in the throne room of the gods, except it looked like it had been abandoned for centuries. The roof had fallen in, along with half of the columns. The braziers were cold and rusty. The beautiful marble floor was as cracked as a dry lake bed. Bast alone next to the empty throne of Osiris. She gave me a mischievous smile, but seeing her again was almost too painful to bear. Oh, don't be sad, she chided. Cats don't do regret. But aren't you dead? That all depends. She gestured around her. The duet is in Tunoil _ the gods have gone too long without a king. If Set doesn't take over, someone else must. The enemy is coming. Don't let me die Mvam _ but I will you come back? I asked, my voice breaking. Please, I never even got to say goodbye to you. I can't. Good luck, Sadie. Keep your claws sharp. Bast vanished, and the scenery changed. I stood in the Hall of Ages, in the first gnome. Another empty throne, and Iskandar sat at its feet, waiting for a pharaoh who hadn't existed for 2,000 years. A leader, my dear, he said. Mazat demands a leader. It's too much, I said. Too many thrones. You can't excerpt Kaner. Not alone, Iskandar agreed, but this is your family's burden. You staff the process. The canes alone will heal us or destroy us. I don't know what you mean. Iskandar opened his hand, and in a flash of light, the scene changed one more time. I was back at the Thames. It must have been the dead of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning, because the embankment was empty. Mist obscured the lights of the city, and the air was wintry. 2 Iropal, a man and a woman, stood bundled against the cold, holding hands in front of Cleopatra's Needle. At first I thought they were a random couple on a date. Then, with I realized I was looking at my parents. My dad lifted his face and scowled at the obelisk. In the dim glow of the street lamps, his features looked like chiseled marble, like the pharaoh statues he loved to study. He did have the face of a king, I thought, proud and handsome. "You're sure?" he asked my mother. "Absolutely sure." Mum blushed her blonde hair out of her face. She was even more beautiful than her pictures, but she looked worried, eyebrows furrowed, lips pressed together like me when I was upset. When I looked in the mirror and tried to convince myself things weren't so bad. I wanted to call to her, to let her know I was there, but my voice wouldn't work. "She told me this is where it," my mother said. She pulled her black coat around her, and I caught a glimpse of her necklace, the amulet of Isis, my amulet. I stared at it, stunned, but then she pulled her collar closed, and the amulet disappeared. If we want to defeat the enemy, we must stand with the obelisk. We must find out the truth. My father frowned uneasily. He'd drawn a protective circle around them, blue chalk lines on the pavement. He touched the base of the obelisk, the circle began to glow. "I don't like it," he said. "Won't you call on her help?" "No," my mother insisted. "I'll know my limits, Julius. If I tried it again..." My heart skipped a beat. Iskandar's words came back to me. She saw things that made her seek advice from unconventional places. I recognized the look in my mother's eyes, and I knew, my mother had communed with Isis _ didn't you tell me? I wanted to scream. My father summoned his staff and wand. "Ruby, if we fail we can't fail," she insisted. "The world depends on it." They kissed one last time, as if they sensed they were saying. Then they raised their staffs and wands and began to chant. Cleopatra's Needle glowed with power. I yanked my hand away from the sarcophagus. My eyes stung with tears. "You knew my mother," I shouted at Isis _ "you encouraged her to open that obelisk. You got her killed." I waited for her to answer. Instead, a ghostly image appeared in front of me, a projection of my father, shimmering in the light of the golden coffin. "Sadie." He smiled. His voice sounded tinny and hollow, the way it used to on the phone when he'd call me from far away, from Egypt or Australia or God knows where. "Don't blame Isis for your mother's fate. None of us understood exactly what would. Even your mother could only see bits and pieces of the future _ but when the time came, your mother accepted her role. It was her _ to die. I demanded. Isis helped her. You should have helped her." I hate. As soon as I said it, something broke inside me. I started to cry. I realized I'd wanted to say that to my dad for years. I blamed him for Mum's death, blamed him for leaving me. But now that I'd said it, all the anger drained out me, leaving me nothing but guilt. "I'm sorry," I sputtered. "I didn't. Don't arxologize, my brave girl. You had every right to feel that way. You had to get it out. You're about to do, you have to. It's for the right reasons, not because you resent me." "I don't know what you mean." He reached out to brush a tear from my cheek, but his hand was just a shimmer of light. "Your mother was the first in many centuries to commune with Isis _ It was dangerous, against the teachings of Taos, but your mother was a diviner. She had a premonition that chaos was rising. The house was failing. We needed the gods. Isis could not cross the Duat _ she could barely manage a wizard, but she told us what she could about their imprisonment. She counseled Ruby on what must be done. The gods could rise again, she said, but it would take many hard sacrifices. We thought the obelisk would release all the gods, but that was only the beginning. Isis could have given Mum more power, or at least Bast. Bast offered no, Sadie. Your mother knew her limits. If she had tried to host a god, fully use divine power, she would have consumed or worse. She freed Bast, and used her own power to seal the breach. With her life, she bought you some time. Me? But you and your brother hail the strongest blood of any Cain in 3,000 years. Your mother studied the lineage of the pharaohs. She knew this to be TME. You have the best chance at relieving the old ways, and healing the breach between magicians and gods. Your mother began the stirring. I unleashed the gods from the Rosetta Stone. But it will be your job to restore Ma'at. You can help, I insisted. Once we free you. Sadie, he said forlornly, when you become a parent, you may understand this. One of my hardest jobs as a father, one of my greatest duties, was to realize that my own dreams, my 0VN goals and wishes, are secondary to my children's. Your mother and I have set the stage. But it is your stage. This pyramid is designed to feed chaos. It consumes the of other goggles and makes Set stronger. I know. If I break the throne, maybe open the coffin. You might save me, Dad conceded, but the power of Osiris, the power inside me, would be consumed by the pyramid. It would only hasten the destruction and make Set stronger. The pyramid must be destroyed, all of it, and you know how that must be done. I was to protest that I didn't know, but the feather of truth kept me honest. The way was inside me. I'd seen it in Isis's thoughts. I'd known what was come ever since Anubis asked me that impossible question, to save the world, would you sacrifice your father? I don't want to, I said. Please, Osiris must take his throne, my father said. Through death, life. It is the only way. May Mazat guide you, Sadie. I love you. And with that, his image dissipated. Someone was calling my name. I looked back and saw Zia trying to sit up, clutching weakly at her wand. Sadie, what are you doing? All around us, the room was shaking. Cracks split the walls, as if a giant were using the pyramid as a punching bag. How long had I been in a trance? I wasn't sure, but I was out of time. I closed my eyes and concentrated. The voice of Isis spoke almost immediately. Do you see now? Do you understand why I could not say more? Anger built inside me, but I forced it down. We'll talk about that later. Right now, we a god to defeat. I pictured myself stepping forward, merging with the soul of the goddess. I'd shared power with Isis before, but this was different. My resolve, my anger, even my grief gave me confidence. I looked Isis straight in the eye, spiritually speaking, and we one another. I saw her entire history, her early days grasping for power, using tricks and schemes to find the name of RM. I saw her wedding with Osiris, her hopes and dreams for a new empire. Then I saw those dreams shattered by Set. I felt her anger and bitterness, her fierce pride and protectiveness for her young son, Horus. And I saw the pattern of her life repeating itself over and over again through the ages, through 1,000 different hosts. Gods have great power, Iskandar had said. But only humans have creativity, the power to change high story. I also felt my mother's thoughts, like an imprint on the GKX-1's memory, Ruby's final moments and the choice she, D made. She, D given her life to start a chain of events. And the next move was Sadie. Zia called again, her voice weakening. TM fine, Tu said. I'm going now. Zia studied my face, and obviously didn't like what she saw. You're not fine. You've been badly shaken. Fighting Set in your condition would be suicide. Don't worry, I said. We have a plan. With that, I tumbled into a kite and flew up the airs half towards the top of the pyramid. The Red Pyramid, Sadie, the Red Pyramid 40. I ruined a rather important spell. One found that things weren't going well upstairs. Kaner was a crumpled heap of chicken warfire on the slope of the Pyramikel. Set had just placed the capstone and was shouting, 30 seconds to sunrise. In the cave, magicians from the House of Life waded through an army of demons, fighting a fight. The scene would have been frightening enough, but now I saw it as Isis did. Like a crocodile with eyes at water level seeing both below and above the surface, I saw the Duat entwine the regular world. The demons had fiery souls in the Duat that made them like an army of birthday candles. Where Carter stood in the mortal world, a falcon warrior stood in the Duat, not an avatar, but the real thing, with feathered head, sharp blood-stained and gleaming black eyes. His sword rippled with golden light. As for Set, imagine a mountain of sand, doused with Ritral, set on fire, spinning in the world's largest blender. That's what he looked like in the Duat, a column of destructive force so powerful that the stones at his feet bubbled and blistered. I'm not sure Ivy had I looked like, but I felt the force of Mazat course through me. The divine words were at my command. I was Sadie Kane, blood of the pharaohs. And I was Isis, goddess of magic, holder of the secret Narns _ As Kaner struggled his way up the pyramid, Set gloated. You can't stop me by yourself, Hams Esrakili, not in the desert, the source of my strength. You're right. I called. Set turned, and the on his face was priceless. I raised my staff and wand, gathering my magic. Except that Horus is not alone, I said, and we're not going to fight you in the desert. I slammed my staff against the stones and shouted, Washington, D.C. The pyramid shook for a moment, nothing else happened. Set seemed to realize what I was doing. He let out a nervous laugh. Magic 101, Sadie Kane. You can't open a portal during the demon days. A mortal can't. I agreed. But a goddess of magic can. Above us, the air crackled with lightning. The top of the cave dissolved into a chumming vortex of sand as large as the pyramid. Demons stopped fighting and up in honor _ magicians stammered mid-spell, their faces slack with awe _ the vortex was so powerful that it ripped blocks off the pyramid and sucked them into the sand. And then, like a giant lid, the portal began to descend. No. Set roared. He blasted the portal with flames, then turned on me and hurled stones and lightning, but it was too late. The portal swallowed us all. The end-world seemed to flip upside down. For a heartbeat, I wondered if I'd made a terrible miscalculation, if Set's pyramid would explode in the end. I'd spend eternity floating through the Duat as a billion little particles of Sadie sand. Then, with a sonic boom, we appeared in the cold morning air with a brilliant blue sky above us. Spread out us were the snow-covered fields of the National Mall in Washington, D.C. The red pyramid was still intact, but cracks had appeared on its surface. The gold capstone glowed, trying to maintain its magic, but we weren't in Phoenix anymore. The pyramid had from its source of power, the Decent, and in front us loomed the default gateway for non-America, the tall white obelisk that was the most powerful point of Ma'at on the continent, the Washington Monument. Set screamed something at me in ancient Egyptian. I was fairly sure it wasn't a compliment. I will rend your limbs from their psychics, he shouted. El will die. Carter suggested. He rose behind Set and swung his sword. The blade cut into Set's armor at the ribs, not a killing blow, but enough to knock the red god off balance and send him tumbling down the side of his Pyramikel. Carter bounded after him, and in the Duat I could see arcs of white energy pulsing from the Washington Monument to the Hams avatar, charging it with new power. The book Sadie. Kaner shouted as he ran. Do it now. I must have been dazed from summoning the portal, because Set understood what Kaner was saying a lot faster than I did. No. The red god shouted. He charged towards me, but Carter intercepted him half-way up the slope. He grappled with Set, holding him back. The stones of the pyramid cracked and crumbled under the weight of their godly forms. All around the base of the pyramid, demons and magicians who'd been pulled through the portal and knocked momentarily unconscious were starting to stir. The book Sadie. _ Sometimes it's helpful to have someone other than yourself inside your head, Because one can slap the other. Duh. I held out my hand and summoned the little blue tome we'd stolen from Paris, the Book of Overcoming. Said I unfolded the papyrus. The hieroglyphs were as clear as a nursery school primer. I called for the Feather of Truth, and instantly it appeared, glowing above the pages. I the spell, speaking the divine words, and my body rose into the air, hovering a few centimeters above the pyramid. I chanted the story of creation, the first mountain rising above the waters of chaos, the Bilhoft gods Razgab, and Nuts the rise of Mazat, and the first great empire of men, Egypt. The Washington Monument began to glow as hieroglyphs appeared along its sides. The capstone gleamed silver. Set tried to lash out at me, but Kaner intercepted him. And the red pyramid began to break apart. I thought Amos and Zia, trapped inside under tons of stone, and I almost faltered, but my mother's voice spoke in my mind, "Staphyst, dearest. Watch for your enemy." "Yes," Isis said. "Destroy him." But somehow I knew that wasn't what my mother meant. She was telling me to watch. Something important was about to happen. Through the duet, I saw magic forming around me, weaving a white sheen the world, reinforcing Ma'at and expelling chaos. Kaner and Set wrestled back and forth as huge chunks of the pyramid collapsed. The Feather of Truth glowed, shining like a spotlight on the red god. As I neared the end of the SRRLL, my words began tearing Set's famel to shreds. In the duet, his fiery whirlwind was being stripped away, revealing a black-skinned, slimy thing like an emaciated Set animal, the evil essence of the Gok-El. But in the mortal world, occupying the same space, there stood a proud warrior in red armor, blazing with power and determined to fight to the death. "I narn you, Set," I chanted. "I name you Evil Day." With a thunderous roar, the pyramid imploded. Set fell crashing into the ruins. He tried to rise, but Kaner swung his sword. Set barely had time to raise his staff. Their weapons crossed, and Ham slowly forced Set to one knee. "Now, Sadie." Kaner yelled. "You have my enemy," I chanted, "and a curse on the land." A line of white light shot down the length of the Washington Monument. It widened into a rift, a doorway between this world and the brilliant white abyss that Yoald set away, trapping his life force. Maybe not forever, but for a long, long time. To complete the spell, I only had to speak one more line, "Deserving no mercy, an enemy of Ma'at, you are exiled beyond the earth." The line had to be spoken with absolute conviction. The Feather of Truth required it, and why shouldn't I believe it? It was the truth. Set deserved no mercy. He was an enemy of Ma'at _ but I hesitated. "Watch for your enemy," my mother had said. I looked towards the top of monument, and in the duet I saw chunks of pyramid flying skyward and the souls of demons lifting off like fireworks. As Set's chaos magic dispersed, all the force that had been charging up, ready to destroy a continent, was being sucked into the clouds. And as I watched, the chaos tried to form a shape. It was like a red reflection of the Potomac, an enormous crimson river at least a mile long and 100 meters wide. It writhed in the air, trying to solid, and I felt its rage and bit mess. This was not what it had wanted. There was not enough power or chaos for its purpose. To form purely, it needed the death of millions, the wasting of an entire continent. It was not a river, it was a snake. "Sadie!" Kaner yelled. "What are you waiting for?" He couldn't see it, I realized. No one could but me. Set was on his knees, writhing and cursing as white energy encircled him, pulling him towards the rift. "Lost your stomach, witch," he bellowed. Then he glared at Carter. "You see, Horus. Isis was always a coward. She could never complete the deed." Kaner looked at me, and for a moment I saw the doubt on his face. Hamswood urging him towards bloody vengeance _ I was hesitating. This is Ivy had tummed Isis and Horus against each other before. I couldn't let it happen now. But more than that, In Kaner's wary expression I saw the way he used to at me on our visiting days when we were practically strangers, forced to spend time together, pretending we were a happy family because Dad expected it of us. I didn't want to go back to that. I wasn't pretending anymore. We were a family, and we had to work together. Carter, look. I threw the feather of truth into the sky, breaking the spell. No. Kaner screamed, but the feather exploded into silver dust that clung to the form of the serpent, forcing it to become visible. Just for an instant Kaner's mouth fell open as the serpent writhed in the air. Washington, slowly losing power. Next to me, a voice screamed, "Wretched gods." I turned to see Set's minion, face of horror, with his fangs bared and his grotesque face only inches from mine, a jagged knife raised above my head. I only had time to think, "I'm dead," before a flash of metal registered in the corner of my eye. There was a sickening thud, and the demon froze. Kaner had thrown his sword with deadly accuracy. The demon dropped his knife, fell to his knees, and stared down at the blade that was now sheathed in his side. He crumpled to his back, exhaling with an angry hiss. His black eyes fixed on me, and he 6K in a completely different voice, a rasping, dry sound, like a reptile's belly scraping over sand. "This is not over, Godling _all this I have tuffed with a wisp of my voice, the merest bit of my essence wriggling from my weakened cage. Imagine what I shall do when fully formed." He gave me a ghastly smile, and then his face went slack. A tiny line of red mist curled from his mouth like a orton or a fresh-hatched snake, and I writhed upward into the sky to join its source. The demons disintegrated into sand. I looked up once more at the giant red serpent slowly dissolving in the sky. Then I summoned a good strong wind and dispersed it completely. The Washington Monument stopped glowing. The rift closed, and the little spellbook disappeared from my hand. I moved towards Set, who was still ensnared in ropes of white energy. I'd spoken his TME name. "He wasn't going anywhere just yet. You both saw the serpent in the clouds," I said. Apophis Kaner nodded, stunned. "He was trying to break into the mortal world, using the Red Pyramid as a gateway. If its power had been unleashed." He ked down in revulsion at the pile of sand that had once a demon. Set's lieutenant face of horror. He was possessed by Ike's Fies all along, using Set to get what he wanted. Ridiculous. Set glared at me and struggled against his bonds. "The snake in the clouds, Ivis, one of your tricks, Isis _an illusion." "You know it wasn't," I said. "I could have sent you into the abyss, Set, but you saw the real enemy." Apophis Ivis trying to break out of his prison in the duet, his voice possessed face of horror. "He was _, no one uses me." Kaner let his warfire form disperse. He floated to the ground and summoned his sword back to his hand. "Apophis wanted your explosion to feed his power, Set. As soon as he came through the duet and found us dead, I'm betting you would have been his first meal. Chaos would have won." "Iron chaos?" Set insisted. "Partially," I said. "But you're still one of the gods." "True, you're evil, faithless, ruthless, vile. You make me blush, sister. But you're also the strongest god. In the ancient times, you were Ra's faithful lieutenant, defending his boat against Apophis. Ra couldn't have defeated the serpent without iron." "Pretty great," Set admitted. "But Ra is gone forever, thanks to you." "Maybe not forever," I said. "We 11 have to find him. Apophis is rising, which means we'll need all the gods to battle him. Even you." Set tested his bonds of white energy. When he found he couldn't break them, he gave me a smile. "You suggest an alliance? You'd oust me?" Kaner laughed. "You've got to be kidding. But we've got your number, now your secret name." "Right, Sadie." I closed my fingers, and the bonds tightened around Set. He cried out in pain. It took a great deal of energy, and I knew I couldn't hold him like this for long, but there was no point telling that to Set. "The House of Life tried banishing the gods," I said. It didn't work. If we lock you away, we're no better than they are. It doesn't solve anything. I couldn't agree more, Set groaned. So if I'll just loosen these bonds, you're still a villainous piece of scum, I said. But you have a role to play, and you'll need controlling. I-11 agreed to release you if you swear to behave, to return to the DUIT, and not cause trouble until we call you. And then you'll make trouble only for us, fighting against Apophis. Or I could chop off your head, Kaner suggested. That would probably exile you for a good long while. Set glanced back and forth between us. Make trouble for you, That is my specialty. Swear by your OUN name and the throne of Raz, I said. You will now and not reappear until you are called. Oh, I swear, he said, much too quickly. By my name and Ra's throne and our mother's starry elbows _L if you betray us, I warned, I have your name. I won't show you mercy a second time. You always were my favorite sister. I gave him one last shock, just to remind him of my power, and then let the bindings dissolve. Set up and flexed his arms. He appeared as a warrior with red armor and red skin, a black, forked beard, and twinkling, cruel eyes, but in the DUIT, I saw his other side, a raging inferno just barely contained, waiting to be unleashed and bum everything in its path. He winked at Horus, then pretended to shoot me with a finger. Gummo, this will be, we're going to have so much fun. Begone, evil day, I said. He turned into a pillar of salt and dissolved. The snow in the National Mall had melted in a perfect square, the exact size of Set's pyramid. Around the edges, a dozen magicians still lay passed out. The poor dears had started to stir when our portal closed, but the explosion off pyramid had knocked them all out. Other mortals in the area had also been affected. An early moaming jogger was slumped on the sidewalk. On nearby streets, cars idled while the drivers took naps over the steering wheels. Not everyone was asleep, though. Police sirens wailed in the distance, and seeing as how we teleported practically into the president's backyard, I knew it wouldn't be long before we had a great deal of heavily armed company. Kaner and I ran to the center of the melted square, where Amos and Zia lay crumpled in the grass. There was no sign of Set's throne or the golden coffin, but I tried to push those thoughts out of my. Amos groaned. What ____, his eyes clouded over with terror. Rest. I put my hand on his forehead. He was burning with fever. The pain in his mind was so sharp, it cut me like a razor. I remembered a spell Isis had taught me in New Mexico. Quiet, I whisper. Red _hot ri faint hieroglyphs glowed over his face. Amos drifted back to sleep, but I knew it was only a temporary fix. Zia was even worse off. Kaner cradled her head and spoke reassuringly how she would be fine, but she looked bad. Her skin was a strange reddish color, dry and brittle, as if she'd suffered a horrible sunburn. In the grass around her, hieroglyphs were fading, the remains of a protective circle, and I thought I understood what had happened. She'd used her last bit of energy to shield herself and Amos when the pyramid imploded. Set, she asked weakly, is he gone? Yes. Carter glanced at me, and I knew we'd be keeping the details to ours. He's _everything's fine, thanks to you. The secret name worked. She nodded, satisfied, and her eyes to close. Hey Kaner's voice quavered. Stay awake, you're not going to leave me alone with Sadie, are you? She's bad company. Zia tried to smile, but the F-01T made her wince. I hear, Kaner. Just a message, a placeholder. Come on. No. That's no way to talk. Find her, I will you. Zia said. A tear traced its way down her nose. Date at the mall. Her eyes drifted away from him and stared blankly into the sky. Zia. Kaner clutched her hand. Stop that. You can't. You can't. Just ____. I knelt next to him and touched Zia's face. It was cold as stone. And even though I understood what had happened, I couldn't think of anything to say, or any way to console my brother. He shut his eyes tight and lowered his head. Then it happened. Along the path of Zia's tear, from the corner of her eye to the base of her nose, Zia's face cracked, smaller fractures apera red, webbing her skin, her flesh dried out, hardened to clay. Carter, I said. L% at, he said miserably. He looked up just as a small blue light drifted out of Zia's mouth and flew into the sky. Carter backed away in shock. What did you do? Nothing, I said. She's a Shapti _ she said she wasn't really here. She was just a placeholder. Kaner looked bewildered, but then a small light started to burn in his eyes, a tiny bit of hope. Then _ the real Zia is alive. Iskandar I was protecting her, I said. When the spirit of Nephthys joined with the real Zia in London, Iskandar knew she was in danger. Iskandar hid her away and replaced her a Shapti _ remember what Thoth said, Shapti make excellent stunt doubles. That's what she was. And Nephthys told me she was sheltered somewhere, inside a sleeping host. But Ivy here, I don't know, I said. And in Carter's present state, I was too afraid to raise the real question, if Zia had been a Shapti all this time, had we ever known her at all? The real Zia had never gotten close to us. She never discovered what an incredibly amazing person I was. God forbid, she might not even like Carter. Kaner touched her face and it crumbled to dust. He picked up her wand, which remained solid ivory, but he held it gingerly as if he were afraid it too would dissolve. That blue light, he began to ramble, El saw Zia release one in the first gnome, too. Just like the Shapti in Memphis, they sent their thoughts back to Thoth. So Zia must have been in contact with her Shapti _ that's what the light was. They been, like, sharing memories, right? She must know what the Shapti's been through. If the real Zia is somewhere, she might be locked up or in some kind of magic sleep, or we have to find her. I wasn't sure it would be so simple, but I didn't want to argue. I could see the desperation on his face. Then a familiar voice sent a cold shiver down my back. What have you done? Desjardins was literally framing. His tattered robes still smoked from battle. Kaner says I shouldn't mention that his pink boxer shorts were showing, but they were. His staff was aglow, and the whiskers in his beard smoldered. Behind him stood three equally battered magicians. Yuho all looked as if they'd just regained consciousness. Oh, good, I muttered. You're alive. You bargained with Set. Desjardins demanded. You let him go. We don't answer to you, Carter growled. He stepped forward, hand on his sword, but I put out my arm to hold him back. Desjardins, I said as calmly as I could, Apophis is rising, in case you missed that part. We need the gods. The House of Life has to relearn the old ways. The old ways destroyed us, he yelled. A week ago, the look in his eyes Ualdve made me tremble. He fairly glowed with rage, and hieroglyphs blazed in the air around him. He was the chief lector, and I'd just undone everything the house had wrked for since the fall of Egypt. Desjardins was a heartbeat away from turning me into an insect, and the thought should have terrified me. Instead, I looked him in the eye. Right now, I was more than he was. Much more powerful and I let him know it. Pride destroyed you, I said. Greed and selfishness and all of that. It's hard to follow the path of the gods. But it is part of magic. You can't just shut it down. You are DMNK with power, he snarled. The gods have possessed you, as they always do. Soon you will forget you are even human. We will fight you and destroy you. Then he glared at Carter. And you, I know what Horus would demand. You will never reclaim the throne. With my last breath save it, Tu said. Then I faced my brother. You know what we have to do. Understanding passed between us. I was surprised how easily I could read him. I thought it might be the influence of the gods, but then I realized it was because we were both Cain's brother and sister. And Kaner, God help me, was also my friend. Are you sure? He asked. We're leaving ourselves open. He glared at Desjardins. Just one more good smack with the sword. TM sure, Kaner. I closed my eyes and focused. Consider carefully, Isis said. What we've done so far is only the beginning of the power we could wield together. That's the problem, I said. I am not ready for that. I've got to get there on my own, the hard way. You are wise for a mortal, Isis said. Very well. Imagine giving up a full tune in cash. Imagine throwing away the most beautiful diamond necklace in the h.world_. Separating myself from Isis was harder than that, much harder. But it wasn't impossible. I know my limits, my mother had said, and now I understood how wise she'd been. I felt the spirit of the goddess leave me. Part of her flowed into my necklace, but most of her streamed into the Washington Monument, back into the Duat, where Isis would go. __ somewhere else. Another host? I wasn't sure for /hen. I opened my eyes, Carter next to me looking grief-stricken, holding his Eye of Horus amulet. Desjardins was so stunned, he momentarily forgot how to _k English. Ce West pa possible. On ne pa yes, we could, I said. We've given up the gods of our own free will and you've got a lot to learn about what's possible. Kaner threw down his sword. Desjardins, I'm not after the throne. Not unless I earn it by myself, and that's going to take time. We're going to learn the path of the gods. We're going to teach others. You can waste time trying to destroy us, or you can help. The sirens were much closer now. I could see the lights of emergency vehicles coming from several directions, slowly cordoning off National Mall. We had only minutes before we were surrounded. Desjardins looked at the magicians behind him, probably gauging how much support he could rally. His brethren looked in awe. One even staffed to bow to me, then caught himself. Alone, Desjardins might have able to destroy us. We were just magicians now, very tired Magikians, with hardly any formal training. Desjardins' nostrils flared. Then he surprised me by lowering his staff. There has been too much destruction today, but the path of the gods shall remain closed. If you cross the house of life again. He let the thread hang in the air. He slammed his staff down, and with a final burst of energy, the four magicians dissolved into wind and gusted away. Suddenly I felt exhausted. The terror of what I'd been through began to sink in. We survived, but that was little consolation. I missed my parents. I missed them terribly. I wasn't a goddess anymore. I was just a regular girl, alone with only my brother. Then Amos groaned and staff sitting up. Police cars and sinister-looking black vans blocked the curbs all around us. Sirens blared. A helicopter sliced through the air over the Potomac, closing fast. God only knew what the Moultals thought had happened at the Washington Monument, but I didn't want my face on the nightly news. Carter, we have to get out of here, I said. Can you summon enough magic to change Amos into something small, a mouse maybe? We can fly him out. He nodded, still in a daze, but didn't. He looked around helplessly. I knew how he felt. The pyramid, the throne, the golden coffin, all of it was gone. We'd come so far to rescue our father, only to lose him. And Kaner's first girlfriend lay at his feet in a pile of pottery shards. That probably didn't help either. Carter protests that she wasn't really his girlfriend. Oh, please. I couldn't dwell on it, though. I had to be strong for both of us or we'd end up in prison. First things first, I said, we have to get Amos to safety. %, air. Kaner asked. There was only one place I could think of, the Red Pyramid. Carter, the Red Pyramid 41. We stopped the recording, for now one can't believe Sadie's going to let me have the last. Our experience together must have really taught her something. C.W., she just hit me. Never mind. Anyway, I'm glad she told that last part. I think she understood it better than I did. And the whole thing about Zia not being Zia and Dad not getting rescued __, that was pretty hard to deal with. If anybody felt worse than I did, it was Amos. I had just enough magic to turn myself into a falcon and him into a hamster, Hey, I was rushed, but a few miles from the National Mall, he started struggling to change back. Sadie and I were forced to land outside a train station, where Amos turned back into a human and curled into a shivering ball. We tried to talk to him, but he could barely complete a sentence. Finally we got him into the station. We let him sleep on a bench while Sadie and I warmed up and watched the news. According to Channel 5, the whole city of Washington was under lockdown. There'd been reports of explosions and weird lights at the Washington Monument, but all the cameras could show us was a big square of melted snow on the mall, which kind of made for boring video. X-Rers came on and talked about terrorism, but eventually it became clear that there'd been no permanent damage, just a bunch of scary lights. After a while, the media stalled speculating about freak storm activity or a rare southern appearance of the northern lights. Within an hour, the authorities opened up the city. I wished we had Bast with us, because Amos was no shape to be our chaperone, but we managed to buy tickets for our sick uncle and ourselves as far as New York. I slept on the way, the amulet of Homs clutched in my hand. We got back to Brooklyn at sunset. We found the mansion bummed out, which we expected, but we had nowhere else to go. I knew we made the right choice when we guided Amos through the doorway and heard a familiar, "Ack. Ack. Quill." Sadie cried. The baboon tackled her in a hug and climbed onto her shoulders. He picked at her hair, seeing if she brought him any good bugs to eat. Then he off and grabbed a half-melted basketball. He grunted at me insistently, pointing to a makeshift basket he'd made out of some bummed beams and a laundry basket. It was a gesture of forgiveness, I realized. He had forgiven me for sucking at his favorite game, and he was offering lessons. Looking around, I realized that he'd tried to clean up in his own baboon way, too. He'd dusted off one surviving sofa, stacked Cheerios boxes in the fireplace, and even put a dish of Ivater and Fresh out for Muffin, who was curled up asleep on a little pillow in the clearest part of the living room, under an intact section of roof. Clow had made 3 separate mounds of pillows and sheet sleeping places for us. I got a lump in my throat. Seeing the care that he'd taken getting ready for us, I couldn't imagine a better welcome home present. "Quill," I said, "you are one freaking awesome baboon." "Ack," he said, pointing to the basketball. "You want to school me?" I said. "Yeah, I deserve it, just give us a second to." My smile melted when I saw Amos. He drifted over to the ruined statue of Thoth. The god's cracked ibis head lay at his feet. His hands had broken off and his tablet and stylus lay shattered on the ground. Amos stared at the headless god, the patron of magicians, and I could guess what he was thinking. "A bad omen for a homecoming _ it's okay," I told him. "We're going to make it right." If Amos heard me, he gave no sign. He drifted over to the couch and plopped down, putting his head in his hands. Sadie glanced at me uneasily, then she looked around at the blackened walls, the crumbling ceilings, the charred remains of the ornature _ well, she said, trying to sound upbeat, "How about I play basketball with Kofi _ A, and you can clean the house?" Even with magic, it took us several weeks to put the house back in order. That was just to make it livable _ it was hard without Isis and Horus helping, but we could still do magic. It just took a lot more concentration and a lot more time. Every day, I went to sleep feeling as if I'd done 12 hours of hard labor, but eventually we got the aisles and ceilings repaired, and cleaned up the debris until the house no longer smelled of smoke. We even managed to fix the Teltus and the pool. We brought Amos out to watch as we released the wax figurine into the water, and Philip of Macedonia sprang to life _ Amos almost smiled when he saw that. Then he sank into a chair on the terrace and stared desolately at the Manhattan skyline. I too wonder if he would ever be the same. He'd lost much weight, his face looked haggard _ most days he wore his bathrobe and didn't even bother to comb his hair. He was taken over by Set, Sadie told me one morning, when I mentioned how worried I was. "Do you have any idea how violating that is? His eyeball was broken. He doubts himself and..." Well, it may be a long time. We tried to lose ourselves in work. We repaired the statue of Thoth, and fixed the broken Shabti in the library. I was better at grunt work, moving blocks of stone or heaving ceiling beams into place. Sadie was better at fine details, like repairing the hieroglyphic seals on the doors. Once, she really impressed me by imagining her just as it had been and speaking. The joining high nem pieces of furniture flew together out of the debris, and boom! Instant repair job. Of course, Sadie passed out for 12 hours afterward, but slowly but surely, the mansion began to feel like home. At night I would sleep with my head on a charmed headrest, which mostly kept my BA from drifting off, but sometimes I still had strange visions: the red pyramid, the serpent in the sky, or the face of my father as he was trapped in Set's coffin. Once I thought I heard Zia's voice trying to tell me something from far away, but I couldn't make out the words. Sadie and I kept our amulets locked in a box in the library. Every morning I'd sneak down to make sure they were still there. I would find them glowing, warm to the touch, and I would be tempted, very tempted, to put on the Eye of Homs. But I knew I couldn't. The power was too addictive, too dangerous. I'd achieved a balance with Horus once, under extreme circumstances, but I knew it would be too easy to get overwhelmed if I tried it again. I had to train first, a more powerful magician, before I would be ready to tap that much power. One night at dinner, we had a visitor. Amos had gone to bed early, as he usually did. Kufa was inside watching ESPN with Muffin on his lap. Sadie and I sat exhausted on the deck overlooking the river. Philip of Macedonia floated silently in his pool. Except for the hum of the city, the night was quiet. I'm not sure how it happened, but one minute we were alone, and the next there was a guy standing at the railing. He was lean and tall, with messed up hair and pale skin, and his clothes were all black, as if he demugged a priest or something. He was probably around 16, and even though I'd never seen his face before, I had the weirdest feeling that I knew him. Sadie up so quickly she knocked over her split pea soup, which is gross enough in the bowl, but running all over the table. Yuck, Anubis, she blurted. Anubis? I thought she was kidding, because this guy did not look anything like the slavering jackal-headed god I'd seen in the land of the dead. He stippered phonevard, and my hand crept for my wand. Sadie, he said. Carter. Would you come with me, please? Sure, Sadie said, her voice a little strangled. Hold on, I said. Where are we going? Anubis gestured him, and a door opened in the air, a pure black rectangle. Someone wants to see you. Sadie took his hand and stepped through into the darkness, which left me no choice but to follow. The Hall of Judgment had gotten a makeover. The golden scales still dominated the room, but they had been fixed. The black pillars still marched off into the gloom on all four sides. But now I could see the overlay, the strange holographic image of the real world, and it was no longer a graveyard. As Sadie had described, it was a white living room with tall ceilings and huge picture windows. Double doors led to a terrace that kept out over the ocean. I was struck speechless. I looked at Sadie, and judging from the shock on her face, I guessed she recognized the place too, our house in Los Angeles, in the hills overlooking the Pacific, the last place we'd lived as a family. The Hall of Judgment is intuitive, a familiar voice said. It responds to strong memories. Only then did I notice the throne wasn't empty anymore. Sitting there, with Amit the Devourer curled at his feet, was our father. I almost ran to him, but something held me back. He looked the same in many ways, the long Bruin coat, the rumpled suit and dusty, his head freshly shaven and his trimmed. His eyes gleamed the way they did whenever I made him proud. But his form shimmered with a strange light. Like the itself, I realized, he existed in two worlds. I concentrated hard, and my eyes opened to a deeper level of the Duat. Dad was still there, but taller and stronger, dressed in the robes and jewels of an Egyptian pharaoh. His skin was a dark shade of blue like the deep Anubis. I walked over and stood at his side, but Sadie and I were a little more cautious. "Well, come on," Dad said. "I won't bite," Amit the do, Yura growled as we came close, but Dad stroked his Crodi head and shushed him. "These are my children, Amit_be haughty Dad." I stammered. Now I want to be clear, even though weeks had passed since the battle with Set, and even though I'd been busy rebuilding the mansion the whole time, I hadn't stopped thinking about my dad for a minute. Every time I saw a picture in the library, I thought of stories he used to tell me. I kept my clothes in a suitcase in my closet, because I couldn't bear the idea that our life traveling together was over. I missed him so much I would sometimes come to tell him something before I forgot that he was gone. In spite of all that, and all the emotion boiling around inside me, all I could think of to say was "You're blue." My dad's laugh was so normal, so him, that it broke the tension. The sound echoed through the hall, and even Anubis cracked a smile. "Goes with the territory," Dad said. "I'm sorry I didn't bring you here sooner, but things have been ___" He looked at Anubis for the right word. "Complicated," Anubis suggested. "Complicated. I have meant to tell you how proud I am of you, how much the gods are in your debt." "Hang on," Sadie said. She stomped right up to the throne. Amit growled at her, but Sadie growled back, which caused the monster into silence. "L% are you?" she demanded. "My dad. Osiris. Are you even alive?" Dad looked at Anubis. "L% did I tell you about her?" "Fiercer than Amelt," I said. "You didn't need to tell me." Anubis's face was grave. "I've learned to fear that sharp tongue." Sadie looked outraged. "Excuse me. To answer your question," Dad said, "I am both Osiris and Julius Cain. I am alive and dead, though the term recycled might be closer to the truth. Osiris is the god of the dead, and the god of new life. To return him to his throne too you had to die," Tu said. "You knew this going into it? You intentionally hosted Osiris, knowing you'll all die." I was shaking with anger. I didn't realize how strongly I felt about it, but I couldn't believe what my dad had done. "This is what you meant by making things right," Tu. My dad's expression didn't change. He was still looking at me with pride and downright joy, as if everything I did delighted him, even my shouting. "It was infuriating. I missed you, Cain," he said. "I can't tell you how much. But we made the right choice. We all did. If you had saved me in the world above, we would have lost everything. For the first time in millennia, we have a chance at rebirth, and a chance to stop chaos because of you." "There had to be another way," I said. "You could have fought as a mortal, Carter. When Osiris was alive, he was a great king. But when he died too, he became 1,000 times more powerful," I said, "the story Dad used to tell me." My father nodded. "The Duat is the foundation for the real world. If there is chaos here, it reverberates in the upper world. Helping Osiris to his throne was a first step, 1,000 times more important than anything I could have done in the world above except being your father. And I am still your father." My eyes stung. I guess I understood what he was saying, but I didn't like it. Sadie looked even angrier than me, but she was glaring at Anubis' sharp tongue. She demanded. Dad cleared his throat. "Children, there is another reason I made my choice, as you can probably guess." He held out his hand, and a woman in a black dress appeared next to him. She had golden hair, intelligent blue eyes, and a face that familiar. "She looked like Sadie, Mom," I said. She gazed back and forth from Sadie to me in amazement, as if we were the ghosts. "Julius told me how much you'd grown, but I couldn't believe it. Carter, I bet you're shaving, Mom. And dating girls, Mom. Have you ever noticed how parents can go from the most wonderful people in the world to totally embarrassing in 3 seconds? She smiled at me, and I had to fight with 20 different feelings at once. I'd spent years dreaming of being back with my parents, together in our house in LA. But not like this, not with the house just an afterimage, and my mom a spirit, and my dad. Recycled. I felt like the world was shifting under my feet, turning into sand. We can't go back, Kaner, Mom said, as if reading my mind. But nothing is lost, even in death. Do you remember the law of conservation? It had been 6 years since we'd sat together in the living and she'd read me the laws of physics the way most parents read bedtime stories. But I still remembered. Energy and matter can't be created or destroyed. Only changed, my mother agreed. And sometimes changed for the she took Dad's hand, and I had to admit blue and ghostly or not they kind happy Mom. Sadie swallowed. For once, her attention wasn't on Anubis. Did you that? Yes, my brave girl. My thoughts mixed with yours. I'm so proud of you and thanks to Isis, I feel like I know you as well. She leaned forward and smiled conspiratorially. Like chocolate caramels, though your grandmom never approved of keeping sweets in the flat. Sadie broke into a relieved grin. No. She's impossible. I got the feeling they were going to start chatting for hours, but just then the Hall of Judgment rumbled. Dad checked his watch, which made me wonder what time zone the land of the dead was in. We should wrap things up, he said. The others are expecting you. Others? I asked. A gift before you go. Dad nodded to Mom. She stepped forward and handed me a palm-size package of folded black linen. Sadie helped me unwrap it, and inside was a new amulet, one that looked like a column or a tree. TMNK or. Is that a spine? Sadie demanded. It is called a DJED, Dad said. My symbol, the spine of Osiris. Yuck, Sadie muttered. Mom laughed. It is a bit yuck, but honestly, it's a symbol, stands for stability, strength, backbone. I asked. Literally. Mom gave me an approving look, and again I had that surreal shifting feeling. I couldn't believe I was standing here, having a chat with my somewhat dead parents. Mom closed the amulet into my hands. Her touch was warm, like a living person's. DJED also stands for the power of Osiris, renewed life from the ashes of death. This is exactly what you will need if you are to stir the of the pharaohs in others and rebuild the house of life. The house won't like that, Sadie put in. No, Mom said cheerfully. They certainly won't. The Hall of Judgment rumbled again. It is time, Dad said. We'll meet again, children. But until then, take care. Be mindful of your enemies, Mom added, and tell Amos Dad's voice trailed off thoughtfully. Remind my brother that Egyptians believe in the power of the suns. They each morning begins not just a new day, but a new world. Before I could figure out what that meant, the Hall of Judgment faded, and we stood with Anubis in a field of darkness. Show you the way, Anubis said. It is my job. He ushered us to a space in the darkness that looked no different from any other. But when he pushed his hand, a door swung open. The entrance blazed with daylight. Anubis formally to me. Then he looked at Sadie with a glint of mischief in his eyes. It's been stimulating. Sadie flushed and pointed at him accusingly. We're not done, mister. I exhort you to look after my parents. And next time I'm in the land of the dead, you and I will have words. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. I'll look forward to that. We stepped through and into the palace of the gods. It just like Sadie had from her visions, soaring stone columns, fiery braziers, a polished marble, and in the middle of the room, a gold and red throne. All around us, gods had gathered. Many were just flashes of light and fire. Some were shadowy images that shifted from animal to human. I recognized a few. Thoth flickered into view as a wild-haired guy in a lab coat before turning into a cloud of green gas. Hathor, the cow-headed goddess, gave me a puzzled look, as if she vaguely recognized me from the magic salsa incident. I looked for Bast, but my heart fell. She didn't seem to in the crowd. In fact, most of the gods I didn't recognize. L% at we started. Sadie murmured. I understood what she meant. The throne room was hall of hundreds of gods, major and minor, all darting through the palace, forming new shapes, glowing with power. An entire supernatural. They all seemed to be staring at us thankfully. Two old friends stood next to the throne. Horus wore hall battle armor and a Kapesh sword at his side. His coal-lined eyes, one gold, one silver, were as piercing as ever. At his side stood Isis in a shimmering white gown, with wings of light. Welcome, Hams said. Hi, I said. He has a way with words, Isis muttered, which made Sadie snort. Hams gestured to the throne. I know your thoughts, Carter, so I think I know what you will say. But I have to ask you one more time. Will you join me? We could rule the earth and the heavens. Maz-at demands a leader. Yeah, so I've heard. I would be stronger with you as my host. You've only touched the surface of what combat magic can do. We could accomplish great things, and it is your destiny to lead the House of Life. You could be the king of 2 thrones. I glanced at Sadie, but she just shrugged. Don't at me. I find the idea horrifying. Hams scowled at her, but the TMTH was, I agreed with Sadie. All those gods waiting for direction, all those magicians who hated us, the idea of trying to lead them made my knees turn to water. Maybe someday, I said. Much later. Hams sighed. 5,000 years, and I still do not understand mortals. But very well. He stepped up to the throne and looked around at the assembled gods. I, Horus, son of Osiris, claim the throne of the heavens as my birthright, he shouted. What was once mine shall mine again. Is there any who would challenge me? The gods flickered and glowed. A few scowled. One muttered something that sounded like cheese, although that could have my imagination. I caught a glimpse of, or possibly another Crkrodal god, snarling in the shadows. But no one raised a challenge. Hams took his seat on the throne. Isis brought him a crook and flail, the twin scepters of the pharaohs. He crossed them over his chest and all the gods bowed before him. /hen they de risen again, Isis stepped toward us. Carter and Sadie Kane, you have done much to restore Ma'at. The gods must gather their strength, and you have bought us time, though we do not know how much. Apophis will not stay locked away forever. Td settle for a few hundred years, Sadie said. Isis smiled. However that may, today you are heroes. The gods owe you a debt, and we take our debt seriously. Hams rose from the throne. With a wink at me, he knelt before us. The other gods shifted uncomfortably, but then followed his example. Even the gods in fire form dimmed their flames. I probably looked pretty stunned, because when Hams got up again he laughed. You look like that time when Zia told you, yeah, could we skip that? I said quickly. Letting a god into your head has serious disadvantages. Go in peace, Carter and Sadie, Hams said. You will find our gift in the moming_gift. I asked nervously, because if I got one more magic amulet, I was going to break out in a cold sweat. You'll see, Isis promised. We will be watching you, and waiting. That's what scares me, Sadie said. Isis waved her hand, and suddenly we were back on the mansion's terrace as if nothing had happened. Sadie tummed toward me wistfully_stimulating. I held out my hand. The DJED amulet was glowing and warm in its linen wrapping. Any idea what this thing does? She blinked. Oh, don't care. What did Anubis look like to you? L% it looked like a guy. So. A good-looking guy, or a slobbering dog-headed guy? I guess ____ not the dog-headed guy. I knew it. Sadie pointed at me as if she'd won an argument. I knew it. And with a ridiculous grin, she spun around and skipped into the house. My sister, as I may have mentioned, is a little strange. The next day, we got the GCDS gift. We woke to find that the mansion had been completely repaired down to the smallest detail. Everything we hadn't finished yet, probably another month's worth of work, was done. The first thing I found were new clothes in my closet, and after a moment's hesitation, I put them on. I went downstairs and found Quill and Sadie dancing around the restored great room. Kuhu had a new Lakers jersey and a brand new basketball. The magical brooms and mops were busy doing their cleaning routine. Sadie up at me and grinned, and then her expression changed to, "Carter, what are you wearing?" I came down the stairs, feeling even more self-conscious. The closet had offered me choices this morning, not just my linen robes. My old clothes had been there, freshly cleaned, a button-down shirt, starched khaki slacks, loafers. But there had also a third choice, and I'd taken it: some Reeboks, blue jeans, a t-shirt, and it's all cotton. I said, "Okay for magic. Dad would probably think I look like a gangster." I thought for sure Sadie you'll tease me about that, and I was trying to beat her to the punch. She scrutinized every detail of my outfit, then she laughed with absolute delight. "It's brilliant, Carter. You look almost like a regular teenage ER. And Dad would think." She pulled my hoodie over my head. "Dad would think you look like an impeccable magician, because that's what you are. Now, come on. Breakfast is waiting on the patio." We were just digging in when Amos came outside, and his change of clothes was even more surprising than mine. He wore a crisp new quillate-colored suit with matching coat and fedora. His slurs were shined, his round glasses polished, his hair freshly braided with amber beads. Sadie and I stared at him. "L% at?" he demanded. "Nothing," we said in unison. Sadie at me and mouthed "OMG," then went back to her bangers and eggs. I attacked my pancakes. Philip thrashed around happily in his swimming pool. Amos joined us at the table. He flicked his fingers and coffee magically filled his cup. I raised my eyebrows. "He hadn't used magic since the demon days. I thought I'd go away for a while," he announced to the first gnome. Sadie and I exchanged glances. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" I asked. Amos sipped his coffee. He stared across the East River as if he could see all the way to Washington, D.C. "They have the magic healers there. They will not turn away a petitioner seeking aid, even me. I think I should try." His voice was fragile, like it would crack apart any moment, but still, it was the most he'd said in weeks. "I think that's brilliant," Sadie offered. "We'll watch after the place, won't we, Kaner?" "Yeah," I said. "Absolutely." "I may be gone for a while," Amos said. "Treat this as your home." "It is your home." He hesitated, as if choosing his next words. "Carriel 11Y, and I think, perhaps, you should stand recruiting. There are many children around the H.World myth, the blood-off pharaohs. Most do not know what they are. 4/hat U2 said in Washington about rediscovering the path of the GCDS. It may be our only chance." Sadie got up and kissed Amos on the forehead. "Leave it to us, Uncle. I've got a plan." "That," I said, "sounds like very bad news." Amos managed a smile. He squeezed Sadie's hand, then got up and ruffed my hair as he headed inside. I took another bite of my pancakes and wondered why on such a great morning I still felt sad, and a little incomplete. I suppose with so many things suddenly getting better, the things that were still missing hurt even worse. Sadie picked at her scrambled eggs. "I'll suppose it you'll be selfish to ask for more." I stared at her, and I realized we were thinking the same thing. When the gods had said a gift. Well, you can whore for things, but as Sadie said, I guess you can't get greedy. "It's going to be hard to travel if we need to go recruiting," I said cautiously. "Two unaccompanied?" Sadie nodded. "No Amos. No responsible adult. I don't think Kufa counts. And that's Ivy." And the gods completed their gift. A voice from the doorway said, "Sounds like you have a job opening." I tummed and felt 1,000 pounds of grief drop from my shoulders. Leaning against the door in a leopard-spotted jumpsuit was a dark-haired lady with golden eyes and two very large knives. best. Sadie cried. The cat goddess gave us a playful smile, as if she had all kinds of trouble in mind. Someone call for a chaperone. A few days later, Sadie had a long phone conversation with Gran and Grandpa Faust in London. They didn't ask to talk to me, and I didn't listen. When Sadie came back down to the great room, she had a faraway look in her eyes. I was afraid, very afraid, that she was missing London. Well? I asked reluctantly. I told them we were all right. She said they told me the police have bothering them about the explosion at the British Museum. Apparently the Rosetta Stone turned up unharmed. Like magic, I said. Sadie smirked. The police decided it might have been a gas explosion, some sort of accident. Dad's off the hook, as are we. I could go home to London, they said. Spring term starts in a few weeks. My mates Liz and Emma have been asking about me. The only sound was the crackle of fire in the hearth. The grate suddenly seemed bigger to me, emptier at last. I said, "What did you tell them?" Sadie raised an eyebrow. "God, you're thick sometimes." "What do you think?" "Oh." My mouth felt like sandpaper. "I guess it'll good to see your friends and get back your old and too." Sadie punched my arm. "Carter." I told them I couldn't very well go home, because I already was home. This is where I belong. Thanks to the do-it I can see my friends whenever I want. And sides, you'd lost without me. I must have grinned like a because Sadie told me to wipe the silly off my face, but she sounded pleased about it. I suppose she knew she was right, for once. I'd been lost without her. And no, Sadie, I can't believe I just said that either. Just when things were settling down to a nice safe routine, Sadie and I embarked on our new museum. Our destination was a school that Sadie had seen in a dream. I won't tell you which, but Bast took us a long way to get there. We recorded this tape along the way. Several times the forces of chaos tried to stop us. Several times we heard rumors that our enemies were starting to hunt down other descendants of the pharaohs, trying to rt our plans. We got to the school the day before the spring term started. The hallways were empty, and it was easy to slip inside. Sadie and I picked at random, and she told me to set the combination. I summoned some magic and mixed around the numbers, 13/32/33 hey, why mess with a formula? Sadie said a spell and the locker began to glow. Then she put the package inside and closed the door. "Are you sure about this?" I asked. She nodded. "The Ilker is partially in the do-it. It'll store the amulet until the right person opens, but if the DJED falls into the Tong hands to it on T, she promised. The of the pharaohs is strong. The right kids will find the amulet if they figure out how to use it, their powers should awaken. We have to trust that the gods will guide them to Brooklyn. We auntie know how to train them," I argued. "No one has studied the path of the gods for 2,000 years. We'll figure it out," Sadie said. "We have to. Unless Apophis gets us first," I said. "Or Desjardins and the House of Life. Or unless Set breaks his word. Or 1,000 other things go wrong." "Yes," Sadie said with a smile. "Be flan, et." We the locker and walked away. Now we're back at the 21st Gnome in Brooklyn. We're going to send out this tape to a few carefully chosen people and see if it gets published. Sadie believes in fate. If the story falls into your hands, there's probably a reason. Look for the DJED_it on T. Take much to awaken your power. Then the trick is learning to use that power without dying. As I said at the beginning, the whole story hasn't happened yet. Our parents promised to see us again, so I know we'll have to go back to the land of the dead eventually, which I think is fine with Sadie, as long as Anubis is there. Zia is out there somewhere, the real Zim. I intend to find her. Most of all, chaos is rising. Apophis is gaining strength. Uluk means we have to gain strength, gods and men, united like in olden times. It's the only way the end.world won't destroyed. So the Kane family has a lot of work to do. And so do you. Maybe you'll want to follow the path of Homs or Isis, Thoth or Anubis, or even Bast, I don't know. But whatever you decide, the House of Life needs new if we're going to survive. So this is Kaner and Sadie Kane signing off. Come to Brooklyn. We'll be waiting. The Red Pyramid.